हरि करना।
Welcome to the world of API, that is API. So this is first part of seventh module. So here we are gonna deal with API, and for that, to deal and handle the API well, we are going to use Postman. So what is a Postman? Postman is a API platform for building and using APIs. Postman simplifies each step of the API lifecycle and streamlines collaboration so you can create better APIs faster. So what are we going to learn here? So we will look into some of the uh, fundamental concepts of Postman first. Then slowly we will install the Postman, and after the installation of Postman, we will run through Postman user interface. Every component, every uh, inch of Postman, we are going to look into that when we run through Postman UI, and after that. We will look into what all tools are there. Example, Postman API tools such as Postman can be used for designing the API, testing the API, documenting the API, and mocking the API, and basically mocking to the sharing. So, and there are a lot of actions that can be done through API. So, all we will do. Then after that, we will look into the API client. Then we will start our activities or exercises. Begin with we'll make our first request, first API request or API call. Then after that, we will create our first collection. Then we will use some of the Scratchpad tool in API in Postman. Then we will create our first workspace. Then after that, we'll look into how to import and export data. Then we will also use we'll deep dive into the sending requests, such as we'll look into the each concept. We will look into how to create a request and what all details it consists of, headers, parameters, authentication, everything. We are going to look into everything, and response size and what is the response, what are parameters a response consists of, in depth, in detail. I'm going to give you loads of knowledge. So in addition to that, we will look into the variables and grouping the requests using collections, then environments, setting up the environments, then visualizing the responses, then the most important NoSQL type of database, that is GraphQL, querying with GraphQL also we are going to look, and then using WebSocket requests, that we will do, using SOAP requests, that also we are going to do. And after that, we will jump into the running collections. We will deep dive into the running collections. In that, we will use the collection runner and we'll schedule the collection runs. Then we will view the scheduled collection runs and more. And we will also do triggering the runs with webhooks. Then we'll see how to import data files. Then after that, we will look into how Postman can be used for designing the API, documenting the API, and most importantly, testing the API. In testing the API specifically, we will also be look into how to write a test scripts and how to automate the workflows with the collection runner, then how to capture HTTP requests, and finally we will look into some test script examples. Next, we are gonna look into the installation of Postman. Postman is available on the go.postman.co/home. You can find all the binary files for Mac, Windows, and Linux at that location. As we will be installing it for Windows, we will look into the documentation and we will install it for Windows. Okay, so let's get into that Postman documentation and we'll see. This is what the Postman installation and updating Postman documentation, and here you should see contents are basically installing Postman on the desktop, only for the desktop. Okay, it's not for the instances, virtual machines, or the servers which do not have a graphics. So this is for the desktop. So we have Windows, Mac, Linux, and you also have using the Postman web app for the browser requirements, and installing the Postman desktop agent, and you have updating the Postman. So this is more information, but for us we will look into Windows first, how to install. It's pretty simple. It's as similar to any application that you download, .exe extension application that you download and install in your Windows. So the first step is to Postman is available for Windows 7 and later. First step is to click on this download. That will download the latest Postman version. Let me click. So now you got into the download Postman screen in that window. Now as it is for Windows, the Postman app, it's for Windows. If you just click on Windows 64-bit and it will start downloading that. It's around 160 MB. So I'll pause it because I have already installed it. So I'll just pause it, but that's how you download it. Once you download it, you can click on execute that file and it will be done. It will be. And then we have Postman on the web. Access the Postman API platform through your web browser. So create a free account. So this is a one more way. Either way you can do that. So first we will look into that other one. So once you installation is done, you just install it. Once you download is done, once your download is done, next thing is to install. That's it. So now let's look into the Postman on the web. So I will open it on a new tab and yeah, this is, see, I have already account. If you do not have, you have to sign up first, then automatically you can use that. Once you sign up, you see that you just Postman access the Postman API platform through your web browser. For that, nothing much to do, just create a free account. It's a sign up, it is as similar as any sign up of social media account. That's it. So this is one more way of doing. So Postman, so two options for Windows we have seen. Let me open the sticky note. So Postman, Okay, so here we're gonna write the Postman so one so installation exercise, the first one, installation on Windows. So first option is to download the .exe file and install it, and after that open your account while accessing it. Okay, that's first. Second, Postman on the web. Postman on the web. For this, again, access this, launch the Postman and open your, so while you are launching that, it will ask to set up your account. You set up your free account, and once you have set up your free account, it's good to go. It's good to go, no problem at all. So these are the two ways that we have at this moment. Whichever is comfortable, you just go through it and create one, either desktop or Postman on the web, whichever is fine. Okay, and if you use it for some other purpose, then you have Postman CLI. You can use Postman CLI. So the Postman CLI is a command line companion that is developed, supported and signed by Postman. It enables you to run collections, lint API schemas, run security and governance checks, and log in and log out. All the test results will be automatically pushed to the app. So this, if you want to install the same in Linux, if you want this, you can just say this, copy and paste it. Okay, basically Newman command line tool, this is one more. So Newman or uh, CLI, Postman CLI, one of these two we will install it, and download Postman Canary, new features. That's okay. So for us, these are all. And Newman, basically Newman command line tool is Node npm based. Node. Okay. So that anyway we'll see later. But for now, it's time for you to set up and launch your Postman either through .exe or through the Postman on the web. So then this is for Windows. If anybody is using Linux desktop, then this is for the Mac. Installing Postman on the Mac, you can see that it's download the latest Postman version, and if your browser downloads the file as a zip and unzip it, and once unzipped, then you click on the Postman installation file. As usual, it's similar to the Windows, it's not much difference. Or you can simply use brew, that package manager, homebrew, a package manager, simply brew install option cask Postman. That's it. In one click, your Postman will be installed. That's for Mac OS. Now it's for Linux. If anybody is using Linux desktop, I'm saying desktop, so you can install Postman on Linux either manually or using Snap. Snap is a store link. Using Snap also you can use, so you can install. So for if you install through Snap, you say Snap install Postman, and after that you have to unzip it, and then you have to put it in proper directory. And if you want to access through the desktop, then you have to create a postman.desktop file. These are called the desktop extension files in Linux. We will create that in this directory, and after that you have to copy this content and paste it in postman.desktop file and save it, and that's it. And after that, basically if you want, you can attach this. If it is Ubuntu based, basically Ubuntu based and Ubuntu 18 user, then you have to install libconfig also, libconfig 24. This package also should be installed. Okay, so using the Postman web app, if you want to use Postman web app, we have seen. And browser requirements, if you want to use a Postman web app, what are the browser requirements? Chrome 78 and higher, Firefox 76 and higher, Edge 79 and higher, Safari this. Okay, you have to be very careful before you make sure all prerequisites are meeting, and then you open your Postman, because you make your Postman ready. By the time your Postman is ready, I will come up with the Postman exercises, or Postman, we will jump into the Postman in action. So installation is done. So after installation, it's time for us to run through user interface of Postman. So here we will be looking into the user interface of Postman. We will be navigating in and around and across the Postman. So why we need to learn and understand the UI of Postman? Because Postman is an ocean. It's an ocean of features when you're dealing with the API. So it's a Postman is a power storage where you'll get almost all the features. With that features, you can do most of the activities that you can do on API. So even when I was started working on API a few years back, so initially I used to be confused. I used to be lost when I entered into the Postman. Other than that only workspace tab, because there are huge number of tabs are there. So that's the reason I just want to give a clear picture of what a Postman consists of, what all tools are there, what all tabs are there, and what all we can use, where it is, and overall UI I'm gonna explain you, I'm gonna show it to you. I will tell you the purpose of each item in that UI. Then we will jump into then we'll swing into the action. So after the installation, so we have to open Postman. So I will type in search button, search bar, saying Postman. You see that, and I'll open it, run as administrator. Yeah. So it got directly took me to some workspace, my workspace. I will begin with I'll keep this as a home page. Okay. So now this is how it has opened. So Postman has a variety of tools, views, and controls to help you manage your API projects. So this tutorial is a high level overview of Postman's primary interface areas, UI, user interface areas. So this is the header. This is the header of the our Postman UI, or you can call it as a main menu bar. Header or main menu bar. And after that, when you enter, this is a home tab, this is home tab or home page. When you get into the workspaces page, that's the second item of second menu item of our second tab of our header menu. So here you will have this sidebar and then workbench. So most this when we uh, when we uh, when we jump into the workspaces, that time we're going to see that. And after that you have API network item, then explore. Okay. So in addition to that, we'll have more. We will look into the more when we enter into the workspace. Anyway, workspace is the more important item of this header. That's what we widely use. The rest all we don't use much. Home and just settings and these things we don't use much, even explore. Okay. So first, anyway, we will begin with the header. Okay, we'll begin with this part, the header of our UI. Here you should see a burger menu icon. Burger menu icon here. We'll begin with the burger menu icon. So file, here you can open, create your new file, you can open a new tab and you can run a new tab and a new Postman window. You can import the things, and here is the settings you can find out. And edit option, undo, redo, and view. This is very important. Toggle full screen just to switch over the views. So moving from toggling from one view to other view, so for this, and toggle two pane view, and toggle sidebar, reset zoom in, zoom out. So these features we'll use widely for your comfort and convenience. For that we are going to use this. And here, help. So this is help, check for updates, and if you want to go for the documentation, so you can go through it. That's what our burger menu consists of. Burger menu icon consists of. Then we have home. So this, before we go to home, so one more point I would like to highlight here is the header. This header enables you to create workspaces, access reports, and explore. You see that item, explore, public API network. So search in, and you have a Postman search bar. So, and we have view sync status, here is that, and notifications, here is that notification, and access your settings, this is what the settings, and sync status, manage accounts, and Postman plan. Okay, that's what the header consists of. Burger menu, we have gone through it. Home, workspaces is widely used, and home, anyway, it's a default screen that you're seeing now. And workspaces, we will look into that later. And here you will have all API networks if you have connected with any private public partner, everything. Then we have explore, and after that search button, then settings, account and notification, and account information, and upgrade. It's all about your plans if you want to have a proper plan. Okay, so now let's look into the home. What is home? What will we have there? So go to, if you click on the home, here you will find your personal home page. We will call it as a home page, which includes alerts, announcements. You see that here on the screen, your activity feed, you recently visited workspaces. You see, my recently visited workspaces are my workspace, Prac WS, and links to resources for your team if applicable, if teams are there. At this moment, we will create one team, and in addition to that, you will have a product updates. You see, join the VS Code waitlist, two-factor authentication if you want to set up for your, you can set up or webinar. So anyway, product updates and activity feed. You see that here, activity feed. So I have created a team workspace. Okay, whatever I have done, all will be fed here. So, and in addition to that, let me scroll down. You'll have a explore popular APIs data. So Postman API, we can fork that collection. Then we have a lot. Twitter API, GitLab API, Notion API. A lot of API collections are there. This is new collection. Okay, a lot of API collections are given here. That's fine. So that's what our home page consists of. Then after the home page, we will look into the workspaces. This is workspace. So this workspaces, search for workspaces, view your recently visited workspaces. So from here, basically we can create a new workspace, saying, see, create workspace, or you can just type the workspace. If you have a lot of workspaces, you have to type the name and you will able to get that. So if you want to create a new workspace, you just click here and you can create a new workspace. And what is the workspace? I will tell you. Just for this moment, at this moment, you just focus on UI and keep a note on the terminology of Postman and the words that we are using here, the terms that we are using here. So, and after the workspaces, we have API network. Explore the public API network and access your team's private API network here. And we have explore. So it's explore the world of APIs. So here you can browse public APIs. Teams, you see that popular on Postman, and Teams, you see that browse Teams, browse workspaces, browse APIs, browse collections. There are hell number of collections. You can just browse through all the collections, or Teams are working. See, message bird API. You can click on, you can fork on this. You can fork. It's like you do, if you know the GitHub, we do the GitHub repository fork, and similarly we can do the API collection fork. Okay, then we have APIs only. This is collection, and we have direct APIs. Even APIs can also be fetched and can also be used by you. So if you want to watch, you can watch it. Import, we'll go through it once the time comes. For now, see, if you want to create a public workspace, you can create from here also. And if you want to join some existing workspaces, the public workspaces, you see that Twilio API. There are a lot of APIs, and those are the workspaces. Okay, and here we have teams. 2.2 million teams are there. Okay, that's huge. That's fine. Okay, that's all about the explore. So then we have search button here on the screen top. So search all workspaces, collections, APIs, and teams in Postman. So that's what the search button is for. Then here you will also have basically, if you are admin role, if you have a team and if you are admin role, you would have had one more icon, that's an invite icon. Of course we do not have. Okay, but here I have a settings icon. Settings icon is for settings, access the Postman settings and other Postman resources. See, these are the Postman settings. Release notes, learning center, scratchpad, we are going to use that, and privacy policy, terms, everything. This is the setting information. Then after that we have notification. Notifications, it view recent activity from your team and get notifications about Postman updates, and see pull requests, comment activity, and other important information. If you see a recent notification that I have received is Rahul has invited you to join Blue Desert 56527 team. So I will join this team now. I'll click and I will join that team. Okay, for now, let's get into the Postman again. Okay, so continued using Postman with the chat GP, Charan API. Of course. So Team Blue Desert is excited to work with you. Yes, that's fine. Even I am too. Even I too. That's okay. By the time I joins, yeah, it's done. I think joining is done. So, but let me get here. Let me continue. So that's done. Then we have an avatar. This is my avatar. So here we can view our profile, access our account. You see that my profile, and view my profile. I can access my account and notification settings and active sessions for our account and sign out for account. And if I want to attach one more account, I can switch to this account. So I can use 3 to 4 accounts. Then the final one is plans. It's financial one. It's not that important. If you are basically, if you want to upgrade, if you want to use Teams, then you need to have a Teams plan. Then you have to go for the from free plan to upgrade plan. So here you will find the billing dashboard and usage, storage usage, mock usage, everything will get it. You see that billing, billing resource usage, manage public elements, etc. That's it. And if you go into the search Postman, so to search in Postman, search Postman in the header, then enter your search terms. You can also use we can use shortcut to do that. So that's how we can use Postman, search Postman. So then let's get into our workspace now. I'll go into some prac WS workspace. Okay. And so what does it consist of? It consists of six main items. The first one that you see on top, as we have discussed earlier, this is our header. And after that, you see we have subheader. What is that? We'll see later. But here you could see the sidebar or side menu bar. Sidebar or side menu bar, which is collapsible. You see that? Extended, collapsed. Extended, collapsed. So it's basically collapsible. So I'll put it in extended mode. Then after that, we have a workbench. From here to this part is called a workbench. This part is called workbench because that's where we do our activities. Sending a request to fetch the data, or posting the data into API, or testing the API, everything we'll do at this workbench. So that's why we call it as a workbench. Then after that, we have a footer here. Exactly, come down here. You should be able to see the footer. A footer consists of a hide sidebar. Then it's syncing our data whether you're online or offline. Then console, if you click on here, you'll get a console. And let me collapse it one more time. Yeah. Then after that, cookies, capture requests, and runner. Directly you can click here and you'll get the runner. What is a runner? That we will see later. But for now, it's fine. Okay. Then we have trash. Then we have trash. Then two pane view is also available here. Let me click on here. So this is two pane view or single pane view. Whichever you want, you can go for that. Then bootcamp. This is for learning. That's what our sidebar. Now we will look into the sidebar. This is the right sidebar. Let me click here. Now let's look into the sidebar. The Postman, this part exactly. The Postman sidebar provides access to the fundamental elements of Postman. What are those? The collections. It's very, very important. Then we have APIs. Then we have environments. Then we have mock servers. Then we have monitors and flows and history. So by and large, everything we are going to practically demonstrate each and every item that is presented in the sidebar. So then we have a workspace. If you, this window, specifically this window we are talking about, here you can create your new workspace. If you just click on new, it's gonna create new item. Basically new item, it's gonna create a new item inside your workspace. Either these are the building blocks, either HTTP request or WebSocket request or gRPC request or GraphQL request or collection or environment or workspace. Even you can create a workspace from here. That's what I was telling initially. Okay. Then advanced, if you want to create API documentation or mock server or monitor also we are going to do, and API also we are going to do. So most of the things we are going to cover in our practical demonstration. So that's why you don't need to worry at all. So let me close this now. And if you want to import, you can import from here by clicking here. So, okay. So to see task options that are available for elements of the sidebar, select the element's name. Let me click on this element name, and then more options. To get the more options about this element or item, you have to click on three dot or icon. If you click on this icon, you'll get more options. And for example, APIs, it's not there. Environment, mock server, monitors, and flows. Okay. Collections. At this moment, we have only open trash. And here you can create a new collection. So the task option will vary depending on type of element you have selected. Okay. So for collections, folders and requests inside a collection. For example, let me select one collection. Now if you see, this collection will consist of a lot of settings. You see, huge amount of settings are there. So share, move, run collection, edit, add a request, add folder, monitor collection, mock collection, create a fork, view change log, view documentation, rename, a lot of information. This is what the settings, the three dot icon. So for collections, we have folders and requests inside a collection, and requests in history. You can select more than one element at a time. So press and hold control, then select the desired element at a time. So that's how you can select multiple items, or if you want to select all together, just say shift and select one, and I'll say select other one. So all elements has been selected. Shift plus select from one item to another item. The items which are in between will all be selected. So that's the another way of selecting the number of items. So then we have a history icon here. So let me click here. I'll get the complete history with the dates. To access the requests you have made, select history in the sidebar. When you are signed into the Postman, your history syncs across your devices. So select a request to open it again in a new tab. To select more than one request, again you have to use Control plus Shift. I have done so many requests so far. So if you want to delete, so we can delete. Your history also includes collection runs. This remains as a summarized version of the run and aren't logged as a single request. You should see here a plus symbol. Select the add icon to save the request to a collection, and select the delete icon to remove the request from your history, and select the more actions. This is a more actions icon to access the other types of actions, including monitor requests, documenting the requests, and mock requests, like mock servers requests. Okay, so that's all about our history. Then history, not our history, it's the history of Postman's your activity. So then to clear your history, just say clear all. Clear all. Just clear all. That's it. Save responses, you put it here, or clear all, it will be cleared off completely. So saving responses in history, this is what. So to save request responses in your history, select and more actions icon. So this icon, and after that, next to the history search bar, then we have to turn on the save responses. Okay. So now let's look into the work bench, and this is our workbench. Let me put some request, old request. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so now this is our workbench. So whether you are working with a collection, an API, or another element type, the Postman workbench is where you do the majority of your work. So tabs enable you to organize your work. So you can just click on plus symbol to create a new tab uh, on workbench, or you can give the control plus T, control T, control T to create a new tab. So then if you want to save or discard changes, here you can use that. You see that save request to a collection. So to save the changes, we have to click on this, and to close the tab, to close this tab, you see that the cross mark, select this close icon, then select don't save. If there is something, then select this and don't save. Okay, if you just click on this cross icon, it will close that tab. These are called tabs. You see that each one is called tab. So this is overview tab, and after that I have this tab, then tab 2, tab 3 are not named, tab 4 is also not named. So next, renaming and linking elements. So to rename the element, hover over the element's name in the workbench to display the edit icon. So this is where first let me let me name it first. Let me close this and open the fresh one, new one. Let me write a name. Here you can save as, and you can save specifically this tab to any collection. So I have few collections here, so into this any collection I can save this specific tab. Okay, then here you can click on the tab. So you can click on the tab, and on tab option you will find out if you want to say new request, you click on the new request, so another tab will be opened. And if you click on that also, if you want to duplicate it, you can duplicate it. If you want to close it, close tab, and force close all tabs also available. Then here we have a sidebar. You see that this is our sidebar. Here you will get some code snippet and a few more information, initial values and all. This is our another, this is called right sidebar. It's a right side bar. So then we will look into managing tabs. So that's what you can basically see, close all tabs, and here you will just click on this options. You see that view more actions. You can have many tabs open at the same time. To rearrange your open tabs, select and drag them in the desired order. So I'll make this new untitled request one at the beginning. You see that? That's how it works. And to manage your open tabs or to access recently closed tabs, select the more actions icon to open a menu with action options. So in this action option, you can see recently closed tabs and duplicated selected tabs, then close selected tab, and more. You could see the all options that are available here. You just explore based on your need. I'm just giving the source, I'm just giving the initial information that is required, and remaining kindly explore more so that you can have more better understanding about the same. So then we have a right sidebar here. So in this right sidebar, you can see the right sidebar gives you access to more tools, including documentation, comments, code snippets. You see that the code snippets here, C capital U, capital R, capital L, the C URL, and dot HTTP, HTTP Java. So any type of Node.js, Node Axios, PHP. So we'll get Python HTTP dot client. You see that? You get the code snippet, a sample code snippets. So, and request information based on which kind of Postman element you like, element you select. So let me click here. You see that various code snippets, you will get it. Then let me, this is code, and here if I click on this setting icon, so then set indentation count. Basically we can customize our code snippet way of code snippet writing. So request timeout and trim request body fields, that's what the settings for this. Okay, then here you can create environments, and let me click on this environment quick look. So that's what the information that we get from this sidebar. And if you come down more, so here you will see that environment, basically environment selector and this is environment selector and this is environment quick look. The environment selector enables you to choose which environment to use in your work. Select an environment from the menu to set it as the active environment, which gives you access to the variables in that environment. So why environment is required? So environment will be defined with certain environment variables. So those environment variables can be used effectively, efficiently in our API calls. So that's the reason environment is also very important in dealing with complex API connections. Then finally we have a footer. We have seen most of this. We will look into the footer now. So the footer on the bottom of Postman enables you to find and replace text. Open the console. You see that? Find and replace the text. Open the console, and I'll click on this and find and replace. You see that? Then online. Then we'll capture the requests. Here you see capture request. So for that you need to start a proxy session. Then and cookies and bootcamp and access several other tools. Okay, so few more things. So now the first icon that we have here is hide sidebar. Close or reopen the sidebar. Then we have sync status, that's an online one. See if you are connected to the Postman services and your data is syncing or not. At this moment it's in sync. You see all data in this workspace is backed up on our servers. It's in sync. Then we have find and replace. So after that we have console. This console basically is useful for inspect and debug our Postman requests. So in addition to that, we can if git branch is there, so we can have a git branch icon, and after that we have cookies. You see that cookies is view, manage and sync cookies. Then capture requests, start a Postman proxy or interceptor session, bootcamp access in app classroom that teaches you how to use Postman from the basics to advanced topics. And the most important one is a runner. A runner, open the collection runner and trash, recover or permanently delete any deleted collection. So basically the collections which you have deleted in the workbench will it be in the in this area will be stored in trash, and if you remove that in trash also, it will be completely permanently deleted. So then we have two pane views, toggle between a single pane view and a two pane view. And finally you have a help section. So help section will take you to the release notes, documentation and security and more information, and here you'll find out your keyboard shortcuts. Basically, you can get it from settings directly, but still keyboard shortcuts to open a tab, close a tab, switch to last tab, run it, a request URL, save request, and lot of shortcuts. So it's enough. We have. I hope you got a clear cut understanding of UI of Postman and the terminology, various terminology, and the items which are there in UI. And now it's time to put this everything into action. So we have gone into the UI of Postman. So now let's deep dive into the Postman API tools. So mainly Postman is the powerhouse for API. So this Postman powerhouse can fulfill most of the functions, most of the actions that as a Linux guy, as a operations guy that you would like to do on API. So a Postman platform includes a comprehensive set of tools that help accelerate the API lifecycle from design, testing, documentation, and mocking to the sharing and last but not least discoverability of your APIs. So let's look into the one of the widely used tool API tool from the Postman powerhouse, that is API client. The Postman API client is the foundational tool of Postman, and it enables you to easily explore, debug, and test your APIs while also enabling you to define the complex API requests for HTTP, REST, REST, SOAP, 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 and GraphQL, NoSQL one, GraphQL, and WebSockets. So most of the complex types of API requests can be handled using Postman. Okay, so the API client automatically detects the language of the response, links, and format texts inside the body to make inspection easy. The client also includes a built-in support for the authentication protocols like OAuth 1.2 or 2.0. It's even the version of that, and AWS signature. Fantastic. That's AWS signature to use AWS services, then Hawk, and many more. And each of this API client related features that we are going to do with, we are going to work. Even API requests such as HTTP, REST, SOAP, GraphQL, WebSocket, each, because I have huge amount of experience on working on REST as well as GraphQL, whereas NoSQL as well as a MySQL databases, from fetching the data from both the databases. It's pretty different, and I have a hands-on experience on working with API which are very secure. Example, the Volvo APIs, working with and handling with working and fetching data from Volvo API is pretty difficult. I'm the only one has to handle whatever thing is. So I have huge amount of exposure on this API, specifically whether it is REST or GraphQL. I have worked on both. I have worked on both REST as well as GraphQL. So through the API client, you can organize requests into Postman collections to help you organize your requests for a reuse, so you don't waste time building everything from scratch. Your collections can also contain JavaScript code to tie requests together or automate common workflows, and you can use scripting to visualize your API responses as a charts and graphs. That's also we are going to do. We are going to visualize our API responses also. Now it's time to meet Mr. Postman, who is running our Postman engine. So we'll begin with customizing our Postman profile. Um, we have gone through the navigating the user interface of the Postman. So now we will customize our Postman profile. So that's where we will begin, and we will go step by step. We will explore Postman step by step. So I think by following my previous videos, you also have created a Postman account. Then after you create your Postman account, we can customize our Postman profile. So once our Postman profile is customized, so our profile gives us a way to share important information about you, about ourselves, with other Postman users. Okay, so basically a Postman profile includes a profile pic, a short bio, and about me section, highlights. By and large, it's similar to a social media account, but it's somewhat specific to software related designing and all. So where you can mention your GitHub profile also. Okay, so what will we do is we will first open our Postman app, and then we will go through the our profile. I'll go through my profile, you should go through your profile. Then after that uh, we'll make our account public, and we'll do few more exercises in that. Okay, so let's get into the Postman. Yeah, so this is our Postman account, and this is my account. So now here, if you see on top, we have discussed about the header on top. Okay, this header, here you have an invite, and after that you should see the settings, and here you should see manage accounts. So let me click on manage accounts, and it pops up a window. That window consists of view profile and the teams that I've connected with, and we can create a new team, and settings about your profile, and sign out, and you can switch to account by adding a new account. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on view profile. So if you see this is our view profile, this is my profile. And if I click on view public profile, I could see a complete information about mine. So you should see about me section, and in addition to that, if I click on edit my profile, you should see a name, you should see the public profile picture. Here I can edit the profile picture and cover, and after that the name. So I have taken it as a Charan API. You can make it anything else, whatever you want. And then this is my username, system generated. Then more information, a short bio, and links such as GitHub and Twitter, website. Then we can have more information. We can give about me section, and we can add highlights, and we can go to the activities feed with a chronological lists of your public activities and all public API collections and workspaces that we can create. Let me get back to that previous section. So one more step back here, you could see the teams, and here you can see the highlights. You see that highlights, but no work to highlight at this moment. And here you should see activity feed. So no activity feed at. So now let me get into that previous section where I could show you um, APIs that I am using and collections. So at this moment, yeah, I have a few pretty much okay. Okay, some collections, environments. So for Postman environment I used, and then mocks. So Postman is the one mock I have created. Then monitor API monitor is one I have created. So this is about it's not just a simple it's not just a simple profile. It's not only you'll find information about your profile and your information. In addition to that, you will get complete information regarding what activities that you are doing and what you have done so far, APIs, collections, environments, and everything. Okay, so now the first task that we are gonna do here is I'll take a sticky note. Okay, that's fine. I'll use this. And so task one, this is task 1.1, making your profile public. Making our profile public. So that's what is our first activity. So let's do that. So by default, your Postman profile is visible to your Postman team, and you can also choose to make your profile public to the Postman community. Having a public profile enables you to share important information about yourself and your work with other Postman users. To do that, we have to get into the profile. Just click on here, manage accounts, and then scroll down. Yeah, come down here. You will find a settings option in your popped up window. So then I'll click on the settings option. So once the setting comes, then we have to select a profile. So you see that a profile from the list of options that are available in the settings. So I'll click on profiles. Once we navigated to the profiles, then I'll click on uh, yeah, so now I have entered into the profile. So I'll just scroll down to find out the public profile. So you see that the public profile. So it's make my profile public. This will allow others to discover you on Postman and learn more about your work. So let me un if I undo it, so my public won't be my profile won't be public. So I will check it. So my profile will be public. That's it. This is how. And then once you're checked in, so then you have to click on update profile. I haven't done any changes, so that's why I can't. But if you have done any change, just click on update profile. That's it. So this task one. Then we will look into task two. That's updating updating our personal information. Okay, so task one is done. Let me mark it. Let me say okay. So task one is done. Now it's task two. So task two, so update. If you want, we can update our profile pic. So I will keep that only. the default one from here. So you can just click on this to update your profile cover, and you can update your profile pic from here. And then, so after that, you can see this. You can attach your name here, whatever you want, and username also. So public profile, I made it. And let's add tell people more about yourself. So what we're gonna do is we will attach our information. So what I want to tell to the public, that whoever is going to watch it, so you also make it a little creative so that everybody can like it. Okay, so let me write that. So a bio, a small bio. So I'll say i'm I'm a human intelligence who builds and deploys artificial intelligence, and to make artificial intelligence artificial intelligent entities to communicate which with each other. Okay, that's okay. So that bio is enough, and so I'll give my website http, that's imlike www.imlike.com. This is my website. Twitter, I don't use it. So GitHub, I'll get my GitHub. Okay, this is my username. Let me check. Yeah, this is my username. Directly I'm gonna type there. Okay, that's it. Let me click on update profile. So that's how we update our profile. So now we will update our about me section also. So let me click on, yes, this got updated. Let me click on view profile, and so now click on edit profile. Yeah, you see the tag. Now we can attach, we can add, you can write about me. So tell about yourself through magical story. So they are expecting us to write a magical story here. So whatever you want, you can write it. I'll say, hello, I'm currently working on Volvo, and I started my journey of working with APIs when I need to make my lovable artificial intelligent entities to communicate with each other. That's it. So if I need to write, my skills include I have to write everything from Python to AI tool stack, and from AWS to Azure, and all DevOps tools, most of the DevOps tools. I think if you're watching, you might have known this DevOps tools. Okay, so let me save this. That's it. I have added my profile about me section also. Then if you want to pin anything here to highlight sections, if you want to highlight for anything here, you can do that. Then that's it for now from here. So this is how we customize, and we have made our account public, and we have customized our Postman, and we have explored about the purpose and what all things we can get from the Postman profile. We have seen enough. Now it's time to send our first request. So Postman enables us to create and send API requests, send a request to an endpoint, retrieve data from a data source, or test an API's functionality. You don't need to enter commands in a terminal or write any code. Create a new request and select and select send. So and the API response appears right inside the Postman on the workbench. So API requests defined. So API provides a structured way for one application to access the capabilities of another application. Typically, this communication happens over the internet by way of an API server. A client application like a mobile app example sends a request to the server, and after the request processes, the server returns a response to the client. So a request includes the URL of the API endpoint and an HTTP request method. Okay, endpoint is also important. In addition to that, you need to have a HTTP request method. The method indicates the action you want the API to perform. Here are some of the most common methods that we use that you can see on your screen. So the first one is get, G-E-T. So get retrieves data from an API, and we have post, P-O-S-T, sends new data to an API, and we have put, P-U-T, put or patch, update the existing data, whereas delete, D-E-L-E-T-E, removes existing data. So let's send our first request. So now let's get into our Postman. Yeah, this is our Postman. So now you can see this. Either if you want to do it in, of course, at this moment you don't worry about the collection. Okay, just click on a plus in the workbench. Okay, this is our workbench. Everybody know, I hope everybody knows about this because we have done it. We have discussed all those things. This is our workbench. Inside this workbench, we have this tab menu. So you can see all the tabs here. So click on this plus symbol in this workbench to open a new tab. That's it. The new tab has been opened. Forget about the rest, all other things like Postman collections and nothing. You take it as completely an empty, just a freshly opened and installed API Postman. So that's the interface that you're having. Just click on this icon, and after that we have to type the endpoint first, then we will attach the method, HTTP request method. So I'll type the endpoint first, Postman. I'm using the Postman endpoints itself, Postman hyphen so echo.com. This is my endpoint. Let me put a forward slash and what I want to do is I want to get. So I'm going to say get, get. That's it. And this is our request URL. This is the request URL. So now this is our endpoint and this is get. So this will go there and it will fetch something. Let's see what it's gonna fetch. Let me click on send to call this API. We in API terminology we say calling a API. So I'll click on send to call this API, and that's it. Here it is. Here is your response. You see that? You got the response. So Postman displays the response data sent from the server in the lower pane. So this is that lower pane. So this is a response pane. You can see that, and both will be in the workbench only. Okay, this is the tab menu, and here you'll have the save options, and this is total in this workbench. Here you'll have a call API call section, and below that you'll have one more window, that's the response window. Okay, it's a low in this lower pane we'll get a response and more information about that response. Okay, so now we will, so you got that? Of course, you also got that. So this is the URL that we have used, a complete URL, HTTP, okay, with get method, and it got this information. Okay, this is JSON. You see that? It's a JSON. You see the format, JSON. Let me click on XML to convert that into the XML. HTML, HTML, you see that? And text, a simple text, yeah, then auto, again auto, it will become JSON. So it's a pretty, it's a stylish. Okay, so raw and preview, this is how it looks in the preview way. Okay, let's make it JSON pretty. So now you see this is the orgs, and then these are the headers. You should consist of these 7 headers in our headers section also. You see that total 7 headers. Let me click on, yeah, let me, you see that, you got it, all key, cookie, host, you see that host, and user agent, Postman. Okay, here agent we have used the Postman runtime 7.30.1, that's what our version. Then accept forward slash accept encoding ggip dflat and connection keep alive, and forwarded forwarded proto HTTP. You see that protocol, the forwarded protocol that we have used is HTTP, and then forwarded port that we have used is 80. Then host is this postman echo.com. This is very important. This is where the data that we have receiving has been served. This machine, this server has served, and the IP or the URL of the that host is this postman echo.com. Okay, and that complete and inside that postman.echo.com you could see your, okay, let me call it one more time. Okay, anyway, I thought, I hope it's pretty clear for you the response. But now the question arises, what had happened here? So the question is, what had happened? So how this postman did it? How does this work? So how basically, when we answer what had happened, we will answer how the postman works also. So what happened here is, in this example, in the previous example that we have done, so postman is acting as the client application and is communicating with an API server. So here is what happened when you select a send. So this is our API with the HTTP request method, and then when you click on send, what happens is the first step, you see that it's moving. The first step is postman sent a G get request to the Postman Echo API server located at postmanecho.com. Clear? So Postman Echo API is a server. So it's a server, and the name we have attached to it, it is a Postman Echo API using domain or subdomain and domain. Then once we send a request or call a API, this get request will go to this Postman API server inside and into the postmanecho.com. Okay. Then the API server received the request. So now API server have received the request, and it returned a response to the Postman. That's what had happened next. So now let me enter. Yes, see, now the response has been returned. So request sent, processed, and then a response sent. So Postman finally received the response and displayed it in the response pane. That's what had happened. So we have used Postman to send an API request and got a response from the API server. So it's okay to take a moment to sit back and reflect on how fantastic it is. By the time I will see you on another exercise. So now we have sent our first request. Now it's time to put this first request into API Postman collection, so that all the requests that we are sending will be collected in one group. Depends upon the purpose, depends upon the requirement, depends upon the time. So let's create our first collection. So Postman collections are a group of saved requests, nothing much. A collection is a group of saved requests. Every request you send in Postman appears under the history tab of the sidebar. On a small scale, reusing requests through the history section is convenient. As your Postman usage grows, it can be time consuming to find a particular request in your history. So instead of scrolling through your history section, you can save all your requests as a group for easier access. So let's create our first collection. To create a new collection, we can start by creating a new request first. Then we can create a new request from that. We can attach that new request to the new collection that we are going to create. Okay, so new request, then save the request, then connect that, then create a new collection and save that new request in the new collection. So these are the 4 steps that we're gonna do here. This is our third exercise, that's 1.3. So let me get into our Postman. Yeah, so this is our request. Let me copy this. So these are my existing requests, first API collection. But what I'm gonna do is absolutely, let me completely come out of this. So I'll click on new, because this is my workspace. What is workspace, that we will discuss later. But for now, we will be talking about collections. So let me click on new. You see that new. So it opens up a window, a new window. So this window consists of building blocks of Postman and advanced building blocks and advanced components. Okay, so the building blocks, a request, HTTP request is basically get type, and a WebSocket a request, gRPC, GraphQL, collection. Directly you can create collection from here. You can directly create a workspace from here and environment here. And these are advanced one that we'll see later. But what I'm gonna do for now is I'll create a request first. So then how can we save this request in our collection? That's what the important, that's the way it works. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'll click on this http request. So now we got the http request. So I will copy, I'll paste our endpoint, and with the our endpoint with the http request. So let me save it now. So that's done. So let me click on save. You can see that save button here, save soft button. So let me click on save. So now it's asking which API collection should I save. So if you want to add a description, you can add a description for this. So for this request, this is the request name, and the description is the first API request from the Postman. Okay, so then these are my existing, but I want to go with a new collection. So I'll click on new collection. So it's asking to name our new collection. So I'll say this is first my first API collection. So this is what we have created. So now let's click on create. So save to my workspace. So you should see that my first API collection has been created. So you can see here also, now this request has been attached with this. So now I have to just click. If you want to add a new folder in this or whatever you want to do, you can do that, but for now let's save this. And it got saved. That's it. You see that now at this portion clearly, my first API collection, and inside that our first request, our first API request. Let me send it just for fun. That's it. This is the response in the response pane. So that's how we create our first request and save it into a first collection. And the second way of just creating a collection is to click on new button, new soft button, and click on collection. You see that the new collection has come. The name I'm gonna say uh, direct collection creation. Okay, and click enter. You see that direct collection creation has been created, and you can delete the collections which are not required from here. So just click on delete. So I will delete these new collections which are not named, and that's how you can delete. And you can duplicate also, you can move, you can export. You see that run collection, add request, you can add a new request, add folder, mock collection, create a fork. A lot of things we can do. We'll do it. We can manage roles also, but for now let's leave it here. Thus far we have learned how to send a request and how to save this request to our Postman API collection. So now the question arises that, but where do we need to keep all those collections? We need some space. Where can we what can we do that? How can we maintain that isolation of projects? One project should be isolated with the other project in API. How can we do that? The answer for this question is Postman workspaces. Okay, so Postman workspaces enable you to organize and work together on API projects with your team. Within each workspaces, again, you can have a lot of options like share APIs, collections, environments, and other Postman elements. When you first open Postman, so you should you will be in your default personal workspace. You can create more workspaces for your personal use if it is required. You should see that these are my workspaces, and so two workspaces we have: my workspace and track workspace. Okay, so then if you want, we can create as many workspaces as possible. So what will we do is we'll create our first workspace, and we will name the workspace, and we'll choose the workspace visibility also. Let's get into the action. So first, let me click on select let me click on this workspaces menu item on the header. So here in this, we have to select a create workspace to add a new workspace. So we can also search for the existing workspaces using the search bar that you can see on the left portion of this window, and or else we can simply create a new workspace, whichever is fine. So I'll click on this new workspace, click on create new workspace. Then we new it will take you to the new page. So that's a create workspace page. So here we have to enter a name and optional summary for our workspace. So the name of the workspace is API exploring multiverse, API exploring universe. That's what the name of the workspace. And summary, I'll mention the summary of the workspace. So here we will, we means all of you and me. So we will learn and try various API, various Postman functionalities in this universe. And let's choose a visibility now. So visibility determines who can access who can access this workspace. So let me select that visibility, which I'll go with a public, so that everybody can view. So we have few options in visibility. A personal workspace is visible only to you, only for us. So, and we have a private workspace, second one. So a private workspace is only visible to you and to any team members you have given an invite. And we have a team, so all team members can access it. And we have a public workspace, which is uh, visible to all Postman users, whether you have any connection with that Postman user or not. Okay, and they got with the new uh, option in this, that's the partner. So partner is only invited partners and team members can access. There's a new option that we got it. This is there recently. You see that? Absolutely new one. That's only for the enterprise versions. Okay. So now all done, all set. Now it's time to create a workspace. Let me click on create workspace. So that's it. So this is what our workspace, and it consists of a API exploring universe, the name of the workspace and description of the workspace. So now in this, what we are going to do is we will create our first ever collection in our universe, in our API universe. So to do that, let me click on create collection. So the new collection, this is universe planet 1. That's the collection name. So planet 1, I'd say Earth, that would be better. So universe Earth collection. So this is what the new collection. So that's it, the collection has been made. So now inside that, if you want to create a new request, just come down here, click on three dot icon, that's a view more icons, view more actions, and then you can create your request. Okay, just click on this and click on add a request, and you just copy paste the request uh, respective collection here, respective request here, and then you send a request. Okay, so for now I did not name it, so I'll keep it like that. So when we get back to this, we will create, or we can use the same request, and we will send a request. Okay, and we will save that request to this collection, so that we can complete we can just complete the uh, creating a workspace, creating a collection, and creating a request. That's what the main flow of Postman. So that's the reason. Okay, I will type it. So we'll go with that Postman and echo.com / we'll use just get, and this is our new request. I'll give that. This is entity 1. This is a request 1, entity 1, which gets entity 1 gets. So let me click on send, and here is the response. That's it. With that, we have successfully created a workspace. Inside that workspace, we have created a collection. Inside that collection, we have sent our first request, or we have called our first API. So thus far we have seen the basic components of a Postman, such as a workspace, collection, and a request. So now what would it be if you just want to just play around, if you just want to just try some API, and if it is not working, we'll just keep it aside, and we want to try it with another endpoint. If you don't if you're not receiving the data that you're expecting, so what are you gonna do? So for that, we have a playground. I call this as Postman Playground. It's a scratch pad. So the scratch pad is a space where you can work with you can work if you're using the Postman desktop app and not connected to Postman servers. When you aren't signed in or don't have a network connection, you can still access some Postman features offline, such as creating collections and requests or sending requests. So all your work in the Scratchpad is stored locally and isn't synced online with Postman. After working in the Scratchpad, you can later move your work into a workspace once you sign in. So let's enter, let's open the Scratchpad and let's do some activities in our Scratchpad. So let me click on settings, and a settings window opens up, pops up. Then you click on the Scratchpad, which is the third item in that menu. So click on Scratchpad. It will take you to the new page. That's a Scratch page, a Scratchpad window. This is completely, this environment belongs to Scratchpad. So if you sign out or your connection to Postman breaks, Postman displays a global banner at the top of the screen. You see that here? Um, so here it says working locally in Scratchpad. That's what we are doing. So if there is no network, or you can just switch to your workspace if there is a proper network. That's it's called a global banner at the top of the screen, indicating that you're already in the Scratchpad. You're already in the Scratchpad. So that's it. If we are signed out or if we do not have a network, then we can use this. And what are the features? So it consists of all the features that's similar to the normal, but it's reduced a bit. Mainly, you can see that on the screen on the leftmost portion. So you can create, and let me click on, this is a creating a new collection, and inside that new collection you can basically create a request, a folder, anything that you want. And in addition to that, as usual, if you click on a new, so similar, of course it's a few blocks were reduced here, 2 or 3 blocks. Other than that, everything. So you can create HTTP request, WebSocket request is, you need to be in workspace to perform this, okay? And gvrpc. So basically you can create, edit, rename or delete a collection, folder, environment, HTTP request, a WebSocket request, all of this. And we can send a request, and we can view our history or history of the send requests. We can write and execute test scripts and visualize visualizes and export collections and environments. You see that environments, APIs. Let me click on APIs, switch, okay, and environments, mock servers, monitors, and history. So we can even edit documentation for a collection of a request. So here, get started documentation is also available. So that's what if you just want to leave the Scratchpad, so ensure we have a proper network connection to Postman and sign into that. You just sign in back, and you'll get back to that. Or another best way to leave back to our uh, our workspaces is to just switch to a workspace by selecting workspaces item in the header menu, and select your respective workspace. Then you will be moving to the workspaces. Okay, so now that's what is our Scratchpad. Now what we can do, so what is the purpose of Scratchpad is mainly to, it acts like a playground. So now what will we do is we will create, we'll play around inside the playground. For that, let me click on settings and click on Scratchpad. Then once we enter inside the Scratchpad, So I'm going to create a first collection here. Okay, so I'll click on new workspace. So you need to be in a workspace. So I'll click on a first collection. Let me close this first. I'll click on a collection, create a new collection. The collection name is play 1. Okay, then once that's done, inside that you see that the play 1 has been created. So inside this I'm going to create a first request, that is add request. So the name of the request I'm going to give is task 1. So URL, so I would say http request. Okay, directly we can, sorry, request rec res.in / I'll go with an endpoint, so it's API endpoint, and then I'll just say unknown, so it should fetch my data. So that's it. So let's execute this task. Let's play a first ball. That's it. We have played well and we got the respective data. It's the employee ID, this is employee information, and of course this is a JSON. So we got this. So we are successful in our task 1. So we just want to save it first. So we will save this, and then after saving this we can export that. That's what we're gonna do. We'll export this data from the scratch pad. So what we have to do is let's save this. Done. It's been saved, and you can see that play 1, inside that we have a task 1. So now let's go to the scratch pad. We are inside the scratch pad. So inside that we have to find an option to export this data. So click on settings and click on scratch pad. Here and come down, click on export. So play 1 will be exported as a JSON file. So you want to export with version 2 or version 2.1. They were recommending version 2.1. I'm gonna go with version 2.1. Let me click on export. So now it's asking where should I export. So I will give my Postman directory. So let me take D, and inside that I'll like projects, and here I'll create a Postman. Yeah, yes, here I'll create scratch pad. That's it. So the play 1 dot Postman collection will be saved in this, and whenever you want to, so if this is as it is successful, I can import this into my workspace and I can use that. Okay, so this Postman has been exported because we are working offline. So the Postman collection has been, the play 1 collection has been exported to our local directory. Now it's time to import data from the scratch pad. So when you let's log back to our workspace. So let me get into our workspace. I'll go back to the API exploring universe. That's what I want. So here, so you should find an option called import. You see that here on top next to the API explorer universe, the name of our uh, workspace, you see that import option. So let me click on this import option, which is in the upper left corner, and it's the new window has been popped. So here we have to either drag the exported data dump collection or environment and put it here, or else you can just choose that file wherever it is there. So let me click on choose files, and it is there in IMLA project. So let me click on that and enter into the Postman, and this is a scratch pad, and here is our Postman collection. You see that all files play1.postman collection. That's it. So now we have to click on import to import it. So at this moment, universe API exploring universe, and it consists of, in this workspace we have only one collection, that is universe earth collection. So now I am bringing a play one collection. So let me import it. That's it. So it's been successfully, you can see that collection play one imported, and it's been successfully imported. So let me click on this, and that consists of a request, a task one. So let me click on send, and actually able to send. Yes, that's it. It's successful. So that's how we use a scratch pad. So we have seen scratch pad features and exported data from the scratch pad, and we have imported data from the scratch pad into our workspaces. So now we will also look into a bit complicated concept of Postman. That's knowing about the Postman agents. So Postman has multiple agents you can use to send your API requests. From the Postman web app, so the Postman desktop agent, the Postman cloud agent, or the Postman browser agent. So from the Postman web app, so we'll get into our Postman web app, and this is our Postman web app. You can see that, and this is my account. You see, now from this web app we can select the auto select toggle. Let me zoom it, and here is the option auto select agent, or we call this option as auto select toggle for Postman to automatically select the best agent for our requests. You can also manually select the agent for our requests. Even of course, we can use a desktop agent, or whichever is better. So the Postman agents, as we have discussed in our slide, it has three agents, and this Postman has three agents we can use to send our API requests. Okay, we can send API request through one of these agents. So we'll begin with the Postman desktop agent. The first one, the Postman desktop agent is a micro application that runs locally on our desktop. So it enables us to bypass the limitations that exist in the browser by allowing API requests to originate in the browser, but be routed through your local machine and network. The desktop agent overcomes the cross-object resource sharing. We call it as a CORS, the cross object resource sharing limitations of browsers and acts as your agent for making API requests from the Postman web app. So let's get into the Postman web app one more time. And here you can see agent selector. This we call it as agent selector. So you will be prompted to download and install the desktop agent. If you do not have, if it is installed, it's not an issue. So it will directly redirect to us. So that's what our agent selector. You should see this window. I'll click it again one more time. So let me click on, let me click on this auto select agent or agent selector, and it will drive you to the select a postman agent window, and here you'll find the complete information. So at this moment it's been auto selected. We have told it's been auto selected, so the postman will automatically select the best agent for your request, but it consists of three. One is cloud agent, desktop agent, and then browser agent. Okay, so now all are, so let me take off this option, let me off this option. So now out of which, if I click on desktop agent, it's prompting to download the desktop agent. However, I have downloaded it and I have locally, I have this desktop agent is running locally on my machine. So then we have the Postman Cloud. This is the cloud agent. You can see that the Postman Cloud agent enables us to bypass the limitations that exist in the browser by allowing API requests to originate in the browser, so but be routed through Postman's cloud servers. The cloud agent overcomes the coarse limitations of browsers and acts as your agent for making API requests from the Postman web. So our team, if we have a team, we can make a set number of requests using the cloud agent each month. So we can have a team's uses limitations or limits based on the plan type that we select. At this moment it's a free. If you want to make it upgrade, you can make it from here. Okay, in addition to that, to view our team's uses, how much we have used, that all can be done using the managing add-ons. Okay, so let me click on this. So we can send HTTP requests via Postman's or secure cloud servers. So then we have the browser agent, the Postman browser agent here. So the Postman browser agent sends API requests using a browser with some limitations. You might experience the coarse limitations of browsers when we use that browser agent. So however, we will either use most of the time we will use the desktop agent, or else we'll go with the cloud agent. So both are gives a high level functionality to us. So now let's select a Postman agent for our request. So if you do an auto select, so select auto select agent. So if we select that auto select agent, so then it will automatically select the best agent for our request, or else we can individually manually select the Postman agent to use for our request. For that we have to toggle off this auto select option, and then we can select all whichever the radio or whichever the service that we want by going for the clicking on each radio button. Okay, so if we send a request and it isn't successful because the best agent is not selected, if it is manually, we have, if we are selecting it manually, that problem can may come. So that's the reason I'm telling that before only. So we can use the provided link. So in this here, like uh, to 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 solve that issue. So if we have checked this desktop agent and it's not working, so then we have to click on this link to download the desktop agent and then install it, and then maybe it may work. And similarly browser agent, so that's how we can solve that issue too. So here they have clearly mentioned the browser agent sending your request through your browser comes with limitations. So what are those limitations that you can go through? Is this is called the course limitations, CORS. So web limitations are this, and updating the postman. So this is some information. You can see the scratch pad and all. So that's what the complex topic of this. That's the agents, the postman agents. So now it's time to customize our desktop, our postman desktop. To do that, what to do now? So we will get into the settings of our postman. That's what I call as setting up of a postman, setting up postman. So we'll look into the following topics. That's working with directory and all. So headers, user interface, themes. These are the main sections that we'll find in settings of that postman. So postman automatically chooses default values for some settings, so you can get a right to work. So make changes to settings at any time based on your use case or to customize your postman experience. So to change the settings in postman, we have to get into this top header and then get into the settings icon and click on this icon or select this icon. It will open this settings window. It will pops up the setting window. Inside that we can click on settings. That's one way, or else just say control plus comma. That's it. Either click on settings, close it, or just say control plus comma, control plus comma. This is for Windows, and you will find that. So the contents of it consists of a list of, it's a menu. So general, themes, shortcuts, data, add-ons, certificates, proxy, update, and about information. So now first we will look into the general settings. So use this settings on the general tab. This general tab. So this menu consists of few tabs. Out of that, the general tab is used to configure how Postman sends requests or to customize the Postman user interface. And you can see that it consists of different sections, out of which the most important section for us is a request section. So request section consists of different items in it, out of which the first one is trim keys and values in a request body. So that's off. So what does it mean? When you turn this on, when you turn this option on or this task on, uh, to trim parameters when sending requests with form data or URL encoded data. So I'll put off this for now, and then after that we have SSL certificate verification. When we turn on, when we turn this off, uh, to prevent Postman from checking the validity of SSL certificates when making requests. But when we put it on, so it's gonna do that SSL checking. It's gonna do the validation of. It will check for the validity of SSL certificates. So whenever we make a request, okay, let me put off this one. Then we have the third option, less task in that. That's always open sidebar item in new tab. So this is when we put on this, by default when you select a sidebar item, Postman opens it in the previous tab, and turn this on always open sidebar items in a new tab. Let me put this off. And then the fourth one, always ask when closing unsaved tabs. That's what we have put this on. So by default, Postman asks if you want to save any unsaved changes when closing a tab. So turn this off to always discard unsaved changes when closing a tab. Sorry. So then we have a language detection here. So by default, Postman automatically detects the correct media type for the response body based on the content type header. So sorry. So select JSON to always use JSON rendering for the response body. So basically anyway we'll get the JSON rendering only. However, I'll go with the auto for now. Okay, but if you want only JSON forever, you can just click on to the JSON option. Then we have the timeout. So request timeout in milliseconds. So when we enter how long, that too specifically in milliseconds, Postman will wait for a response before timing out. If you enter 0, Postman will wait for a response forever. It will keep on. For here I'll put 45. So after 45 milliseconds, okay, there is some bug in this, so I have to report this bug to the Postman community. Okay, I'll do that. That's okay. It's flickering continuously. That's fine. It happens sometime. So then what I'll do is, let me close this and open it again. So control comma. Okay, that's fine. So basically that's what is our request timeout. Then we have a max response size in MB. So for that we have mentioned the 50 MB. So enter the largest response size, that too in megabytes, that Postman will download. For responses that exceed this limit, Postman asks you if you want to increase the size limit or download the response. If you enter 0, Postman downloads responses of any size. Rendering large responses may affect Postman's performance. So then the next option that we have here is request validation. So just turn this off to prevent Postman from attempting to validate requests in collections linked to an API schema. So then we have the working directory here. You scroll down and you'll find the working directory. When you send a form data or a binary file with a request body, Postman saves a path to the file as a part of the collection. The file path is relative to your working directory. Says Postman, for example, if it is uses some working directory in C, so that's what you see, that location. This is the Postman location, and in addition to that the forward slash files will be our working directory. So that's the default working directory. So if we want to use a different working directory, then we have to click on select. So what I will do is I will change this to from scratch pad. Okay. Oh, okay, we have selected it before also. So let me click on this. Okay, from scratch pad just to Postman. So I'll click. This is first workspace. This is my work directory. That's work there. That's what I'm gonna put. So it's a main work there, and I'll select this. So now that's what the working directory for us, and we can allow reading files outside the working directory. or else we can't. We don't need to allow, or we don't need to allow that. That depends upon whether you want to allow it or not. So to make collaboration easier, store files in your working directory. So storing files in your working directory ensures that requests in shared collections always work as long as you and your teammates use the same files and working directory location. So so we can't change the working directory in the Postman web app. I'm talking about the web app. So there it's not possible. It's a pretty difficult task to be done. So when you upload a file, the Postman web app creates a new folder with a random name in our Postman directory in our local machines. Postman stores the uploaded file in the new folder, so you can use it when sending requests to automatically sync files you upload to the Postman web app with your local working directory. So make sure we are using the Postman desktop agent. You select the desktop agent, or else simply click on auto select. Click on toggle to the auto select on. Okay, and now let's see the header settings. Here is that header settings. In header, we have a few more things to be discussed. One is send no cache header, the first one. So recommended is to turn this off. Basically, by default it's off, but we can, when we turn this on, to send a cache control no cache header with each request. So the no cache directive forces the server to revalidate each request and ensures you get an up-to-date response. Then we have a send postman token header. So this is a default one. We'll put it on. So when we turn this on to send a random postman token with an XML HTTP request, sending a random token ensures the receiving server handles one request at a time. So even when the requests send with the some parameters, with the same parameters, the token can also aid debugging and help you distinguish between the requests on the server side. So then we have one more, that's a retain headers when clicking on links. Default is off. So when you select a link in a response, Postman creates a new get request with the link URL. So just to turn this on to keep the headers from the earlier request and the new request. That's it, nothing much. So retaining headers is useful if you mainly access protected resources. Then the final one in this header section, automatically follow redirects. Turn this off to prevent requests that return 3xx, that's a 3 times the series response from automatically redirecting. Then the most important one that we have is uh, user interface. So remove from here, we can remove tabs. You see that we have to pen view, show icons with a tab names and variable, it's autocomplete and default documentation. So that's what. So we can select variable auto completion, so it will select variable auto completion. Then we have show icons with the tab names. This, when we turn this off, to hide the icons that appear next to tab names. Then we have a two pane view. So by default the postman displays a responses below requests. So turn this on to display the response and request panes. Now we'll also look into the postman browser agent. So let me close this and say control comma, and you see that these are the settings that we have here. So now I'm talking about the user interface, and here you can find the remote tabs. So remote tabs, Postman web app only. So use tabs in your browser to navigate Postman instead of in-app tabs. Okay. So then we have editor settings. So let me get back to the editor setting at the bottom most. So here you can find out the font family. So this is the font family that we are using. So font size in px, I'll increase it so to 13, that's fine. 14, okay. 18, that's okay. So indentation count is 4, absolutely fine. I don't want to touch it. And indentation type, so select here, we can select the indentation character type to use it. So either we can go for the space or tab. So I'll go to the space because 4 spaces we have given, or you can say tab also with saying count 1 tab, whichever is fine. Then we have auto close brackets. So when we turn this on, to automatically add a closing bracket when you enter an opening bracket. So then we have auto close quotes. You see that here. When we turn, if we turn this on to automatically, we will turn this on to automatically add a closing quotation mark when we enter an opening quotation mark. Then the last one here is application. So select, we can select basically from here we can send anonymous usage data to Postman. So Postman gathers basic anonymous usage data to help with product improvement. So we can turn this off to stop sending anonymous usage data to Postman. So now we will move on to the themes tab in the settings window. So here we can see the themes. We can select a light or dark theme for Postman. So or else we can go with the system default one, whichever is fine. So then shortcuts. This is very helpful tab in Windows in settings window. So the shortcut tab displays all the keyboard shortcuts available in Postman. To turn off keyboard shortcuts, we can select the shortcuts toggle. So when we off it, we can't use that. We can't use the shortcuts. Anyway, so these are some of the shortcuts which we can see on the screen. So we can open new tab with Control plus T, and we can switch to last tab Control plus 9 and request. We can request a URL using Control plus L, and we can save request Control plus C, and we can save request as is Control plus Shift plus C, and we can send a request as Control plus Enter. So let's do that. Okay, let me close this and we'll come back to here. So this is our API, and what I'm gonna do is I will I want to get a specific user. So for that, what I'm gonna do is, instead of fetching all users, I'll click on API and I'd say users, and you see that in users section. Okay, users, that's what the endpoint, and inside that endpoint I'll specifically fetch page 2. Okay, it's a page 2, page equals to 2. You see that page 1 and then page 2. So I'll say control enter. So it's, there is some issue. Okay, this page 2, so you see that the parameters, this is what we have mentioned. This is our endpoint till here, till users. After the question mark, we'll start mentioning our parameters. Either we can do it from here or we can do it from the parameters section, whatever is the way. But anyway, could not send a request. So what I'll do is I'll change it now. I'll go for the another type of user. So I'll go for the single user. From this endpoint, I'll select the user which is number 2, and I'll say control control enter, and could not send a request again. So because of that request timeouts, we have faced some issues. So I'll make it back to 0. So that's it, and I'll save it. Okay. The ones you given to 0, that's more than enough. So now let me close this and let's run this using a shortcut. That's control plus enter, and it's sending a request, and we have received the response to, and but this time it has called only one ID. That's ID number 2. That's ID number 2. Okay, and the avatar, this is the information about that ID, which consists of the email, first name, last name, and the avatar is the name of that ID. Okay, so that's how we use a shortcut. And I'll say control comma. Yeah, we got that. So these are the shortcuts here, and that's how we use the shortcuts to quickly do the activities without moving across or navigating through the user interface of our Postman. So then we have few more. We can use few more shortcuts for the sidebar, to search the sidebar and to toggle the sidebar. Control plus backward slash, and cut item. These are the normal ones to rename. Group items, cut item, copy, paste is common as usual, and duplicate and then delete. Just enter delete. The zoom in, zoom out, control plus plus plus, control minus plus minus minus, that's the zoom out, zoom in. So let's do that and we'll get back. So control, use that, and minus, zoom in, zoom out, and that's it. That's fine. Okay, so that's how we use the zoom in, zoom out, and control comma to get into our settings and shortcuts. So few more. Here is that Windows and models and console. So to clear the console and then search the console. So that's it. That's about the shortcuts. So now we have a data tab in this. So we use the data tab to request a bulk export of Postman data, or to import data. To begin the export process, we have to select export data. So we can choose to export. Alright, let's take into the browser. We can choose to export our collections, environments, or both. So we will receive an email when your dump file is ready to download. So that's what about the, and similarly we can import. So we can import dumping file. A dump file may overwrite your existing collections and environments. So we have to be careful when you're dealing with this option. So I don't encourage you to use when you are at the beginner level, but I'm just showing the options that are available. Okay, so then we have add-ons. So we can select this link. So download Newman from npm. That's a node package manager. So and then we can include we can install Postman's command line companion. That's a Newman. So when we integrate a Newman with a Postman collections with our build system and runs, we can run automated API tests. So we can connect we can connect this with our DevOps pipelines. We can connect this with our Jenkins pipeline, and then we can run automated API tests and automated API calls. So for we can use a Newman, a command line integration with Newman. Newman, you can click on this Newman to download the Newman from npm for this. Then we have certificates. We can use the CS certificate basically, and then client certificates. Use the certificates tab to add and manage CS certificates and client certificates in Postman. Then we have proxy. So proxy is basically, we can use this proxy tab to configure proxy settings for connecting to online services and sending API requests. Then we have updates tab, and here we can automatically download major updates if you enable it. So but for now I have disabled it, but anyway I'll keep it enabled so that I can download the major updates, and then or else it will check for the updates. At this moment I'm up to date. So with the Postman version 10.9.4, this is the latest version. It's absolutely up to date. Okay. Then we have a about of the Postman. So this is the Postman version, user interface version, desktop, and then architecture. So yeah, that's all about Postman settings option. So far we have created our workspaces, we have created our collections, and we have created or we have sent our API requests. So now it's time to look into the way to export it and the way to import it from and out of our Postman desktop environment. So a Postman can import and export Postman data, including collections, environments, data dumps, and globals. Postman can also import non-Postman data in the form of API schemas to help you consolidate your API development workflow. So, here we will import data into Postman. For that, we will get into our Postman, and let me close this one for now. And uh, to import collections or any API specifications directly into Postman, so we have to click on import soft button. Let me zoom it. Yeah, it's enough. Is it visible for you? I hope it is. So this button I'm saying, I'll zoom it completely, and here is that. So this import button, so we'll click on this import button, and it opens up, it pops up a window. So inside that window, so uh, you can import either file or a complete folder or a link. This is the folder. We can basically import from folder from our computer, and here it's files. We have to choose a link. Either we can provide a link here with the JSON format or raw text, so that we can use a curl, and code repositories. We can get it from the code repository. For that you have to say GitHub or Bitbucket or GitLab or Azure, whichever is. Then finally we can use API gateway. So API gateway, Amazon web services API gateway or Azure API management, whichever is the one we can include. Okay, so if we have anything we can import from the GitHub. So let's click on import in the left navigation button. So once we clicked on, so this window opens up, and then here we can import from that code repositories from GitHub also. So Charan API, you're leaving the Postman and you're being directed to this https.github.com. To complete the authorization, we have to click on continue. So that's it. So we are entering into my GitHub account. So it's asking me for the permission to authorize the Postman, then it's done. So Postman by Postman Incorporation. So these are all repositories that we have here. So I have to give a grant request. So I'm granting request. So password it's asking. Let me, yeah, I'm gonna click on yes. It's granted the the permission has been granted. So then I have to say authorize Postman Labs. Let me authorize that so that it can fetch the data. So GitHub, you're authorized. You can close this tab and continue in Postman. That's it. So now let me get back to the Postman. So we can import from the code repositories. So now it's been authorized. So now whatever we mentioned there, so that can be imported. So if we have specifically API files, so those can be selected and then imported. And here you should see, so it's been authenticated on GitHub as this. Yeah, of course this is my account. So now this consists, this organization, there are two organizations. One is VTI automation team, that's Volvo Trucks India automation, Volvo automation team. Then Surya Charan Tesla. Let me select one. So inside that we have few repositories. That's Jenkins automation script. Let me select. And inside that we have only two branches, main and master. So I can select one branch, and if I click continue, so the whole data will be fetched here. Okay. So that's the process. So that's how we import data into our local machine through the import option. Okay. Similarly, we have imported from the GitHub repositories. Similarly, we can authorize other uh, other code repositories also, such as Bitbucket. Okay, we can do it for the GitLab repositories. We can do it for the Azure DevOps repositories, but the process may slightly different. But authorization, once authorization is done, rest all fall in place. So I'll close this for now. So now let's find out a way to export Postman data that you have created. Okay, so we can export our Postman data, including collections, environments, data dumps, and globals as JSON files. You can import these files back into any Postman instance or use them with Newman. So Postman's command line collector, basically Postman's command line collection runner. Either anyway, so either the way we can do that. Okay. So then what we have else? It's either now anything we can export collection or request or even workspaces. So now let's export and see. So we can export the files and all the information. Okay, so now let's export. For that we have to click on more actions icon. So you see that here. So whichever we want to export, let me click on this, because this is one collection, this is another collection. So now this collection, this is the collection I want to export. Then I have to select that collection. Or if I want to export this requests, of course there are no requests, there are no environments, no mock servers, no monitors, no flows. That's okay. So let me click on to the collections, and this is our collection. So I want to export this one, so I'll click on this more actions icon, and then I'll scroll down a bit. So when I scroll down a bit, I would find out export item in this. So I'm zooming it. This is what I'll zoom it. You see that? And yep, this is what an export. So I'll click on this, and it's asking to export as a JSON format. That's fine, but collection version 2 or collection version 2.1. So it's recommending that. So now let me click on I'll go with the collection version 2.1 only, and I'll click on export. So this is the Postman, this is my working directory. So here it's gonna export it. So let me save it. That's it. Your collection was exported successfully. So now let me minimize. Now let me zoom out. Okay, so zoomed out. So now similarly we can export environments. For that you have to come to the environment. If you have defined any environment here, you have to go to the more actions icon and then you have to basically export it. And similarly we can do for the data dumps. So that for data dumps, what we have to do is we have to get into the settings icon and click on settings and go to the data tab, and inside the data tab if you have a data, so basically you can either export the data dumps from here. Okay, exporting data from here, that's what is the exporting data dumps. And similarly we can uh, this export page when we can also do some scheduling and all that information. So for that but that's for the exporting data dumps. When you export a data dump, we can schedule your data dump, we can transfer the data dump at a certain schedule. That's how it works. Okay, so that's what is all about or importing and exporting of the data. Looking to the best way to use a proxy, using a custom proxy. So a proxy is an intermediary server that sits between a client application like a postman. So a postman is kind of a proxy, and the destination server that the client is communicating with, like a API. So the proxy server acts as a security barrier, making requests on your behalf to websites and other internet resources, and preventing others from accessing your internal network. By default, the Postman desktop app uses your system's configured proxy to send API requests or access the internet. If needed, you can enter authentication details for the default proxy in the Postman desktop app. You can also configure Postman to use system proxy or a custom proxy when sending requests. So let's configure the default proxy. So if we have configured a proxy for our local system, the Postman desktop uses the Postman desktop app uses this proxy by default to send API requests or access any online resources. So let's select to configure the default proxy. So what we are going to do is we will get into the Postman desktop app and specifically the settings icon. That's where on the settings icon, which is in the header, and we will select that settings icon, and then we have to select the proxy tab. You see that a scratch pad, click on settings, and inside the settings icon click on settings. Then we'll find the proxy tab here. You see that you click on proxy tab, then under the default proxy configuration, select the checkbox next to this proxy requires authentication. So we have to check this proxy requires authentication. When you check this, then we have to enter the username and password required by the proxy server. You see that we have to give username and password, and then once you give the username and password, then we have to click save and restart the Postman. That's it. So that's how we can use our this thing or use our proxy authentication. And we can also use a proxy. We can use the system proxy for requests also. For that, under the proxy configuration, you see that proxy configuration for sending requests. So specify a proxy setting to act as an intermediary for requests sent through the builder in Postman. So these configurations. So now here we use the system proxy. This is the system proxy. The top one is the default proxy. Default proxy configuration is the one the Postman uses the system's proxy configuration by default to connect to any online services or to send API requests, whereas the system proxy here that we have. So we can click on, we can check this, select the checkbox if you want the Postman to use the HTTP proxy, HTTPS proxy, and no proxy environment variables configured for your operating system. Then we have few more options down. Add a custom proxy configuration. So if you check that, we can use a custom proxy for a request. So to configure a custom proxy to send API requests using a proxy server other than your system proxy, you can you can send HTTP requests, HTTPS requests using this. So both type of requests through the custom proxy. Okay. So basically, we will let me check this. So we got that. Now we have to give this information. So now we have to enter the following information. The first one is proxy type. What is a proxy type? So we have to select the type of requests you want to send through proxy server, either HTTP and HTTPS. Either of these are selected by default. So normally both are selected by default. So you can select either of this or both. So then it's asking proxy server. So we have to enter the host name or IP address of the proxy server and the port number. So if we include the port number, so where the service is running, so then obviously we can use that proxy server. So here you can see the port number. Okay, just IP and then port number. So then we have proxy auth, that's in off. So authentication, just turn this toggle off, toggle if the proxy server requires a basic authentication, and enter the username and password here for the proxy server. Then we have the proxy bypass. So enter a comma separated list of hosts. Requests sent to these hosts won't use the custom proxy. So that's how we can add a custom proxy configuration. And so this will be useful when you want to connect with an external server. But this will be useful in actual use case, in a production use case. Okay. So that's what our custom proxy, using a custom proxy, works. Now it's time to deep dive into the requests. So here, as sending requests or requests are pretty much important, and as part of API, so we would explore in detail about, we will discuss in detail about the requests. We will begin with building requests. We can send requests in Postman to connect to APIs you are working with. Your requests can retrieve, add, delete, and update data. Whether you're building or testing your own API or integrating with a third-party API, you can send your requests in Postman. So your request can send parameters, authorization details, and anybody data you require. For example, if you are building a client application such as a mobile or web app for a store, you might send one request to retrieve the list of available products, another request to create a new order including the selected product details, and a different request to log a customer into their account. So when you send a request, Postman display the response as I'll show you. So this is the first one. Okay. When we send a request, Postman displays a response received from the API server in a way. You see that this is how it looks. So if it is necessary, we can actually visualize it also if you want to, and if you want to troubleshoot it, we can do it. Okay. So here, what all we are gonna do in building requests section of Postman is we'll create some requests, and then we will add a request details. It's not that a simple request will give and we'll send that a request. In addition to that, we will add we'll set up the request URL, and we'll select the request method, and we will send parameters also. We'll send parameters. It's not the direct endpoint. In addition to the endpoint, we will send parameters. Then we'll send body data also, and authenticating the requests and configuring request headers and auto-generated headers also we can use that. So these things specifically we'll see. In addition to that, we will also look into the choosing the custom settings and troubleshooting our requests in case of any issue comes. In case of we are unable to fetch the data or post the data, then we have to troubleshoot. So anyway, we'll begin with creating requests. uh, your requests can include multiple details determining the postman data postman. So we'll send it to the API you are working with. Enter a URL and choose a method. Obviously, enter a URL and choose a method, and optionally specify a variety of other details such as params, authorization, headers, body, pre-request script, tests and settings. These are we call it as details of the uh, postman call or URL or postman endpoint, okay, or request. These are all called the details of the postman request. So now in this we can create a new request. Let's create a new request from a postman home screen by using new button. Let me zoom it. Yeah, using this new soft button, we will create a new request. I'll click on this, and now, yeah, now I'll click on HTTP request. This is one way, or we can directly select on a plus symbol here, and we can create that one. Okay, so for now I'll go with this method, new and HTTP request. Yeah, it's been created. Now let me zoom out, and this is the request URL. This is where we have to paste it. Okay, now we haven't given the name, so we have to give a name to this, and then we have to select in a specific collection. So the name I'm gonna give for this, I'll click on this. Okay, let me click on save as. So the request name I'm going to mention here is, this is part of that. I will the request name would be building request. That's what, building request example. So which collection? I'll go with the universe earth collection. So that's what we have created. So I'll go with this one, and I will save it into that array collection. So that's it. You see that it's part of universe earth collection and building request X. If you want to change the name, you can change it from here. It's not an issue. Okay. So now once our new tab, once this tab is opened, and we can specify all the details for our request. So we'll begin with, so here we will add the request first, and then we'll add the request details. So the first detail that we are going to add is the request method. So if we have a request that you want to run, we will need to know the URL method and other optional values such as auth and parameters. You see that parameters, authorization headers. So to test sending a request in Postman, we can set the URL. We'll take the same example of URL. That's https // and then postman, then echo.com. Okay, and method get, and then select send. Okay, so body, we got value 1. It's not the data. Okay, so postman sta, okay, we are choosing https and postman echo.com / get. Okay, so status is 404. It's not found, so we have received that this one is not fetching the data. So that's how it works. Like if uh, if a URL that you have mentioned, the endpoint is not responding, or if we are or the request that you have made is not proper, so the status will be 404. The request resource could not be found but may be available again in the future. So that's how it works. Like this is the demonstration of a request which is not working. Okay, now let's set request URLs first. We will detail the request URLs. This is task and 2.1. So setting request URLs. So each request you send in a Postman requires a URL representing the API endpoint you are working with. So each operation you can perform using an API is typically associated with an endpoint. So each endpoint in an API is available at a particular URL. So this is, so in this what we have entered is also an endpoint with the HTTP object, HTTP method. Okay, so now if we are building an API, the URL will typically be the base location plus path. That's it. So the base location plus path. For example, HTTPS uh, / and postman echo hyphen echo.com /get. This is the URL that we have used here. So in this, https colon /postman echo.com. Only this part, postman echo.com, is the base URL, and /get is the endpoint path. Okay, and / is the endpoint path. These are like, so normally that's what happens. Okay, another example we will take is for example, we can take one more example. So here I'll create a new one. Okay, for now I'll take this shortcut. So anyway, let me go to the collections. So we are in, yes, we are in universe earth collection. So in this, I'll click on this plus symbol. Okay, and the name, I'll save this first. A request name, this is sending request. Detail sending request URLs, that's the name I'm gonna give. Okay, and I'll select okay, API exploring universe. So uh, that's what our workspace. And if I want, I can place it inside that. That's okay. So now let me select save this. Okay, now inside the API exploring universe workspace, inside the universe earth collection, you see this is the sending request URL. So here first I will type base URL, that's https http, then I colon /rec res.in. So that's what the base, URL. On top of that, I can add endpoints. So now first I will add my first endpoint is API users. This is our first endpoint. Okay, so now once I click this question mark, I can attach the parameters. So now I will type the parameters. So I'll type parameter is page 2. You see that automatically here, automatically the parameter is typing up, typing down. So either I can type directly from here or I can type there, it will be taken. So page equals to 2. So that's it. This is one endpoint. So I'll just rename this URL endpoint 1. Yeah, then I'll send a request, and you see that we got the details of the page 2. Okay, similarly we'll create one more. We'll have a same base, but the endpoint varies. Let me save this first to our collection. So again, sending a request URL and endpoint 2. Let me save this. Yeah, save to universe earth collection. Now what I'm gonna do is I'll get into the previous one. I'll just copy this because the base is remained same. So I'll paste it and I'll remove the endpoint. I'll keep the base URL. So on top of the base URL, I'm gonna call another endpoint. So this endpoint is gonna give complete list of users. Okay, so for that, API and unknown. Okay, when I say API unknown, and I'll call this, and this one is the endpoint, this /, This till this part, it's the base, and this is the endpoint. So now let me send a request. Let me call the request. Now you see that we got the complete information. So we got almost all users, ID1, ID2, ID3, ID4, ID5, all employees records we got. Then we will call a one more endpoint. So this endpoint is gonna fetch only one user, so with an id 2. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll click on this again and I'll save it. I'll type a name, that's sending url, sending rec urls and endpoint 3. So let me save this first. Once it's saved, let's copy that base url from endpoint 2. So I'll paste it here. So now I will attach the endpoint. So endpoint will API unknown. Inside that I'm gonna call just one, that is 2. Okay, this is one endpoint. So where this endpoint will fetch you only employee 2. Let me call this API. Let me call this API endpoint. And you see that this time we got only one employee record, that's id2 employee record. So uh, that's how the difference between a base url and then the difference between base url and endpoint path, we can say endpoint path, can be demonstrated. Okay, now for example, if we are using a third party API, your API provider will supply the URLs you need, for example, within their developers documentation. So any endpoint, if you see, let me show just for the demonstration. Volvo developer portal. Let me click on developer portal Volvo Trucks. Yep, so you see that here, this is the complete documentation that we have, and you see this is my account settings and sign out, and here are the endpoints, all endpoints we have. So each, this is a catalog. Total we have few products. Okay, out of these products, and each product will have endpoints inside. So let me show that API specification, and here again we have few endpoint path. You see that /scores, the base URL, you can see that it's clearly written. Let me show you, explain that. Of course, if you want to access, still you cannot access, because this is very secure, a secure API that I've seen in my life. So only I can access. So even for the developers who is working inside the Volvo, for them also it's very difficult. Okay, so I have accessed all those things, so I became expert of API. That's fine. So this is our base URL, and then after this we have our endpoints. So this is our endpoint path. I hope you got it. This is for one, and similarly we can look into the others. So let me scroll, and if I go to this one, and so this is our base URL, api.volvotrucks.com/vehicle. This is our base URL, and on top of that we have /vehicles is our endpoint, /vehicle positions is our endpoint, and forward slash vehicle statuses is our another endpoint path. So when we call that, we'll get the specific data tables which are placed in those endpoints. I hope you got the complete distinction. You should able to make the distinction between endpoint and then base URL, because that's pretty much important to understand what is an endpoint. So when you start typing in the URL input field, Postman will present a drop-down list of previously used locations. So this is what I'm talking. We can use to autocomplete. So Postman will have an auto completion option also that we have selected anyway. So when we just say http colon forward double forward slash to the start of our URL, if you don't okay, and one more thing is without specifying this also we can call it, because by default the Postman will take it that http colon forward slash double forward slash, so that it depends upon uh, we if we don't need to specify a protocol specifically. If it is http, or else we can mention, it doesn't make much difference. Postman will automatically add http colon forward slash to the start of our URL if we don't specify a protocol. Okay. So now let's look into the selecting request methods. That's the second exercise here. So task 2.1.1. So this is 1.0. So selecting request methods. So by default, Postman will select the get method for new request. You see that get method for new request. So get methods are typically for retrieving data from an API endpoint. We can use a variety of other methods to send data to our APIs, including let me write those: post, then put, post add a new data, put replace existing data, then we have a patch, update some existing data fields, then we have delete, then we have delete. So delete deletes the existing data. So what will we do? We will, by default we are using get method, and we're gonna use different other methods. Okay, for that let's create a new request. Again, click on this plus symbol and click on save and type select rec methods and click save and click on save. So for example, if we are working with an API for a to-do list application, one example, so we might use a get method to retrieve the current list of tasks, and then we use a post method to create a new task, and put or patch method to edit an existing task. So basically Postman supports a number of extra request methods by default, and we can use custom methods also. So select the method from this drop down menu. You see that drop down button from when you click on this drop down button, it will populate a list of the methods that we can use, and edit the method name text and save your new method. So we can save our new methods here also. Let me click on post or put, patch, delete, copy, head, options, link, unlink, purge, lock, unlock. So we have lot. Let me click on unlink. Yeah. So this is how we can select our methods from here. So if you want to delete any icon, any method from here, you can just click on this delete icon, the bin icon. You click on that bin icon, it will be deleted. So now what will we do is, so if your request doesn't require parameters or authentication, you can select send to fetch a response. Otherwise, specify our parameters here or here. Anywhere we can do that, and only body data you need to send to the API for body data is here. And if you don't need to send data with your request, set up any required authentication and headers. So here we will have authentication and then headers here. You see that are headers. So let's look into our next activity. That's task 2.1.2. So sending parameters. So we can send path, query and parameters. We can send path parameters and query parameters with our requests using the URL field and param tabs. Either we can mention here at this part, that's the URL, or we can directly mention in the params tab. Okay, this is params tab and this is the URL. Either way we can do that. Okay, so now how can we do it using first we'll do with the URL method. Okay, so for the URL method, that too will specifically do with the query parameters. So let me write that there are two types. One is query parameters. So this can be done and either using let me type that, either using URL field or params tab. And similarly we have a second one, that's the path parameters. That's path parameters and form a part of the request URL and a reference using the placeholder preceded by colon. So this we can do it using URL field using colon. Okay, so now let's look into that exactly how can we write a query parameters. So for that we'll create a new request. Let me save this and type it as a sending, I'll say query param. Okay, and let me save this. Sending query params, that's what. And the first one is in URL, using URL field. So query parameters are appended to the end of the request URL. So let me show that. Let us take one example with the same example we will take, that's the HTTPS Postman echo HTTPS www.postmanecho.com. So here we will say we want two parameters, basically two parameters we want from this. So for that what I'll do is I will directly use uh, URL field to fetch those parameters. So what I'm going to do is we have to mention question mark. So when we say query parameters are appended to the end of the request URL following a question mark. You see that this question mark following a question mark, and after the question mark we have to list in key value pairs which are separated by ampersand using this syntax. Let me write that. So I have attached the for question mark, then I would say key value pair, so id equals to 1, and I want to put one more parameter without any spaces, and so I'll type a new. So these are the two key value pairs, so which is okay, yeah, here I should have a question mark. Let me, yeah, so you see that these are the two value pairs. We have key value pairs we given it1 and type new. So now let's call that. This is one type. This is query parameter using URL field, and it's fetching, it's calling the request, and we got that a complete HTTP page. Okay, so then we'll take one more example for this. So this time we will call a single page using a single parameter. So I'll take HTTP request. This is a base image. HTTP request. So in this base URL, so I'll take this base URL. Okay, HTTP request.in. This is our base URL, and I'll attach an endpoint. Our endpoint is API and its users. Okay, this is our endpoint. Now I want to attach a parameter using URL field. For that, what I'm going to do is it's a question mark. It's a question mark here. So then automatically my params will be auto populated or auto highlighted with the green with the green mark on it. So now I'm going to attach the parameter. So I'll say page 2. Page equals to 2. That's what I want. So page equals to 2. Let me send this. And this is here. You see that? We got the page 2. Page 2 data. This is a page 2 data. In page 2, we have ID 7, ID 8, ID 9, ID 10, ID 11, ID 12, and many more. So just look into this. So total, how many parameters we have? We have outside the parameters or 4 parameters. So now I'll call for the page 3, and we'll see. Yeah, we got the page 3, and total per page we have 6 pages inside this, and total 12, and total pages. Now let's so total, for total page we have 6 employee records. And let me scroll down. That's it. This doesn't have anything, just okay. So we have only 2 pages. Okay, anyway, but that's how we can query our query parameters using URL method. So then we have a second way of doing the query parameter. To send a query parameter, we can add it directly to the URL or open params, either URL or open params. This time what I'm going to do is I will remove this question mark. So I'll click on this params, and you can see that in query params you can find out this. You read this query params. So I'll attach the parameters from here directly. So what's the parameter we have used before? The same parameter I'll use, page, that's the key value, and then that's the key and value I'm gonna give the second page I want, and I'll click on, you can see that I'll click on send. Okay, and you got that response. And this time I'm gonna, if you want to add a one more, so we can add it, but that's how it works. Yes, you see, we got it, this information exactly. Clear? So that's how a query parameter can be queried, can be sent either using URL field or using params option. Okay, params section in Workbench. And the second tab that we have is path parameters. You see that this is the path parameters, so we'll use a URL field. So the path parameters form part of this request URL and are referenced using the placeholders preceded by colon, as in the, else we'll show you that. So let me create a new request. So I'll name it, I'll save it first and I'll name it. This is sending path para. This is sending a path para or parameter. And let me save this. And let's give that. So for this, what we can mention is for the path parameter. So I will use the similar example. So I'll just copy this from here. So this URL and with the base URL and endpoint I'm gonna take. So I'll keep it here in the path parameter. So I'll paste it here. So rest all I'll remove. I'll keep the URL and then endpoint, base URL and then endpoint. So now path parameters form part of the request URL. So and are referenced using the, and they are referenced using placeholders preceded by colon, and after the colon we have to mention the whatever we want. So here I'll say page, that's it. Okay, and I'll click OK. So now to send a query parameter, so you see that after attaching the colon and then a parameter, so it's been taken into path variables or path parameters. So to send a query parameter, add it directly to the URL or open params. Either way we have did it. So and enter the name and value. When you enter the when you enter your query parameters in either the URL or the params field, these values will update everywhere they are used in Postman. But where here it doesn't happen. So that's the distinction I want you to make. Let me show you that example. So these are query parameters. You see that page from here after the endpoint. This is what then we will attach a question mark, and after that you will mention your variables. Okay, these are the query parameters we have taken. So automatically it was taken into this. Okay, or else if I gave it here as query params using option, still it will be taken, whereas here the value should be the value we have to mention here. So here I have said page, and after that, but before that, one more thing we have to do here. So parameters aren't automatically URL encoded here, so that's very important path. So we have to right click for this one, right click, select the text, and then click on this three dot icon and you will find encode URL component to manually encode a parameter value. That's it. This is pretty much important. So once you do that, so then what we can do is we can give a value here. So I will say page 1, you bring me the page 1. So rest all remain. So path variable, you bring me the page 1. That's it. You got the page 1. You see that page 1. And all the records, employee records in page 1, we got it. So this time I'll call page 2. So I'll keep the path variable same. I'll call 2. That's call page 2. I have called page 2. And where is that? Then this time what I will do is, in addition to this existing, I will attach one more parameter, path variable or path parameter, that is per page, and I will attach a value to the per page also. So per page value I'll give 1 or I'll give 2, ID 2. I want to get ID 2, and here is that you got only ID 2, nothing else, only ID 2 records. Then this time I will say ID 3. You see that you got the ID 3 record, and this time I'll say ID 4. You will get only ID 4 records. That's how we use a parameter, path parameter included in our URL. So next thing that we will be looking is the most important one, that is sending. The next one, that's a task 2.1.3, sending body data. This is very important. So in this we'll use either put or post or patch requests. So either of these 3 requests we'll use, and then we'll do it. So sending body data, what is that? We will sometime we will need to send a body data with requests whenever you need to add or update structured data. For example, if you are sending a request to add a new customer to a database, you might include the customer details in JSON. Typically, we will use body data with either put or post and patch requests. Either put, post or patch, either of these 3, but we need to attach the data inside the body so that will be inserted in our database. So the body tab, you can see that the body tab in Workbench below the API call API URL rectangle. Below that you can see that body tab in Postman allows you to specify the data you need to send with a request. So you can send various different types of body data to suit your API. So example, this one, the first one, form data, we can send a form data. You see that here we can directly mention, or XWW form and URL encoded, that's one, the raw or binary, or even GraphQL. So here we have to mention the GraphQL. If you post something using the GraphQL, or here you will see the auto fetch or no schema. That's okay. So form data is fine. Okay, I'll go with the form data is also okay. So now what will we do is, yeah, we got the form. We can choose the data type we need for your request body, either form data or URL encoded. This is URL encoded, raw, binary, and GraphQL. So now first we will look into the form data. What is a form data? Okay, so website forms, basically website forms often send data to APIs using this multi-part forward slash form data. So you can replicate this in Postman using the form data body tab. So form data allows you to send a key value pairs and specify the content type. Okay, so what will we do? We will take a similar example from the same, and then we'll post it one. Okay, we'll post it. So here I'll create a new tab, a new put request. So name I'm gonna give as sending. This one we will say sending. I will put the form data, form. Okay, and then I'll attach to the Universe Earth collection. Let me save this. So let's enter the base URL, and after that we'll give endpoint, and we will also mention the HTTP method. So HTTP postman echo.com. So I'll change it to post, and the method should be chosen to the post. So it's all done. So now we have to get into the body, and inside the body we have to check on to the form data, and inside the form data we have to mention the key value pair that you want to include in the respective API. So first key value I'd say name, and name I'll say Charan, and after that description, that is KP, that's key value pair. uh, Denotes the key value pair denotes name of the employee, and second one will have a profession. I'll say job, and then job I'll say AI scientist. So this KP denotes the profession of the employee. So that's it. Let's post a request, and we'll see what's gonna happen. And here is that the form has been posted. So name, and if we want to post it again one more time with a few more data, we can do that also. So I'll add one more key this time. So city, okay, sorry, I'll say city, I'll say company Volvo, and this is designates about the company where he works. And let me send this time, and here you see that. Okay, this is called as form data body type. So we can attach files using form data when you repeatedly make API calls that send the same files. So Postman will persist your file paths for later use. This also helps you run collections that contain requests requiring file upload. So uploading multiple files each with their own content type isn't supported, of course. However, we have some kind of persistency which is available in our Postman that we can do. Okay, so let me here. So now this we have the second option, which is URL encoded, and similar to here, URL encoded data uses the same encoding as URL parameters. If your API requires URL encoded data, then we have to select X hyphen www hyphen form URL encoded in the body tab of our request. So after that, we can enter our key value pairs to send with the request, and Postman will encode them before sending and posting it into that. So let's try this also. So let me say name, let me say Mars, and let's keep it same. Yeah, here it is. You got it? Location Mars, but this time the only difference is it got encoded and was sent. You see that in JSON at the one more place you got it. Location Mars. It's okay. Then religion. Yeah, you see that religion AI. It's Python. It's code. You see that here you got the form here, and then the JSON. You got the complete. So this is how we post our data into the API. So this is using URL encoded. This is that format. Let me make it a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So then we have raw data. We can use raw body data here. Raw body data to send anything you can enter as a text. So use the raw tab and the type drop down list to indicate the format of your data. So here we should see either text, JavaScript, or JSON, or HTML, or XML, whichever you want you can go with. So let me select the JSON and keep it beautify, and Postman will enable syntax highlighting as well as appending the relevant headers to your request. So let's do that. The same one we'll give it here again. Okay, you got the syntax highlighting. You see that 4 dots. Basically this is one indentation with 4 spaces. That's what the setting we have given. So now the first key I'm gonna give is location again, and value with a space. I'll say moon this time. Then another key value pair, louse, and I have to give one more parameter, this one is CV, that's computer vision algorithms. Now let me send, and here it is. So data in a raw format. You see that location moon, love CV, the computer vision, and form is empty, and encoded is also empty. You see that JSON is null here, and that's how we can use a raw. So these are basically various ways of posting a data, a form data, URL encoded, raw, and after that what we have is binary. So we can set a content type header manually if you need to, or at the one Postman sends automatically. So we can use variables in our body data, and Postman will populate their current values when sending our request. So here we can click on this beautify to basically beautify our format on the body. So then we have binary data here. Let me click on that. So for the binary data, we can use binary data to send information, we can't enter manually in the Postman editor with your request bodies such as image, audio and video files. So what we can do is we can select the file and then we have to select it and open it, so it will take it. Okay, that's how a binary file can include it and you can send a request. And headers, so nothing much has been taken because I have put. Okay, that's how we use a binary file. And similarly the last one is very important one, the GraphQL. So we can send GraphQL queries with our Postman requests by selecting the GraphQL tab in the request body. So we can enter our code here, so query, and then here the complete querying the query code we have to enter here. So we have to enter our code in the query area, and any variables, if you have any variables in the GraphQL, we have to mention in the GraphQL variable section. So we have two sections of one, first box a query and second one is GraphQL variables. Here we have to mention the queries and here we have to mention the GraphQL variables, and we can, so this exercise GraphQL, we are going to specifically working on the GraphQL type of endpoints also. So till now we are not going to do any exercise here. We'll be doing that separately when we handle the GraphQL. Okay, so here we can either out of which or no schema, whatever the section that we want, we can select. So now let's look into authenticating requests. Task 2.1.4, authenticating requests. So let's get into the Postman. Some APIs require auth details you can send in Postman. Authentication involves confirming the identity of the client sending a request, and authorization involves confirming that the client has permission to carry out the endpoint operation. So open the authorization tab. Let's click on this and we will configure our access details here. We can see there are a lot of authorization methods. One is inherit from parent and no auth, API key, bearer token, basic auth, digest auth, OAuth 1.4, OAuth 2.4, Hawk authentication, AWS signature for Amazon Web Services, and NTLM authentication in Academy Edge Grid. These authorization methods are request level methods, and similarly we can have authorization methods. Yeah, this authorization is the collection level method. You can see that. Just click on that collection and you will get the authorization, similar authorization methods. We can provide the authorization directly to the collection, and we can run all the requests. We can call all the APIs endpoints inside the collection, or we can individually mention the authorization. So at this moment it's a public API, so we are not using any authentication. So but this is where we have to mention the auth. For example, I'll show you one example here. So I'll go to the, yeah, these are my actual, okay, let me go to the my workspace, and here you should see some examples. Let me scroll this down. Yeah, and here we are using the authentication method. You see that I use a basic auth here, basic auth, and then these are actual secure and very secure endpoint from our Volvo APIs. So here I use the basic auth to fetch the response. Here you should see the response down. Okay, and I use the basic auth without this authentication. In addition to this basic auth, I also use inherit auth from parent, that also I use. Okay, but just to get the understanding, I'm just showing that how we use it. So when we click on basic auth, it populates this username and password. Here you have to mention your username, and here you have to mention your password, and then you can click on send to send it. Okay, that's how our authentication works. Now let's get back to our workspace, that is API Exploring Universe. So configuring request headers. Now let's look into the configuring request headers. So these are the headers we have here. So some APIs require you to send particular headers along with the requests, typically to provide more metadata about the operation you are performing. You can set these up in the headers tab, and here is that. So enter any key value pairs you need, and Postman will send them along with your request. As you enter text, Postman prompts you with common options you can use to auto complete your setup. So this is the first one is Postman token, but these are auto generated. You see that hide auto generated headers. That's it. Now we can make our the own. So content type, you see that auto completed, that's content type. Let me enter, and I can attach a value here. Content type JSON, application / JSON, or application, so whichever is down. So that's how we can attach our own headers, and we can hide the auto generated headers. And we got this content type application or JSON. So we can save commonly used headers together in a header preset. Here you can click on menus preset and we can save that. Let me click on this. So now quickly add groups of header key value pairs to the request. Start typing the name of the preset name, and it will show up in the drop down list. So at this moment we do not have much lists. Okay, so once we create our preset list and once we add it, we can, let me click on here. So let me add, so give a preset name. So preset header 1, and then content type. So value is JSON, application / JSON, and I'll click on add, and you got your preset. So now if I want to apply this, just click on update, and that's it. So we can use these presets whenever we want to use these headers. So now we will look into the auto generated headers. So Postman will automatically add certain headers to your requests based on your request sections and settings. So we can select this hide auto generated headers to hide these auto generated headers. Okay, and so here out of 7 we have 6 auto generated headers and one is the custom made or custom made or created by us. So that's what is about headers. So if you need to change a header, you can do so in the relevant part of Postman. For example, we can go to the authorization tab here, and the request body, you see that, sorry, and cookies for the request domain, and the settings in some case directly in the header tab itself also. So those kind of information can also be used in headers. We can attach a cookies, a postman token, or content type. So admin key. So one more thing I'm going to add. So it is admin key, for example, admin key. So I'll give, okay, and similarly I will add a postman token directly. Postman token, and more. This is how we can attach our headers. If you need to go to a different part of the app, Postman will show a link on the right hand side to attach. And here you can see the cookies also. You see cookies, and manage cookies and sync cookies. Okay. Then we will look into the using cookies. We can manage cookies for our domains from Postman. For that, we have to just select cookies, any one, and add. Once it is sent for domain, I'll select this. Yes, you got it. Then we have to copy this, and then we have to place it in, and then we have to send it. Okay, this cookie. So add domain name, based on the domain name we'll get the cookies. Anything. And you have to just take that cookies, and you see that 0 cookies at this moment. Avalo.com is also 0 cookies, so we can add those cookies here. We can add so cookies here. Okay, and we can use these cookies, and we can sync these cookies. Okay, and let's get back to our slide. And okay, we have seen setting the request URLs, selecting request methods, sending parameters, sending body data, authenticating requests, configuring request headers, auto generated headers using cookies, and choosing custom settings, and troubleshooting our requests. Now let's deep dive into each component that we have in the workbench that below the API call. So we will begin with authorizing requests. So APIs use authorization to ensure the client requests access data securely. This can involve authenticating the sender of a request and confirming that they have permission to access or manipulate the relevant data. If you are building an API, you can choose from a variety of auth models. Let me show you that. Okay, in that I'll go to the workspace of my workspace. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, and we have a variety of methods. Let me zoom it much more. Yeah, now it will be pretty clear. Yeah, So these are different methods that we have. I'll keep it. So the required authorization will be specified by the API provider. So we can pass auth details along with any request you send in Postman. So auth data can be included in the header, body, or as parameters to a request. If you enter your auth details in the authorization tab, this tab, Postman will automatically populate the relevant parts of the request for your chosen auth type. You can use variables and collections to define authorization details more safely and efficiently, enabling you to reuse the same information in multiple places. So some of the authorization tabs that we can see here on your screen, okay, these are all request level authorization methods, and similarly we can have collection level authorization methods. Okay, we will deep dive into the each method inside these auth methods. So with a request open in Postman, see my request is open in Postman, and we use the authorization tab to select an auth type, then complete the relevant details for our selected type. So the correct data values will be determined by our API at the server side. If you are using the third-party API, refer to the provider's documentation always for any required auth details. I've shown you one Volvo documentation, so that's how we refer the documentation, and we'll find out how to work on that API using the Postman. That's how we do. So then when you select a type from the type drop down menu or drop down list, Postman will indicate which parts of the request your details will be included in. For example, the header, you see this is header, and you have the body, and you have a query parameters on this side, and Postman adds your auth details to the relevant parts of the request when you select or enter them. So you can preview how your data will be sent before you run the request. So your auth data will appear in the relevant parts of the request. For example, in the header tab. So if you have a request ID, we would have gotten, I'll show you that also, request ID. So this is a different one, and this is authorization, inherit from auth, and we use the basic auth, and you see that basic auth. Now let me click on, you see that authorization, you have this one is basic, other one accept, this is absolutely fine, but here you have a basic auth. Okay, clear? So now let's let's look into the each and every method that is available here. Okay, authorization types. So no auth, API key and bearer token, basic auth, digest auth, auth 1.4, 2.4, and Hawk authentication. Okay, so let us look into the first authentication method, which is inherit auth. Inherit auth. So inheriting authorization. If you group your requests in collections and folders, you can specify auth details to reuse throughout a group. By default, requests inside the collection or folder will inherit auth from the parent, which means that they will use the same auth that you have specified at the folder or collection level. So to change this for an individual request, make a different selection in the request authorization table. For example, so here this is our collection, okay, and I have given this username and password. That's basic auth at the collection level. So now what I will do is, this is my basic auth in the request level. So I will remove this. No, I don't need to remove. So in spite of selecting the basic auth, I will click on inherit auth from parent, because I have given at the collection level. Okay. So I'll inherit auth from parent and I will send a request and we'll see what's going to happen. This is high level, very secure, and you see that 200 okay, and it's successful. Within 2.81 seconds we got the response, and it's a very big data. I cannot show you, I can show it to you, I can't show it to you as per the rules and regulations. So that's the reason I'm not revealing what kind of data it is, but this is how we will actually work on a real scenario APIs and real use cases of APIs we are looking into now. Okay, when so taking data from a public API is pretty easy, no authorization, no security issues. But when it comes to the actual production case APIs, we are going to face a lot of challenges. So that's the reason I'm explaining each and everything. We'll begin with, we have begun with authorization, and we are slowly moving into the more complicated stuff. Okay, so that's how we inherit. Will set the basic auth at the collection level, and we inherit to our APIs. That's the first step, inherit auth from parent. And second one, we have no auth. So Postman, this is no auth. When we say no auth, Postman won't send authorization details with a request unless you specify an auth type. If your request doesn't require authorization, select no auth from the authorization tab type drop down list. If our request requires authorization, and if you still type no auth, let's see what's going to happen. You're gonna get this error, status 401 unauthorized. You are unauthorized to access the API. That's what it's saying. So that's why if that API is public and if it is not required, so let me go to the other workspace. That's API Exploring Universe. And what I'll do here is I'll simply, okay, I'll come to this. Let me click on send, and you should see this information, and I'll come to authorization. So here I put inherit auth from parent. Now I'll put no auth. This is public API, and let me resend the request, and still you're able to get the data. You see that? And I'll change the parameters, and I'll put it to, we'll change it, and we should get the employee ID to record. You see that? We'll still able to get even with the authorization no auth, because that this is a public API, it doesn't require authorization. That's where we can use a no auth. Okay, let me resend it. Let me change the parameter this time to 1, and we'll get the record. Yes, you see that ID1. I think it's clear. No auth. So now let's get into the another type. So this time it's API key. So next one is API key. With API key auth, you send a key value pair to the API either in the request headers to query parameters. In the request authorization tab, select API key from the type list, enter your key name. This is the key name. API, I'll say key 1. And the value we have to type here. We have to paste the value, key value paste. We have to paste it here. And once it is done, then we have to add it to the where you want, whether you want to add it to the header or add it to the query params, whichever is the one that you have to select, either header or query params from the add to drop down list. So we can store your values in variables as an extra security also. We can store this key value pair as a API key as a variable also. That's also pretty much possible. Okay. Then what we have here is, so if you want to save it as a variable, the value, if you want to save it as a variable, so what we have to do is we have to create a variable and then we have to attach that value to the variable, and then the variable name should be mentioned like this. So for example, a key value, this is my API key value. That's the variable that we have given. That's it. Of course, at this moment there is no variable such because we haven't created it. Let me remove that and let me put some random. Okay, so that's how our API key works. Then we have bearer token. Bearer tokens enable requests to authenticate using an access key, such as JSON web token. We call it as a JWT in short. So the token is a text string included in the request header in the request authorization tab. Select bearer token, and once you select this bearer token from this drop down list, it will take you this window. Okay, then the token field, here it consists of a token field. Inside this token field we have to enter our API key value, and for added security we can use a variable type saying token var. Of course we do not have this, so it won't work. So you can directly paste the token if you want. So enter your API key value for added. Okay, we can take the variable also, that's fine. Then the next one we have seen before, that's the basic auth. So basic authentication involves sending a verified username and password with your request. In the request authorization tab, select basic auth from the type drop down list, and here is, I'm going to select it, and here you can see my basic auth. Of course here my basic auth is not required, but I have put it to the collection, so it's been taken directly from the collection. Okay, that's what. So now I have to mention the username here. So user name, and here I have to mention the password, saying password. So that's my password. Okay. Once you provide your username and password fields, that's enough. We can use it. But in spite of that, you can do one more thing. Simply create a username variable. If you don't want to expose this username and password to the external users, you just create username and password, or we can say a random password also, whichever is fine. Either a random password or else your own password, whichever is the one you can create, you can use it. Okay, so or else there is one more way we can encode these things using base 64. So the next authorization type we have is digest auth. So with digest auth, the client sends a first request to the API, and the server responds with a few details, including a number that can be used only once, or a nonce, rem value, and a 401 unauthorized response. You then send back an encrypted array of data, including the username and password combined with the data received from the server in the first request. So the server uses passed data to generate an encrypted string and compares it against what you sent to the authenticate your request. So that's what called a digest auth. A digest auth, you see that here, this is the information should be provided. Let me uncheck this. We'll have an advanced, and some more information we can find out from here. However, let's look into the one more another type of authorization, that is OAuth 1.4. What is OAuth 1.4? OAuth 1.4 enables client application to access data provided by third party API. For example, as a user of a service, you can grant another application access to your data with that service without exposing details like your username and password. So accessing user data with OAuth 1.1 involves a few requests back and forth. So let me click on this, and this is how it looks. So this is the information we have to provide. So OAuth 1.1 is sometimes referred to as a two-legged auth only between client and service server, or three-legged where a client requests data for a user of a third-party service. An example of OAuth 1.4 flow could run as like this. Basically, it to request user data with a third-party service, a consumer or a client application requests an access token using credentials such as key. You see that here, consumer key, consumer secret, access token, and access token and access secret. These are pretty much important. Without this, it's impossible. So once it uses the credentials such as key and secret, the service provider issues an initial token and the consumer requests the authorization from the user. When the user grants auth, the consumer makes a request to exchange the temporary token for an access token, passing verification from the user auth. The service provider returns the access token, and the consumer can then make requests to the service provider to access the user data. So here we have to provide the following information, and you can see that on your screen. So type, we will select OAuth 1.0, and then signature method. There are different types in this drop down list. The first one is HMAC SHA-1, HMAC SHA-256. These are shell authorizations, and RSA shell authorization, RSA shell authorization 256, RSA shell authorization 5112, and then simply plain text. So whatever you choose, it's not an issue. So if your server requires HMAC or plain text signature, Postman will provide. If that case, HMAC, we need all this information. If it is RSA, you need only two, that's consumer key and access token. Or else if you want to attach, see, but you have to paste the private key. Either you can select a file, or it's a shell key dot ppm. So where we'll have a public key and private key will be created from the secure shell SSH. Or else we can basically say plain text. Still you require four parameters: consumer key, consumer secret, access token, and token secret. These all parameters will be required. So if you are using RSA signature, Postman will present only consumer key, access token, and the private key input. That's it. So we can optionally set advanced details, otherwise Postman will try to auto-complete this. Okay. So once we provide this information, and rest all will fall into the place. Okay. So then we will look into the another type of method, OAuth 2.0. It's by and large similar. Let me click on that OAuth 2.0 also. Yeah. So we can directly select the tokens. So at this moment we do not have a token. So here we can select the available tokens, and we can automatically, it will populate. So auto refresh token or share token, whichever is the way, we can move ahead. And confirming new token, and here you have a complete information: token name, grant type, authorization code, auth URL, access token URL, client URL, client ID, client secret, scope, state, everything, and then we can access the new token. So that's how auth 2.4 works. And after that we have few more. That's Hawk authentication. So AWS signature, let me click on AWS signature here. So in AWS signature, so we have to provide the following information, such as let me scroll up a bit. Anyway, here we have in advanced tab, we have to mention AWS region, which region we have our services, and that it wants to access our Postman, and then service name, what type of service name we are using, or in which region we have our API server, and then which service from AWS it's using, S3 bucket example, and then session token. You have to provide the session token. That's what the information that we have to provide here. In addition to that, access key and secret keys, anyway it's required, because we need anyway we'll create that IAM user. When we create an IAM user, we will get the access key and secret key, and we can include that access key and secret key and AWS region, and then other parameters such as service name and session token. That's it. Our AWS signature will be done. So here we have two types, either request headers or request URL, for whatever it may be. So let me click on request headers or request URLs. We can add this authorization data to either request headers or request URL. So whichever is fine. Then another type we have NTLM authentication, and then Akamai Edge. These are a little complicated and advanced. I would urge you to explore. So by the time we will move on to the another concept. So that's what we have seen. So Hawk authentication and all types. By and large, we have seen all the types. So now let's look into receiving responses. We will deep dive into the receiving responses, what all it consists of, what how does a response body look like, and the complete information about that. It's receiving responses. The Postman response viewer helps you to visualize and check the correctness of API responses. An API response consists of the response body, headers, and the HTTP status code. A response body, so headers, test results, and response code, and network information such as SSL verification errors, and response time, response size, and saving responses. All those activities we are gonna do in 2.3 receiving responses section. So first let's begin with the response body. So the Postman body tab gives you several tools to help you understand the response quickly. You can view the body in 4 types of views. I'm gonna show you that. Just a minute. Yeah, so this is our, so let me bring it up. Yeah, it's fine. So let me come to the parameters. Yeah, let me keep it here, and here I'll make it a little bigger, and this is our response body, or response window, or response. In this response pane, you will see the first tab, that is body. Okay, so in this body tab gives you several tools to help you understand the response quickly. So we can view the body in 4. Here we have the 4 views. One is pretty, second one is raw, and third one is preview, and the fourth one is visualize. So finding items, so note that we have to give the content type header indicates that the response is an image. So Postman will detect the render the image automatically. If you mention, let me go to the headers. So inside the headers, here you see that content type. It's let me hide this. Okay, so this is default one. No header. So let me scroll up a bit. Okay, hide auto generated headers. So 6 hidden. So these are all content type we have created na. So this, if you type content type as image, you see that image gif, image jpeg, image pjpeg, image png, image svg plus xml, or image tiff. So this image will be generated based on the content type if that response is proper. Okay, so let me delete these two which are not required at all, and now let me send. So pretty, we got the data, preview and visualize. So but this is how you can generate an image type, but we need to have a respective tools. So pretty, the first option we will see, yeah, this is a pretty. Let me scroll up again, and a pretty view formats JSON or XML, anything is fine. So we'll click on XML. This is also this is, and HTML, and text, a simple text, and finally auto. It's again get back to the, it will take back us to the JSON. So like inside pretty viewer, view or highlighted, and selecting them can load a get a request in the Postman with the URL. So then the second option that we have here is raw. Inside the after pretty we have raw. So the raw view is a large text area with the response body. It can indicate whether your response is minified or not. So and after that we have HTML. So sorry, we have a preview, and in preview, so the preview view renders the response in a sandboxed iframe. Let me select this. Okay, this is a preview. Some web frameworks by default written HTML errors, so that's the reason we use a preview type, and preview can be especially helpful for debugging in those cases. So due to the iframe sandbox restrictions, the JavaScript and images are turned off in the iframe. So for binary response types, you can select the send and download to save the response locally. And the final one is visualize. The visualize view renders the data in the API response according to visualization code that you add to the request test. For to add, we can click on this. You see that set up the visualizers for this request. To visualize responses, add a pm.visualizer set pm.visualizer, that's a postman module dot visualizer dot set, that's a function method. Okay, this set method library, a module, and a function method to test or pre-request scripts for your request. Okay, this is what we have to add. This piece of code should be add pre-request scripts for our request. So if you want to learn more about visualizing responses, just click here and you will find the visualizing responses clearly. So the Postman visualizer provides a programmable way to visualize represent the request responses. Okay, just scroll down and you'll find the more information. You can go through this video visualizing response data, and this is what the code that you have to use. pm dot visualizer dot set of wo method accept handlebars template. Let me copy this. So rendering HTML, for example, for an example, basic visualizer in action opens the following request in Postman. Let me run this. Postman from web or window. I'll go with the Postman for from window. Allows open import collection. Import to the API exploring universe and import to that space to my API exploring universe workspace. It's taking some time to import. Let's wait. So we are importing a collection from there. Okay, it's taking more time. Let's wait for a few more seconds. Okay, it's taking more time. Let me cancel this. That's okay. Okay, we'll look into this later and we will move ahead. Okay, so now we will look into the cookies in this workbench. You just we can inspect cookies sent by the server in the cookies tab. So let me see that. This is where you will find the cookies in the response. This is the response. We're talking about the response pane inside the response. We're talking about the response pane in our workbench. So let me click on cookies and you should see no cookies received from the server. So all your cookies and their associated domains will appear here. So now let me get into the other API, real case API. Let me click on cookies. So here also I did not receive any cookies from the server. So I'll go to the another API and let me click here. So let me scroll down a bit more. Yeah, that's fine. So now let me click on cookies here. So no cookies from here also. That's okay. Sometimes you'll receive cookies if it's provided by the sender, by our receiver, by our okay server. So then we have headers. Let me get back to our API exploring universe and then yeah, okay. So we have headers. The next one, let me scroll. Let me make it bigger. So headers section. Oh, headers are displayed as key value pairs under the headers tab. However, over the information icon, just click on here and I'll scroll up. We have 16 headers with us. So when we click on over the information icon, you don't need to click on, just hover over the information icon next to the header name or header key to get a description of the header according to the HTTP specification. So date, a general header containing the date and time the message was sent. And what's the content type? You just check the content type. It indicates the resources media type, and we have a transfer encoding that's specifying the form of encoding used to transfer the entity to the user. Then connection type, a general header specifying whether the current network connection will stay open once the current transaction finishes or not. Then export by, so specifies the technology supporting the web application. It's made on ASP.NET, PHP, JBoss. And we have the more information. You can cross check each and every key value pair of headers from the response. I'm talking about the response only. So now let's get into the real case example. That's not Volvo API. So I'll click on my workspace, then go to this one, and let me click on here. Okay, anyway, it's we did not use the author, the wrong auth we used. Let me click it, inherit auth from there, and send a request. Yeah, we received that. That's it, we got that. So we have sent a request to an actual production level, a secure server of our company. Okay, and I can't show it, so that's why I'm not showing. I'm adding the things. Okay, that's fine. Here, this is our response, and here you can see body and cookies, and you should see the headers. Again, I have how many headers? 15 key value pairs in our header section. So first one, content type is specific to our company, that's application. This is it's specific to our API. And then content length, this is too big, you should see that. And connection is keep alive. Let me select, it's a general header specifying whether the current network connection will stay open once the current transaction finishes or not. Then as usual, we saw the date, then okay, and remapped connection. And what does this mean? Custom header. Then this is also custom header. These are specific to our company, so I don't want to explain this. Then vary, this determines how much future request headers to decide whether the cached response can be used rather than requesting a fresh one. And access control request method, this is okay, the same thing, because these are all of custom ones. Then let us scroll down more, and all you'll have a very okay. Then remap date, xcache, via, and via cloudfront.net. So that's the information about that. Okay, so that's about all the headers. And the next section that we have here is a test results. So of course we do not provide any piece of code to the test. So if the API request you are viewing had any test scripts, the results are displayed in the test results tab. Of course we do not have any tests. So here we have to give the test, any test. So if we have a test snippet, let me copy. So get an environment variable global, okay, status code contains strings and JSON value check. Let me click on status code. Okay, we got that pm.test, and then status code is 200 and function. So let's click on that. Let's send a request and wait for the response in the test results. Okay, and here is that test passed, and the status code is 200. So that's how a test script that you have provided, the test PM script that you have provided in the tests can be, the results of the test can be checked in the response pane of test results tab. Then we have the more information on right portion. So I'll zoom it a little more bigger so that it will be much clearer. You see that this portion I am talking about, this is called a network information. A network information. Postman displays network information when your API returns a response. Hover over the network. You see that? This is the network icon. Hover over the network icon to get the local and remote IP addresses for the request you have sent. You see that local address that you can see here, 192.total 4 octets, and a remote address is 18 155 14 and 15. So that's the transaction has taken place between local to remote, and that's the network information that you can find out there. Then in addition to that, we have few more things there. So when you make a HTTPS request, the network icon includes a padlock. You see that here you have a padlock. When you hover over the icon, the network information will show some more, including certificate verification details. You see that we have certificate CN, that's this is the certificate name, and after that issuer, this, okay, some other third party organization has issued this and validated it, and then it's valid until this time. It's a complete information about that. Now let's get into the another workspace. Workspace, and let me come to here. Let me bring it up. Let me recall this. Send it, and here is the information. Even this one is also secured one and local, and here the local remains same because I'm the only one sending the request from my machine through my postman, whereas the remote address has been changed from that endpoint to this endpoint. So with that it should be clear. So then we have a TLS protocol cipher name, and then as usual certificate CN, and issuer is also different. This was issued by the Cloudflare and valid until this time. Okay, so that's about the network information. And we have SSL verification errors. So if you have SSL verification enabled in Postman's global settings, then only this can be used. For now, we won't be discussing about that. SSL verification error, we'll see later. So after that, we will look into the response code. That is pretty much important for us. It's a bare minimum thing to be understood. So that's why we are going to discuss here. So Postman displays the response code returned by the API. Hover over the response code to get a short description of the code and what it means. So what it's saying here, we got the 200 and space OK. So this means this is a standard response for successful HTTP requests. The actual response will depend on the request method used. In a GET request, the response will contain an entity corresponding to the requested resource. In a post request, the response will contain an entity describing or containing the result of the action. And similarly, what I'm gonna do is I'll put one and send. So this time we got the empty one here, and here we got the 404 not found. What does this mean? The request resource could not be found but may be available again in the future. So subsequent request by the client are permissible. So that's what the error. So I'll show you one more one more response code here. So what I'm going to do is I'll change this auth authorization from here to, I'll put some OAuth 1.0 and I'll call this, and let's see what's going to happen. And it's 401 unauthorized this time. This time it's unauthorized. What does this mean? Similar to 403 forbidden, But the difference is specifically for use when authentication is possible but has failed. But this time authentication is possible but you have failed. But that means you have given a wrong cred or wrong auth method. Either it could be a wrong cred or you have used a wrong authentication method. So when authentication is possible but has failed or not yet been provided, the response must include a dub authenticate header field containing a challenge applicable to the request resource code. These are some of the response code that we regularly exposed. So then we have the response time. Here is that. So 76 double 76 bytes. So response. So sorry, this is one a response time. Let me scroll this time, and here it took 1222 milliseconds. So Postman automatically calculates the time in milliseconds to milliseconds it took for the response to arrive from the server. This information can be useful for some preliminary performance testing. However, when you hover over the response time for a graph with information on how long each event in the process took. So if you see, it has begun a socket initialization between both. It took zero point 0.9 milliseconds. Then DNS lookup, that's domain naming system lookup, because we are using a domain and subdomain. Obviously, it has to go for the DNS lookup. So then it went for the DNS lookup. It took time, the 453 milliseconds, and after that, it has gone for the TCP handshake. That's a protocol handshake between the both. So protocol has been in my machine to the API server. Both is handshaken. Then SSL handshake, that's certificate, secure certificate handshake, that's also done. Then a transfer started. Then transfer started, and then finally download 2.13 millisecond. For process it took 0.06 milliseconds. However, it's been failed. So now we'll change the auth to the inherit auth from. Now we will click and we'll see. And here is that. It took 1496 milliseconds, and here is the complete information. So socket initialization, let me socket initialization 0.47 milliseconds. DNS lookup no more required. Cache, directly use it from cache. Then to prepare it took 5.61 millisecond. To process it took 0.1 second. So this is the preparation that happens before we get the data. So from the socket initialization, DNS lookup, TCP handshake, SSL handshake, and then transfer started, and finally download. So this is the overall process it took from here to here. Okay, so that's all about the request time, sorry, response time. Then we have a response size here. So response size, it's 32.68 kilobytes, and body is 32.06 kilobytes. And so in that response size, body is 32.06 kilobyte, whereas only headers are 634 bytes. Total we have 8 headers. So Postman displays the approximate size of the response. However, when you hover over the response size, we'll get the breakdown by body and header sizes. You see that? A complete information about that. Then the next option that we have is to save the responses. So if a request has been saved in a collection, you can save responses for that request also. Once the response has been returned, we have to do a simple activity, that's just click on save response, nothing much. So I'll click on save response. Then it's asking select save as an example to save the response as an example that you can access later. That's one way. And second thing that we have is a save to a file. When you save to a file, this will be saved as the response as a JSON file. Let me click on save so that it will come here. So I can simply say this is a driver's response. That's it. I'll click on save and it will be saved as a JSON file. See, downloaded response. That's the two ways of saving the responses. I'm specifically talking about the response. So that's it. We have covered response body, headers, test results, response time, and network information, response code, response size, and saving those responses either as an example or a file. Now let's investigate more about collections. So we'll start with the creating collections, then adding requests to a collection, and we'll do the management of collections and managing collections such as basic actions, adding folders to a collection, deleting a collection, recovering a deleted collection, sharing collection, watching collection, and forking a collection, and adding comments to a collection and reverting collection changes, viewing pull requests, forks, and collection details, these kind of information. So let's begin with grouping requests in collections. Let me get into that our Postman, and I'll go to my API exploring universe and bring this up and make it normal. Yeah, so we can group our Postman requests and examples into collections to keep our workspace organized. So that's what the first activity we have mentioned here. So that's creating collection. Creating collection is nothing but grouping requests into a collection. So basically, why do we do that? We do this to keep our workspace organized, to collaborate with teammates, to generate API documentation and API tests, and to automate request runs. So we'll select collections. Here we have two collections in our API exploring universe. One is play one and second one is universe earth collection. Okay, that we'll find these collections in our sidebar of the list of collections in our workspace. Okay, here. So let me zoom it, and here you should see that. So we will begin with create a new collection. So there are several ways to create a new collection. So the first one is creating from this icon. So let me write that. Task 4.1.1. Okay, whatever. 2.4. Okay. So first one, creating a collection from the plus symbol on the collection pane. Okay, that's the first way. Let's do that using this. So let me click on this create new collection symbol, and so I have created that. This is, I'm going to name it, this is universe and Mars call, and click enter. So this is one way, and second way is to create it from using new button. So create a collection from the new by clicking on new button. So let me click on this new button, and it will say it will take you to all the building blocks. So just select on this item in this window, collection. So then name the collection. So this time I'm going to say universe. It's a Jupiter call. Okay, and enter. So this is the another collection. So this is how we create a collections. Now to customize and configure a collection that we have created, we can select the edit icon simply. Okay, so here you should see that specific to that collection. If I come to this collection, you will find out this pen icon. This is the edit icon, and you just click on this icon. Then we can change the name and we can attach the description, so whatever information that you want. And most importantly, so we can select authorization. That's what I was saying, we have told you before also. So we can select the authorization to configure authorization details for the collection. So then after that we can simply say for each request use it. So here you see that this, let me, okay, yeah, let me close this on this side, and this is the workbench of this collection. Okay, and I'll go to the play one. This is the workbench of play one, and here you can write the documentation of this collection also if you want. Okay, but for now, so here I can add the collection description. So what I'm gonna say here is this collection. Let me click on this pen icon, so it takes to this. So this collection is useful as as a tasks set to play in Postman playground. That's it, and I'll just say save. So now this will be the documentation, and after that you can attach more things so that it will be pretty easy for the one who will be the one who's using this collection. So for them it would be pretty easy to handle this. Anyway, I'll close this for now. So, and this collection consists of a authorization. So here we can configure our authorization. No auth, anything, whatever you want, you can go with. Is a basic auth you can mention here, and all other and all requests which are there can simply when you select auth authorization as inherit auth from parent, they will inherit the basic authorization from the collection. So that's the benefit of this authorization. Then we have pre-request script. So here in this we can define a pre-request script for our collection which will run before requests are sent to the server. Okay, that's the benefit of this. We can attach, for example, get an environment variable or get a variable. You see that you have to mention this some variable, whatever the variable that you have created. So that variable is gonna get it before we run any script, before we run any request inside that collection. Or we can say get variable, get collection variable, or set a global variable and clear a global variable, clear a collection variable, whatever it may be. For now I will remove all those things. So then we have a tests. So tests also, these are collection level tests. So select tests to define a test script for your collection which will run after a response is received. So let me select any test from here. Yeah, status code, response body content string, response body JSON value check, response header content type header check, and that's it. These scripts are more than enough. So now we will run any one. So form data path parameters, and let's run it and we'll see the test results. So here no tests are mentioned, I guess. So there is no test in the response. So let's see. So we got the pretty, it's 0, header and cookies. We got the 404 not found. Okay, it's per page parameters. We haven't mentioned the value, so let me mention a value here. I'll say 1 and let me send a request. So there are no tests, and here you'll find the body. You see that? You got the body. Okay, when you run the whole collection, so let me run a collection now. Just run the collection and we'll see what's going to happen. Then it's asking run universe earth collection. 1 iteration, 0 delay. Run manually at this moment. So now first test an error occurred while running this request. That's fine. And see, that's what you the test all tests it started doing tests, and this is what you got it. View summary here, and you can view all runs. So you see that this is the runner within 81 milliseconds you got the issue. Okay, so that we will look later, but for now it's enough. Okay, so that's what the test is, and this is the information about the tests in that. Let me remove all those tests. So then we have select variables. This is pretty important. This is where we can define our variables at the collection level. So we can define values for a collection variables to share across all requests in the value. So we can type a name, and then we can say value as a Charan, and we can attach a one more variable, auth base. So we got the two variables now. You see that current value is base, we are not changing. So use variables to reuse values and protect sensitive data. That's what. So now let's get into the any entity, and for example, let's get into the tests and just mention, and it's name. So it will automatically take that variable value from here, or else in authorizations or headers, as a value, instead of putting the direct value, you can mention the name that we have created. So now you did not get any error. You see that? Add a new variable. So let me click on name, select a scope, go for the global, not just for or we'll go for the collection. Only for this collection. I don't want a global. It should not be applicable for all collections. I want a collection wise variable. So set this variable. See, now you see that it's been done. So now you got it. When I hover over there, you can see that the Charan is the value of that. So that's how we create our variable at the collection level. So let me remove this for now and get back to here. And here also you can type name. You see that automatically it came. Okay. So then let me get back to the collection level discussion. So then here, that's what about the variables. You can delete those variables, or you can say persist all. When you click persist all, it will save it. So then I will delete that. Then finally we have runs, and runs triggered for this collection via collection runner or Postman CLI, whichever. So both will be collection runner and Postman CLI. How many runs were triggered? Only one. That is at 23:50 minutes. Okay. So that information it will give. So now, so this is all about some of the info, like very good information about must known information about the collection. So in addition to that, we will look into few more concepts of the collection, that's moving an existing request to a different collection. How do we do that? Okay, I will write down that. Moving an existing request to a different collection. Okay. What I can do is the first way. We have two ways. One is select the request that you want to move, then drag the request into the desired collection. That's it. Very simple. So form data I have here. Okay, this is the form data and path parameter I have. So what I'll do is form data. I'll put it into the universe Jupyter. That's it. Simple. And one request has been moved. You see that here? One request has been moved. Now let me click on this. Now you see that it is a universe Jupyter collection. It's not anymore in the Earth collection. Let me send a request. Yes, it's working well. Okay, you got that information. Postman echo.com post. We got it. So what you want to post, we can just type here inside the body. Okay, I'll put it form data and I'll type name Charan and I'll post it. And here you should see, so file, we did not send a file, we just used the form type one, so and it was posted here. Okay, that's fine. So that's one way of doing. Or alternatively, we can open the request and select save as and then choose the collection you want to move it to. So this time what I'm going to do is I will select this one, entity gets, and then you can see here I'll click on this drop down icon, and then we'll get the save as option. Then click on the save as option. So now you can alternatively select the whichever click on this whichever collection that you want to move that request. Play one, I'll move it to the universe Mars collection and save. Click on save and you see the magic here. So that request has been moved from that universe Earth collection to universe Mars collection. You see that clearly? That's how we move things from one collection to other collection. That's how we move a request from one collection to other collection. Now let's see one more task, that is adding adding a new request to a collection. So adding a new request to a collection. So how do we do that? So from a new request, select save, and we have to choose the collection you want to move it to the, and then select. So this is like, if it is not the existing one, for example, we'll create a new one. Let me copy this. So we are in universe Mars collection. So here I will click on new. I'll click on this HTTP request and I'll change it to the post one. Then, so what I'm going to do here is, now this request is not attached with any collection. So first I have to save this request. So to save, I have to name this request. This is a post method. So then here when I click on my workspace, that is API exploring universe, in that universe I will find all the collections, all the planets. So I will click on a Jupyter collection. Okay, so now I'll just click on save and that's it. You can see that post. I'll zoom it and here is that. It's a post method and I'll use this and I'll change it to the post. Sorry, yeah, and I'll attach a body. I'll select the form data and the name, and this time, okay, I'll change this chant and I say Krishna, and let me send a request, and here is that information. Let me scroll down a bit. And here is that chant Krishna and the post method, and we have attached that with universe Jupyter. This is a new one that we have created, and we directly saved it to the existing collection. Then creating a new request inside a collection directly. The next activity is to creating a new request inside a collection. Okay, so let me select this universe Mars collection. So here let me close this documentation first, and then we have to select the more actions icon related to that collection. So view more actions, click on this. Now one window will be popped up. So here in this I have to select create a request or add a request. You see that, add a request. I'll click on this add a request. Now this, you can see that the new request, by default the name of the request is new request, and here I am going to attach that name as put request, or just a put method. Okay, I'll change this to put. Then you should see that a put has become a get. That's okay. So then we have to add a form data, and let me scroll down a bit at the body, and planet is moon moonland, lala land. Okay, let's send a request, and 200 is okay. Form planet moonland. Okay, it's been added. That's what the put. So now, okay, plenty, and the planet is become plenty. So now let me say delete this time. The same one, keep it. The request is successful. Okay, but the code we have to attach the proper one. So, but that's okay. So that's how a put method and delete method works here, and then that's how a new request can be directly created to a collection. Then added, so we have added a request to an empty collection also, and then we can add a request from our history to a collection. So for that we have to get into the history from here. Click on a history. So we have a lot of collections. You see that this is delete. This is recently we used, and add this request to collection. Just click on this plus symbol, or add a request to the collection, or you can save this request to that specific collection. So whichever way you can do that. Okay, click on, and it will open it. Then go to the our universe. Inside the universe you select the planet that you want. I'll go with the Jupiter call now, and then click save, and it's been added. Now let me get to the collections, and you see that you got the get, a post, and delete. So 3 methods in universe Jupiter collection. Okay, so now let's look into the managing collections. So adding a folders to collection, deleting collections, recording deleted collections, all that information. So all that activities, all the tasks that we are going to do now. So let's begin with basic actions. So from the list of collections in our workspace, we can selection a collection. We can select. So this is a collection space, and we have all the collections here. You see that total we have 4 collections. When the icon is greater than symbol, so then the collection is in collapsible mode. When you click on that symbol, it will expand, and all the sub items, all the requests which are there inside that collection can be viewed. So here we can hover over a collection name and select the star icon. You see that a star icon to move that collection to the top of the list so that we can highlight it. So let me make it universe Jupiter call as the, yeah, and I'll make it universe at collection, and similarly universe Mars collection. I'll keep this play one at the bottom. Okay, and so these are one of the important uh, like useful technique in collection. Okay, and after that we have folders. We can add a folders to collection, the second one. So to add a folders to collection, just it's a pretty simple. Just come here, click on view more actions, then click on add folder. So I will add folder to the Mars. Sorry, I'll add folder to the play one, and I'll click on add folder. So the new folder has been added. So the name of the folder I'm gonna give, this is um, air airfold airfold. Okay, and click enter. That's it. The play one consists of a folder and then a task inside that, a task with http method get, and let me collapse it. And the next task is to delete a collection. Oh, it's pretty simple to delete a collection, but before we delete a collection, let me create a collection first. So create a new collection. So the name of the collection is unknown planet. So unknown, sorry, universe. The name of the planet itself is unknown. So unknown planet. So that's why unknown planet will be deleted. Call, and nothing much will be added into that. It's an empty unknown planet call. So now I'm going to delete that. For that I have to use this more actions icon and click on that, and you will find the delete option. As you scroll down here, it's a duplicate, and as you scroll down more, you'll get the delete option, and then you just click on that. So it will pop up a window, so that asks you, so delete unknown planet call as delete it. You have to click on this delete option, so it will be deleted, and here it's gone. You see that your collection is gone. Then recovering a deleted collection, how do you recover that? So it's pretty simple. Select the more actions icon next to the collection search bar. This is called collection search bar. You see that collection search bar? If you have thousands of collection, then simply you can type the collection name, for example universe. So automatically all those will be highlighted. Okay, see, when I type universe, all those got expanded automatically. And I'll say play, and play got expanded. So that's the benefit of our collection search bar. This is called collection search bar. So then next to that, we'll find this more actions icon. Let me click on that, and you just say open trash, and it will opens that trash. Yes, we got into the trash now. So now what we can do is we can simply click on this icon, a restore icon. I'll click on the restore icon. So now it's asking restore unknown planet call. So select a workspace for the collection. So where you want to restore it, I'll directly go for API exploring universe and restore the collection into that workspace. So the collection has been restored. Let me get into my workspace and cross check it. API exploring universe, and here is that unknown planet call, a collection. So now it's time for sharing the collection. To share a collection with other users, what we can do is we can publish a run in Postman button. Sorry, yeah, we can publish a run in Postman. Okay, so or else we can invite others to collaborate by sharing that collection. So for example, this is the collection. You click on share option, and then other people can share, can view it, but they should be the part of our team. For example, let play one, click on share, and then it will take you to that window. So here we have to mention the name, email, or group name if we have, and then we have to give them the role, and we have to share the link. So with people or via running Postman, so or via API. Okay, these are the ways basically to share our, or else simply we can, there is a one more way. You share this, you save this file as a collection into your local machine, and you share it the way you want. Okay, then we have a watching a collection. So when you watch a collection, Postman notifies you when a workspace team member makes changes to the collection, including adding a new request, modifying the existing requests, adding or updating variables, editing pre-request scripts or tests, and adding or deleting a folder. You can watch a collection that you own as well as collections in any public workspace. So what we have to do is to watch a collection, we have to simply select the icon to start watching the collection. Okay, let me click on this select, and then here you should see, I'll now make it bigger, and you click on the watch. Yeah, this is the watch icon. Click on this watch. Now it will start watching. You can see that the change in the icon. So now it's not watching, and I'll click on watch, it will start watching. So then whatever changes are happening inside our collection, all will be tracked. Okay, so that's what the watching the collection. Then let's see forking the collection. So we can fork collections in our own workspace to develop a collection versions basically. That's the main benefit of collection, forking the collection. For that, it's pretty simple. So I have to select, so I'll fork play one or Jupyter. I'll fork this. So monitor collection and create a fork. You see that? Create a fork. So let me select on this. Let me click on this. Create a fork. Now it's asking fork label is Charan API's fork. That's fine. And workspace is this API exploring universe. And I'm gonna create, so new fork will be created into that. You see that? Universe Jupyter collection fork. You can see that API's fork. So that's how we create a fork. Then we can add comments to a collection. So to add a comment, we have to select the comment icon from the right sidebar. You see that here, you find that. Let me click on this right sidebar, and then I have to mention, so flying high, so API is flying high, and add a comment. So the comment has been added, so anybody can view it. So I can copy link to comment, or I can edit the comment, I can delete the comment. So these are the options that are provided. So now to revert, how to, we have done a lot of changes. So how to revert collection changes? To revert our collection to an earlier state. So either we can click on the change log icon. Okay, so here we have the fork. So either we can click on, let me close this first. Here we have one more fork icon on the right side. When you click on these forks, we'll get to know all the forks which are there. And then this one is pull request. Let me close this for now. This is information icon on the right side bar. So here we have, so select That's okay. So we can select an timer icon, and then you can see that this is the right side bar after the comment. Below the comment you can find out. Let me zoom it. Let me scroll, horizontal scroll to the right, and here is that it's a change log. Select the change log icon on the right. So let's select it, and then we have to select the session created collection this much this time. So if there are changes, if 3 to 4 times, then we can select that, and uh, so we can get back to the previous one. Okay, we can restore back to the previous version. And in addition to that, we have viewing pull requests, forks, and collection details also. And we can also use collections in development workflows, and more information that we can provide. Okay, so that's it. It's too much about collections, but it's very much required, very much important for a person who is gonna handle API, that to specifically Postman. So you calling an API is pretty much easy. Just give the authentication and say request. That's it. Nothing else you're gonna do. But handling, navigating, and housekeeping and working around in the Postman, it should be very clear, pretty clear. Then only you can efficiently and effectively work on Postman. So that's the reason I'm stressing on how to work on Postman more. Now it's time to look into using variables. So variables enable you to store and reuse values in Postman. By storing a value as a variable, you can reference it throughout your collections, environments, requests, and test scripts. Variables help you work efficiently, collaborate with teammates, and set up dynamic workflows. So what we are going to do here, so we'll understand variables, then variable scopes, variable types, and defining variables, using variables, and sharing and persisting that variable data. And if there is anything we're going to look into, we'll do the we'll take example for each and every uh, task. So let's begin with a quick start with variable. So for that, I'll get into my Postman. Yep. So first what we have to do is we have to select the environment by quick look icon. This is called the quick look icon. Let me zoom it. Let me bring it here. Rightmost, and here you should see that quick look icon. Environment quick look icon. Okay. So environment quick look icon. So let me click on this quick look icon in a workbench. So it will take you to two variables. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, so here next to the globals we have environments and then globals. Next to the globals I will click on select edit, and so here I am gonna add my variables. So I'll say first var, this is my first variable, and then value is hello or welcome to API universe. Okay, that's the value. So let me click, and current value will keep same, and let me click on save. Then that's it, it's been saved. Then I can close this tab. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is, so we have created one example, sorry, we have created one variables. Now we can quickly get into our collections, and we will request we will use this variable in our collection. Okay, so let me close this environment and okay, so right, yeah, I will keep it like that. So here is that workbench. We move to the workbench now. So now we are in unknown planet call. So in that, okay, so I'm going to create one new request. I'll save this request as the variable rec, and then I will attach to the unknown planet call itself. So I'll save it to there. So what I'm going to do is I'll take the post method. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll use it here, paste it. So what I'm going to do is I'll say post. Yeah, this is fine, post. And here will the method I'm going to select post. So let me scroll down a bit more, and the parameter I'm going to give using variable, say uh, value, sorry, key. I'm going to say greet, and value I will attach that variable. You should see that once I open the two curly braces. Let me zoom it. Response, yeah. So once I've opened two curly braces, it has auto populated the variables that are there inside this. So there are a lot of variables. You see that? Let me scroll down all those things, variables, and you see a lot of variables, but we are not worried about all the variables. So, so the first variable that we have here is the recent ones that we have created. That's on top. The name of that variable is firstVar. So let me click on this directly. So that's it. The variable has been attached. So now let me send a request. By time, let me bring it up. Yeah, let me send a request. So the request has been sent and it's successful, and you should see that key is great and welcome to API universe. Let's do a small modification in that. So again, get into the same icon and click on this edit option and click on this. This is initial value, so you can change this the current value. Welcome. I'll attach the welcome to the API and click on save. That's the initial value, it's the new value, and let's get back to the request. So now again we'll send a request. So it's gone with the initial value itself. So that's what I just want to tell you. We have to edit, we have to change the value inside the initial value. So now let me click it and select edit option and change the value welcome to the universe and persist all. Yes, it's done. Then save it again and come back to our request and click on send a request, and here is that welcome to the API universe. Okay, that's how we can use a variable inside this. So with that, we should now we will understand more about the variables. A variable is a symbolic representation of data that enables you to access a value without having to enter it manually wherever you need it. So this can be useful if you are using the same values in multiple places. Variables make your requests more flexible and readable by abstracting the detail away. So for example, so what will we do is we will take one a request base URL, and then on top of that we'll attach a few mm, okay, few endpoints, and we'll use it. So for that I'm gonna create a, a sorry, I'm gonna create a variable. So the value of that variable would be a base URL. So that, okay, first I will create a variable. So click edit on global level. I'll add a new variable, and this I'll say base URL. So, and the value default, I'll keep it, the value is rec. I'll copy the value. Okay, this is a request. Let me know, sending request URL. Yeah, I'll copy this exactly. So this is my base URL, and come back here, edit again, base URL, paste it here, and tab, click on persist all, and okay, remove this is not required. Yeah, that's it. So let me save this. Done, it's been saved. Now let's get back to our unknown planet uh, collection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new collection, and saying the collection name is universe variables, universe varying. Okay, so I'll enter. So this is a new collection which do not have anything. I'll click on add a request to start working on. So I'm gonna give the name. First is list users. So that's what the endpoint, that's what the API call that we're gonna give. So list users, yes, that's it, it's done. So now simply I'll mention the variable name. So we got that. You see, base URL, initial value is this, current value is this. I'll click on this base URL, and then I'll say forward slash and list URL. So here I'll say API endpoint and endpoint path, API users, and I'll put the question mark to add a parameter. So I'll say page is the parameter, and value is 2. That's it. Let's send a request, and here is the response. Brilliantly. So to make it simple, in spite of the complication, we have removed all the complication. Just we are mentioning the variable, and then whatever the endpoints that we want to use, we can use it. So you can see the response. This is one response, and similarly we'll create a second request here. So let me add a request to this directly, and the name of the request, this time I'll go for the single user. So again, base URL forward slash, I'll go the single user, I'll say API, same endpoint but without parameter, API, and just say users and forward slash 2, and let's click send, and here is the data. Only you got the ID, the record of user 2, the record of user 2, you got the record of the user 2, the employee record of the user 2. Similarly, we can get the employee record of user 3, and for user 4 also we'll get it. Okay, and so here also we have used URL. So and what will we do is we'll run one more. So this time we will list the resource complete page. So let me click on this more actions icon, and add a request. This time I'll list a resource, and same, I'll use the variable base URL / API, and unknown is the API endpoint, unknown. And let me send a request, and here is the response. You see that? We got the complete information, the complete page without any filtering. So complete page 1 or page 6 and everything, complete information, we got it. And we will look into the single resource now. So we'll use the same, and I'll click on this, a new request. So name of the request I'm gonna give, I'll say single resource. Base URL / and for the single resource will use the API and then unknown, but we're going to filter with the specific ID. So let me, this will get the employee with ID 2. So if we get the 4 employee, okay, you can clearly see that. So that's how a variable makes your life pretty simple. So you just mention the variable with the base URL, and you can keep on adding endpoints of that. So that's, and it's pretty good in dealing the things also. So you will have a clear cut understanding. Okay, what's the base URL and what are the endpoints? You will have a clear cut understanding in your mind with what you're dealing. So that's how it helps. A variable helps a lot. Okay, so now we will look into scopes, variable scopes. Okay, Postman supports variables at different scopes, allowing you to tailor your processing to a variety of development, testing, and collaboration tasks. Scopes in Postman relate to the different contexts that your requests run in. So, and different variables scopes are suited to different tasks. In order from broadest to narrowest, we have the scope such as a global. We can have a global scope variable. I'll show you that from here. So this is a global scope variable. Let me zoom it and let me scroll right side. Yeah, means okay. Yeah, and let me click here. Yeah, this is our global scope, and after that we have environment scope. Here we can create our environments, and specific to that environment we can use that variables, and we have a collection scope. We can create the variables inside this collection itself. Let me click on this collection, and here you click on the variables, and we can create a variable, and this can be useful only in the collection wise. And we have one more, that's data and local. Okay, first we'll begin with the global scope. So this is the global scope. Global variables, these are the global variables that we have created, enable you to access data between collections, requests, test scripts, and environments. Global variables are available throughout a workspace. Throughout this workspace. So what's that workspace? Workspace name API Exploring Universe. So since global variables have the broadest scope available in Postman, they are well suited for testing and prototyping and in later development phases. Okay. So then we have a collection level scopes. So collection variables, and here is the universe earth collection. So collection variables are available throughout the requests in a collection and are independent of environments Collection variables don't change based on the selected environment. So collection variables are suitable if you are using a single environment. For example, for the auth or URL details. For example, what we can do is, see, I'll come to the auth. So there is no auth. Basically, we are not using. So what I'll do is I'll click on basic auth. So I need a username and a password. Instead of writing my username directly and password directly, I'll say username and password. So this is my username and this is my password, or we'll keep it short, UN, and this is PW. Okay, so let me show that it's a PWD. Okay, these are the one. So what I'll do is this is a scope level, this is collection level scope. I'll click on variables. I'll create two variables. One is username UN and initial value is Charan. That's my username. And one more. I'll create PWD and the value is okay. So now let me save this. Let me click on persist all and save this. Persist all first. Okay, we lost the initial value of this, and I'll click persist all again one more time. Yeah, it's done. Then let me save this to our collection. So no new changes have been done. Persisting all values. So now let me get to the authorization. So now I will attach that. You see that yellow color scope, UN. So what is UN? That's a username. And let me add the PWD. So what is PWD? That's the password. You see that? It's the password. And that's it. That's how. So these variables are secret data can be hidden. So nobody can directly view this, or in spite of that we can use a file and then through that file also we can attach. So nobody can view the secret data. The other users who is working in our team who also have access to this API can't see that. That's the main advantage of going with these variables. Then we have environment variables. So environment variables environment variable enables you to scope your work to different environments. For example, let me click on here. So here you see the environment variables. So I have created one environment, that's a space. So for example, a local development versus testing or production. So one environment can be active at a time. If you have a single environment, using collection variables can be more efficient, but environments enable you to specify role-based access levels. We can create n number of environments, and uh, whichever, if you want to use specific variables, you can attach all those variables in that environment, and we have to select that environment, and whatever variables that we have inside that environment we can view it. And we got first where and this. Okay, so that's how different scope works. In addition to that, we have a local variables. Local variables are temporary variables that are accessed in your request scripts. Let me click on a request, any request, and here you'll see that we can add our local variables directly. Okay. Local variables values are scoped to a single request or a collection run and are no longer available when the run is complete. So local variables are suitable if you need a value to override all other variable scopes but don't want the value to persist once execution has ended. So these are different types of scopes of variables that we have seen so far. So then we will look into two fundamental types of variables. One is a default type and second one is a secret type. Beyond the scope, global and environment variables can also be defined by type. So the two variable types that you can configure for global and environment variables are default type and secret type. So the default type is automatically assigned to values, assigned to variables. So this type is shown as a plain text and doesn't have extra properties. Whereas secret type masks the initial and current values for all workspace members and can be used to prevent unintentional disclosure of sensitive data. This is what is important for us, including API secrets, passwords, tokens, and keys. So for that, users with editor access on the workspace for global variables or environment for environment variables can opt to change these variables from default to secret type. Okay, let's get into the workbench. Sorry, let's get into that quick look icon. And then for environment or for global variables, we have to select the edit. And if you come here, so you have types. One is default type or secret, default type or secret. So the where, this is not that it's not secret one, it's not sensitive. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep it similar way. So this is also first where is default. These are all default values, these are not sensitive. I'll keep it like that. But what I'm gonna do is I'll create two more. Okay, this is basically global level, I can use anywhere, so I'll create two more. So here I'll say user. Okay, username, and I'll keep it secret, and the username is Charan. Let me click on this icon so that I can see at least Charan. And after that I'll create one more variable, password, and I'll say secret again, and I'll add password ADC3. Okay, yes, the password, current value, and let me click on persist all, and let me save everything. Done. So let's get back to the collection and let's get into the basic auth and scroll down a bit. So now let me say username. You see that? Gone. Username. So you have to click on this icon to get it, but it will be masked for some time. So username, and similarly you will have a password. Password. Okay, this is what the password. So this is how we can use a secret or sensitive data using secret files or using a secret method. Okay, then even we can do that, we can change from secret to default value just by clicking by changing that from, let me show you that also, just by changing default pack it will become see, it's asking change type as, go with it. Yes, it's been changed. Now I'll put back to the secret. Yep, that's how we do the change. And we can define the variables and few more things. So I think this is more than enough for how to handle the variables. So as we have discussed in our previous module, it's about the environments. Deep we will deep dive into that environments. So here we'll talk about the managing environments. So as environment is a set of variables, that's it, nothing else. Environment is a set of variables you can use in your Postman requests. You can use environments to group a related set of values together and manage access to shared Postman data if you are working as part of a team. That's it. So what we're going to look into here, how to create environment and access the environment and working with environment as a team. Okay, that's what we're going to do in this exercise. So let's begin with creating environments. Okay, so let's get into the Postman quickly. Yep, and so Postman displays the active environment in the environment selector. So this is our environment selector. So at this moment, so space is the active environment selector, active environment here. So this will be placed in the rightmost corner of a workbench. You can see that, which is next to the quick look icon, environment quick look icon. So then you can access all environments from environments in the sidebar. So for that, we have to select the active icon. Okay, you see that? You have to click on that icon, active icon. So once you click on next to the environment to make it active, the environment. Okay, let me click on this, and this is the space. This is one environment we have created. So we can create a more environment also. And yeah, so at this moment, space is the active environment. Space, correct? Or else the one more thing we can do is, we can, if you come to the leftmost option of our window, you will find the environments. You can directly click on the environments, and here you will find all the environments that we have. At this moment we have only one environment, that space. So that has been selected. So the tick mark, the active icon, has been uh, placed here. So that click, so when we click on this set act inactive, so it will become inactive. So when we click on this icon, we click on this, when we click on this icon, so it will become active. So what will we do is, we have selected this one. So we'll go to any, yes, this is also fine. So greet, in addition to greet, I'm gonna post one more thing. So that's where this is chant. I'm gonna say chant, and here I'll say, you see, you got it, where. So where is a part of a global scope, however it is in the environment, in the space. Okay, let me see that. You got the where, and it's a default, it's a Krishna. So or else I'll change the name to the where one, and save it, and get it to the post, and let me change it to the where one. And here you see that the scope has changed. It's an environment scope. We got it from the environment scope. So now let me send it. Let me send a request. And here you see that the greet has come from the global scope, and then chant has come from the Krishna. Sorry, chant has come from the space environment scope. Space environment scope. So that's how we can select the environment. So now to create a new environment, we have to directly, either we can create a new environment from here. You see that it's visible from this. Let me zoom it. Yeah, by clicking here we can create a new environment, or else we can go to the left or the rightmost portion, and we can click on this a quick look icon, and you see that space edit, and click on the this. So now the space page has been opened. So here we can create this is a space environment. Here we can create a new environment also. You see that no environment, and then we can create a new environment also from here. But for now we will use the other one. So let me scroll back to the left portion here. So here we have environments, and let me click on this plus icon, and I'll say this is my experimental environment. Experimental env. Okay, this is my experimental environment, and then here I'm gonna attach some values, such as we'll give the base URL, the previous one, base URL, I don't remember that. That's okay. It's a http and colon rec rest.in, and one more, that's environment ID I'll give. So environmental ID, so I'll give it as yeah, that's fine. This is the ID, and now I'm gonna save it. Select save to save any environment variables you have added. So come here and click on save, then it will be saved. This environment variables will be added and the environment will also be saved. So now you have option here, just click on this to set this one active. So I'll click on this, I'll make this active, and now I'll zoom out and I'll come to my this is not the one, yeah, post, yeah, this is experiment. So collections, let me come to the collection. Okay, anyway, I have selected the experimental environment and come to the unknown planets variable. Okay, just a minute, let me close this one. Yep, so this what, so I'll make reduce, yeah, bring it down. So here I'll add one more. So you can see that unresolved variable. This is okay, this is global scope, whereas the space scope has been unresolved because we have changed the one, we have changed the scope now. We have just changed the environment. So this environment scope is unresolved variable because we have changed it. So I'll say this time I'll say base URL from where we got it. So this is the network information. I'll say network, and then I'll mention that base URL. You see that you got the base URL, but this one is not there. So first where and username and where is overridden. So base URL, we have an existing one in global scope that is overridden using this one. That's the one more thing I just want to prove. So global will always be overridden using space, using environment, or using collection level variable, or using local level variable. Always it will be overridden. So I'm overriding this. So I'll click on this. So it's fine. Let me send a request. Now you will find, you see that where one is not there, so you can see that here. Let me scroll down a little bit, or let me make it, yeah, yeah, you see that chant where one, it's a part of a, it's part of space environment, so that's not active, that's been made inactive, so that's the reason. So we can't access that one, so it directly made it as a var one as a value. Okay, this one as a value, whereas network, so we have, it's from the a new environment, so it's been pulled and it's been posted into our API server. So that's how we can use environments to customize and group the variables based on the team requirements. Okay, so and to access the environment variables, sorry, to access the environments, just come here. So click on this left portion, a menu, and then you will have all the environments that we have created. So I'll create few more environments here. So let me click on a few more environment. This is the new environment. The name I'm gonna give is, this is a development environment. So dev in, I'll say dev in. Okay, and I'll click enter. So I'll add a so dev portal, so I'll give the value. So http www.imlac.com and enter. So let me save this. So, and similarly I'll create a one more environment, that is I'll name it as testing environment, a test environment or testing environment. So here I'll add a variable. So tools test cases, I'll just mention the cases, I'll say SonarCube and a few more, and I'll save this, and we'll add one more. That's one more environment. That's a production environment, prod env, and we will add test types. That's a UAT, user acceptance, a beta, and then blue green, one more. Okay, so let me save this. But at this moment only one environment has been active, has been made active. That's the experimental env. We can make it any other environment active, okay, by just scrolling and clicking on it. So that's how we select an active environment. We can, and we use that active environment in different places. So if you want to edit the variables, what we have to do, we have to just get into that environment and directly click on variable name. And if you want to change the any value, you have to click on that value, and you can change that directly from there. Okay, that's how we modify the variables, variable names and variable values directly from there. So now we will look into the managing environment roles. So we can manage roles on environment by selecting the more actions icon in the upper right of the manage roles. So let me click on here. So if you scroll down completely, you'll find a item called manage roles. So I have clicked it on, so new window has been popped up. So now we can assign collaborators the editor or viewer role. So we can, at this moment I have an editor role. Either we can put editor or viewer, or one more thing is a collaborator. So if you have a, if you upgrade it to the proper plan, a professional or enterprise level, so we can have a lot of roles. If you are part of a team, if you have 10 members or 5 to 6 members, so what we can do, basically you can give them enough access, like either you can make it as an editor or a viewer or a collaborator to work on, and then you just name it and change it and update the roles here. So that's what an environment. So environment is very much useful. In addition to that, we can have a few more activities can be done here, like requesting for an access, and then we can also do the forking environment. To fork the environments, it's just pretty simple. You just click on that whichever environment that you want to fork it. We have 5 environments, out of which I just want to fork it as the experimental env. So I'll click on view more actions icon, and then I'll scroll down. You'll find this create a fork, and you click on that, and within few seconds the fork of it will be created after giving the name. So here I'll say Charan APIs environment fork, nfork, and then workspace I'll keep it same, API exploring universe, and click on create, and you should see, okay, this is what is your environment fork. So basically the forking environment, forking the collection, we use it just to maintain the versions of it. It's like version control. Okay, so that's what a complete information about the variables, sorry, managing the environments, from the creating environments, accessing it, and working with environments as a team. Now let's see how can we visualize the response. So the Postman visualizer provides a programmable way to visualize, way to visually represent your request responses. Visualization code added to the tests for a request will render in the Visualize tab for the response body alongside the pretty raw preview options. I'll show you that first, and we'll look into the other one. And you see that here. Let me scroll down below, and this is where we'll add make it bigger. and here let me come here. And what will we do is we'll add at this location. Here we will add the code of visualization. So once we add here and then send a request, so we would see here in the test results the visualization should be visible. So there are no tests for this request, so here the visualization should be visible. So now visualizers let us present our response data in a way that help to make sense of it. We can use visualizers to model and highlight the information that's relevant to our project instead of having to read through raw response data. Even when you share a Postman collection, other people on your team can also understand your visualizations within the context of each request. But for that, you need to write a piece of code. So that's what. So what we're gonna do here is we'll see how to visualize the response of the data and visualizer API and debugging the visualizers. These are the things we'll cover most of the time here. So, and to visualize to visualize our response data, we have to add code to the either prerequisite script or tests script for the request. So for if you want to do it here, so you have to say pm dot visualizer dot, and we have to use the set function. And inside that set function we have to mention what template you want to use, template, then the strings, and then data. So all the information you have to provide. So this method pm.visualizer.set method will apply your visualizer code to the data and present it in the visualize tab when the request runs. So adding visualizer code, the pm.visualizer.set method accepts a handlebars template string as its first parameter. So the second parameter is the data you want to use the template to display. So if you want to then so once we give it, it should show a template. So now to render HTML, for an example of a basic visualizer in action, let's render one HTML using one HTML template. Let's try to visualize. So we'll take example. For that, let's get into our collections here. So inside a collection, we will select play, okay, universe varying. So this is what I'm gonna check. Inside that, I'll take this single resource. Okay, this is fine for me. This single resource request I'm gonna take. So now to create a visualization of this response. So this is what the response we're getting for this endpoint. So to make this as a table, of course this is so maximum visualization that we can, the simplest visualization that we can make it using table. Okay, so to create a table, so I need to write a template first, and after that I have to include that template inside my code. So the visualize, for that I have to write a visualizer code. So let's begin writing the code. Always we have to include a script either in pre-request script or in tests. So let me scroll down this one, let me bring it down more, and okay, so let's begin writing. So I'll define var. So that's the variable. It's similar to JavaScript. So then when I say var, so after that whatever I write is a it's a variable. That's what we are identifying it. We are declaring that. This is what we call it as a declaring a variable. Whereas in Python we do not have this. Whereas in Java we have to declare. So I am declaring this as a variable. So var template and equal to, so inside the template I'm gonna write So I'll say first tab. So table, I'm going to take table. Yeah, click on this. Let me table. So color, I'll go with the BG color equal to. So there I have to mention the color. I'll go with the F F F. Yeah, okay. This is done. So color we have given to the table. So then I will write the TR. So we'll begin with the heading, the first column, the header, the header of the table. That's TR. Then inside that I'll write the TH, the header, and the first one is ID, capital I and capital D. Let me make it a little, yeah, yeah, now it's visible, slightly visible. Yeah, first one is ID and forward slash th. Yeah, we got the right indentation. The second heading in our header is again th, and this time I'll make it name and forward slash th. Then the third header and the third item in our header, table header, is a color. That's th again, and I'll say color, sorry, color forward slash th. The fourth item in the header is a Pantone value. Pantone, a Pantone, a Pantone, that's enough. Forward slash th. And what else I have? So that's it. So these are the four items in our header of the table. So I have mentioned this, and after that we have to add values inside that. So for that, okay, first let me close this header. So t forward slash tr, sorry, tr, yeah. Then with one indentation I have to attach those values one by one. So I'll create one more tr. So I'll say, just a minute, yeah, equal to this indentation, and one more. So get it, the each response, yeah. Then indentation tr, indentation td, and inside that I'm going to attach my variable names. So the first variable name is id, sorry, yeah, and id, the first variable name is id, and I'll close this one, forward slash td, yep, proper. Then second variable is name, so it's a small, it's a name, just name, the key, yeah, and I'll close this, forward slash td. Then after that we have one more variable, this time it's a year, that's the key, and I'll close this, forward slash td. Then we have one more variable, that's the color, td, and its color, Yeah, color /td. Then we'll close this one, get back to the same indentation of tr /tr. Then we want each, so I'll attach one more variable. So I'll say /each. Done. Then let's close the table altogether. Let me look into this indentation level. So yeah, is this the correct indentation level of the table? Yes, correct. This is the table level. So let me close the table tag here. So this is the closing table tag. Yes, that's it. So I think everything is fine. Each. Yes, that's it. Everything is okay. So other than there is some red mark here, so I don't know what could be the issue here. Okay, that's okay. So that's it. So this is the template that is going to be this is the template, and now we have to, so the variable names, the variable names inside the double curly braces in the template will be substituted by the data passed to the pm.visualizer.set function method. So to apply the template, we have to add a few more piece of code into our script. So but this time it's equivalent, it's at the same indentation level of I think table. Let me check that at what indentation level I have to add var template. So let me get back to the high level indentation. So here, so I'll attach a comment, I'll add a comment. So let's set a visualizer now. Visualizer. For that, we have to say pm dot, we have visualizer. Yeah, you see that visualizer object, and then I'll select the set method, and then inside the set method, so the template has been defined. You see that variable template, you can see that variable template we have defined it. So now let me select that one, click on it. So now it will take the code that we have mentioned there, then is use comma, and inside that, sorry, inside that we have to say a response, and pm dot response dot json. So that's what it has to take as input, and then so close that with the colon. So one more thing we have to attach is, so after the table we have to close this with the colon, sorry, semicolon, and then this one we are closing with the semicolon. I hope so now there is no issue with the script. Okay, let's keep it same everything. Let's make it 2. I want to get the record 2, so let me execute it. Now there is some issue. Yeah, this was there was an error in evaluating the script. That's the syntax, unexpected token broken. So let me get into that. Where is that? Unexpected token broken at which line? That's not mentioned here. I'll find out. So where is that? Let me cross check. Okay, so backtick character is missing here. So let me attach that. Yeah, here. So let me say no, and let me cut this other one and scroll down, and more. Yes, here we are gonna add it. So I hope so now we should Yeah, all gone. Correct. You see that there is no red mark on the on the syntax anywhere. Yes, that's right. Now let's send a request. So now the request has been sent successfully. So let's get into the body and let me make it bigger. So we received, so received the response. So I will click on visualize and we'll see the magic happen. Here is the magic. You see that? Let me make it much bigger and bring it up. And here you see that the table. So ID, name, color, Pantone, and you see that. I will change it. I'll bring it to 3 and execute it. And you see that the ID is 3, name is true red, color is 2002, Pantone is this. And so now let me change this to the 4 and I will execute it. I'll send a request. So it should be changed. So ID has been changed to 4, name has been changed to aqua sky, and color is 2000. Sorry, oh, color. So here, so I have to change the script. There is something wrong. So here there is one more. I have to put it. So I'll change this to air, the third one. Okay, and this one should be the color. That's it. Yeah. And now let's change the required changes. So now let's send a request and you see that ID 4, name, year is 2003, color is this. So now let me go for the 5 and you see that 5 tiger lily 2004 and color. Let me get back to the 2 and here is that. So this is how we can make our data, the response that we get visualize. We can view the response that we get using visualizations. So this is pretty effective. We can use these templates or we can write our code, or else we can actually use some libraries. So adding styling and interactions to visualizations, we can load an external style sheet by mentioning here, by mentioning link tags. These are all tags that we have used. In addition to that, if you mention a link tags in your HTML template code, so we can use the external tag, external style sheets also. We use the same technique as adding a style sheet to your web page. So we can also add a style sheets using style tags. Similarly, we can add interactions using JavaScript code in script tags inside your template HTML code. It's like it's general normal visualizations how we do. So like, or else we can, you can simply copy some JavaScript code and then we can attach that JavaScript code here, and we have to change the variable names. We have to connect those variable names with this and then we should able to access that. We should able to view that. Okay, got it? So now in addition to these things, we can use our own libraries. Okay, you can use any of the libraries in Postman sandbox to programmatically generate the layout template. To import another external JavaScript library, we can use a URL to a script tag. We can use a script and then script tag. Inside that script tag, we can mention the URL template code. Using the same approach, you would use a load JavaScript into an HTML file. This lets you render your request data using the visualization tool of our choice. Example d3.js or whatever we want. So that's how it works. We can use any type of script basically any type of heat map visualizations, and so any type we can use. So I'll show you some examples that is mentioned in. So here if you see renders bar chart using a chart.js, and then heat map visualization, and various chart and graph examples, and visualizer API. So debugging the visualizers that we can see later, but here for example, if you want to use a bar chart using chart.js, you can click on this and you can get there. Okay, this is not working, that's fine. DIY heat map visualizations, no, this is also not working. That's okay. At this moment there is no specific data, but that's fine. But I think you got the uh, core of the how to visualize your data that is that you have fetched from your API. So you have to write your template, and you have to connect the template with the pm.visualizer. Visualizer is the object or the main module in that, and then we have to use the set method from that visualizer. Then automatically it's like, so if you want to visualize, you need a HTML framework and a CSS for the styling. And if you want to have a functionality, if you want to highlight something, if you want some action, dynamicism, then what we can do is we can include a JavaScript also. So you can randomly download some bar graphs JavaScript data script, and you can put it here in the tests. And these whatever variables that you get from the API, you can connect that variables inside that graph, and then just fetch it and see it will work. Now it's time to query with GraphQL. So Postman can make HTTP calls using GraphQL, an open source data query and manipulation language for APIs, in addition to REST. So there are few ways for you to write and send a GraphQL query using. So one is using Postman's built-in support for GraphQL, and using the JSON, the request body, and third one using a GraphQL content type header, and the fourth one we have importing the query as a curl request, small c and capital URL, C URL request. We'll begin with using Postman's built-in support for GraphQL. So Postman has built-in support for sending GraphQL queries in the request body using GraphQL variables and introspection and importing GraphQL schemas. So to send a GraphQL, let's take one example here, so that would give a much clearer picture. So let me move to the track workspace. Yeah, now this is one example, that's a live example which is working, a complex computation based application that we are running. So I am showing that example. So to send a GraphQL queries in the request body, we have to open a new request tab. So this is a new request, and then we have to enter our GraphQL endpoint URL in the address field. And if you see, this is the endpoint. Let me zoom it more. Yeah, this is the GraphQL endpoint, and then we have to change this to from get to post. Then we have to use the body tab, select click on body tab and select the GraphQL in this. Inside the body tab, we have to select GraphQL. Okay. Once you select GraphQL, we have to enter our GraphQL query in query editor. So this is what my query. So I have attached the query inside the query editor. You see that it's a big query which brings some information for us. That's okay. And this editor enables us to write and edit both queries and variables separately. So here I have attached variables directly. So the variables has been given as a reference here. So end time, start time, and client login ID. So they are referenced from the GraphQL variables. Here is the variables. You can see that. Yep. So first one, second one, and third one. Okay. So that's how. Now, once you done with it, all setting is done, endpoint, and then GraphQL query and GraphQL variables, and that's it. It's time to send a request, and here is that. You should be able to see the data. It's a huge data. So now we can use visualization, adding a pre-request script or tests. You can add the respective code to visualize this data also. That is not an issue. So now using GraphQL variables, enter the second one. We can enter our GraphQL variables in the GraphQL variables editor, and then so whatever information that we want, we can get it. So that's how we can do that. That's how we run. That's how we call and request a GraphQL APIs. And we have a few other ways of doing that. That's using JSON in the request body, or the third one is using a GraphQL content type header, or importing the query as a curl request. To the fourth one, if you see, to import the query as a curl request, first we have to write the query in one file. This query, you have to save it in one file. We will look into importing the query as a CURL request. So for that, what we have to do is we have to click on import. So then here, once you click on import, you'll find folder, link, raw data, code, repository, API gateway. So let me select raw text, and in this raw text you have to add the thing that you want to copy. So here I'll say curl, and option I'll use, then option H, that's for header. So for header I'm using accept application /JSON, and another header content type what type of content type. Again I'm using application JSON. Then we have another one, that is authorization, another parameter, that is authorization. So here we are using bearer access token. Then we have xget https / from here endpoint go rest.co.in and public v2 users. And once you have given that, you have to click on continue. So once you written your CURL command in the text field, then we have to click on continue. Then our CURL command must contain rest. Here in this case we have taken the rest example. So that endpoint URL and must specify the post method. So now let's click on import here, and then it will take us to this. Let's click on other headers. So headers consist of the key value pair that we have mentioned, accept and content type authorization. Then let's click on send and we'll see what's gonna happen. You see that you got the status 200k, and here is the complete records. You have of records of different entities, IDs, and their names, gender, email status, whether that person is active or inactive. So all that information we got it, and this is how we do the we do it using CURL. So using the concept called CURL. So we'll do few more examples. For that I have so let me click on import. So let me click on raw data this time. So I'll come here. So this time I'm going to take GraphQL URL. I want to list the users. So this is what I'm going to copy. So let me put it here. Let's go through it. First one is header, content accept key, then content type, authorization type, then finally we have exposed. This is exposed because this is GraphQL exposed, and after that we have option D, and here starts our query. This is GraphQL, we are talking about the GraphQL. So query, inside the query we want users. From the users endpoint, page info and cursor, start cursor, and then has next page, has previous page. That's what. In addition to that, one more key is total count nodes. In that we want the following information: ID, name, email, gender, status. Let me click on continue, and this is the endpoint with the curl format, and you see this is the post type, and here is the body, and here you could see the query. Okay, here is the body, and here you could see the query. Oh, now let me send it, and here is that the data that you could see clearly, a huge amount of data. So these are all live data. You can also use the code that I'm using and try to grab the data from respective endpoint. So this is listing users, and similarly we will create a one more curl. This time I'll say get user. Okay, I'm gonna say get user. So let me click on raw text and paste it here. So headers remain same, and this one is also exposed and with the same endpoint. So then we have a query. The query is completely different this time. So this time querying user and then ID name, specifically with ID. So we want specific, in spite of the user list, a complete list, we want to get this ID 787, and let's continue. Okay, there is some issue with the format. This one has to go here. So get user curl, and this is the place where we're gonna get that standpoint, and this is the body, and here is our query. Here is our query to specifically get the user record about 787, and here is that. You see that complete information about the record 787. And similarly we'll do it one more. This time I'm gonna create a user. So for that, again I'll click on import and raw text, paste it here, and you see that query. So mutation create user is the one which we are using. For that we have to input name. So name Tenali Ramakrishna is the one. we are using, and gender is male, email Tenali Ramakrishna at the rate of this, and status we want to make it active. So we are providing all the information. So now let's click on continue, and I'll show it to you on body. So this is our endpoint, and come to body, and here you can see the complete information. So this is our query that we are adding, and mutation, it's a create user type endpoints, that's where it goes, and this is what the input we are providing. So name is this, and remaining stuff. So now it's time to do more exciting stuff with Postman. So that's what using a WebSocket. So we'll use WebSocket request. So, but before we use WebSocket request, we should understand what is WebSocket protocol. The WebSocket protocol allows data exchange between a client and a server over a persistent connection. Okay, but what does a persistent connection mean? I mean that once the connection is established between the client and the server and the communication has begun, the connection will remain established unless we want to stop the communication between the client and the server. In HTTP protocol, the client will send a request, the server will send a response, and the connection will be closed. For every new request, a new connection will be established. The WebSocket protocol will keep the connection alive until the requirement is fulfilled. So many requests and responses will be exchanged between the client and the server by reusing the connection. The connection is a two-way communication, can happen from both directions. So here in this exercise, we're going to do the following tasks: creating WebSocket request, viewing messages, sending messages, using variables in requests and messages, and adding request details, saving requests completely. Okay, so yep, now that we have developed a basic understanding of a socket WebSocket protocol, now it's time to use a WebSocket connection in Postman. To do that, so we have to create our WebSocket request. So let's get into our Postman first before we do anything else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a WebSocket request. So for that, come here, exactly, click on this new soft button. So it will then a window will be popped up, a create new window will be popped up. Click on a WebSocket request, then again zoom out, and here you can see the save button. Let me click on save request to a collection. So we do not have a collection at this moment. So first what I will do, I'll name this one. So I'll say WebSocket connection WSCon1. So and I'll create a collection name. So I'll say this is universe web cons. And let me click on create. So it's been created. Now let me save this web connection WebSocket connection request to the universe web cons. Let me click on save. That's it. Here you could see that. I'll zoom it. You see here universe web cons and WebSocket connection. So now what I'm going to do is I'll put it here, and now I have to enter a WebSocket URL. Okay, so we have on the text button you have two options, raw and here. If you see here, you have two options here, either raw. Initially we have saved it as a raw, so that's why we can say I'll show you raw or and socket.io. Initially now we are doing with a raw, so that's what. So I have to type ws, and second one, or else we can go with ws / or wss /. So here we can see that to either WS or WSS. So both, it's like WS stands for WebSocket, and the additional S in the WSS is like S in HTTPS, which means secure WebSocket connection, whereas WS is insecure. And so I'll go with the WSSS, which is a secure one, and here I'm gonna give WS Postman. That's my subdomain, Postman echo.com. This is my domain, and I'll go with the raw one. So now let's click on connect to make a connection, make a web socket connection with our web. So it's connecting, it's taking time, and finally it got connected. So let me zoom it and show it to you. You can see the green color. This has become green, it's connected, and it has become disconnect. Okay, so you can click on disconnect to disconnect, but that's what we're not going to do now. So let me click on this button. So here you can see the messages. Okay, what's happening around. So far what had happened, so far it's been connected to this web socket. It's been connected to this web socket. That's it. So far that's what had happened. So now we will do our first task. First task is in, we'll do the second task. The question is how to send messages. So it's pretty simple. So let me click on here. Yep, just a minute. Okay, so let me click on messages. Yeah, you can see that. And what I'll do is I'll type my first message here. So Hare Krishna. Okay, a simple text. You can see that. You can have different formats, either text or JSON, XML, HTML, binary, whatever you want. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll first type a simple hello world message, and I'll click send. Just send, and it's been sent. I guess let's go up, and here you can see that down arrow, the upward arrow. So what that upward arrow says, the upward arrow is the request sent, and the downward arrow is the response received. So we have sent a request at 12:57:51, and we have received a response at 12:57:51. So at the same time, so that's what the request and response were sent. Now if you want to save it, you can save it. Just click on that uh, downward arrow, downward symbol, and then drop down button. Now let me click on save. So I'm gonna save it as a hello message. So that's it. It's been saved as hello message, and you just click on this greater than symbol, so that will be minimized, and click on this upward symbol, so it will be shown again. And that's how we can send a message, and we have received a message also. In addition to that, you can also go with a JSON message. If you want to send a JSON message, again you click on messages here. So this time, okay, I'm coming with a new message. I'll remove this. So I'm gonna say hello, this is my way of wishing. This is most of the North Indian way of wishing. So Ram Ram. Okay, yes. So let me send it again and scroll down, and here is that message. Okay, sent, we have received. And so let me save this message now. So click on save changes. So no new changes, so it will be saved automatically to that. However, I did not change this format here, so I'm going to change it here. So now I'll send. You see, now it got highlighted with the color mapping. So now I'll send it again. So I'll scroll up, and here you can see that 13002 just now at this moment. Okay, that's fine. So similarly, we can send many more messages. We can use HTML tags, HTML XML we can use HTML. We can send the HTML. So let me click here. So and scroll down and come down, and here is see you can see that HTML tags also. Okay, and you can save that also. So now anyway, while working on that, we have saved it. We have saved this message. We have saved this messages, and we have saved this request to the collection also. So and we have some additional message properties when using socket.io. So if we do it using socket.io, you can find socket.io is a different thing. So there we can attach the basically greetings. We can attach the acknowledgement. Here we can't attach the acknowledgement. When you go with the socket.io, in spite of raw, we can attach the acknowledgements also. Okay. What's the difference between raw WebSocket and socket.io? So raw WebSocket is a technology that provides a full two-way communication channel. So socket.io is a library built on WebSocket technology. So socket.io is easier to work with. If a connection is lost, it will be automatically reconnected if you use socket.io, but in WebSocket we will have to reconnect the connection manually. So raw WebSocket runs only two requests, the get a request and the upgrade connection, but socket.io mostly runs four requests, the get a request, the socket.io client library. So the three long polling Ajax capital A, capital J, capital A, X requests and the upgrade connection. So running so many requests is a waste of the network. Hence, we can say that a raw WebSocket is less network consuming. So I'll show you that also once so that you'll have a clear cut understanding. So let me click on new, yeah, here, and click on WebSocket request, and here you could see the raw or socket.io. So you can simply say socket.io and you can give WSS forward slash and you can give your website where you want to make a secure connection. You have to give that WebSocket connection. Okay, so we have discussed the differences between WebSocket and socket.io also. Now it's time to work on more advanced requests in Postman. That is SOAP requests. So what is SOAP? It's not that SOAP. Okay, just kidding. So Postman can make HTTP calls using SOAP, SOAP, a platform independent messaging protocol specification. It's a messaging protocol specification. So what will we do is we will do the following activities. We will enter the SOAP requirement, sorry, SOAP endpoint, then we will add body data, then we'll set our request headers and we'll send our request. Okay, let's begin. And after that we will explore more, more public API, public SOAP requests. Okay, so first we'll begin with entering our SOAP endpoint. So let me get into Postman as usual and click on new. I will go with the HTTP request only and I will enter the first SOAP request. So I'll put it in post, and I'm gonna say HTTPS web services, HTTPS www.dataaccess.com web services server number conversion.wso. This is what the endpoint that I'm gonna use. Just check it here. Okay, so now I'm gonna click enter. So this SOAP endpoint changes the numeric values. Basically, that's what the one service we are going to check. But for here, we'll just click on here and we'll see what activity it's going to do. So we have sent a request and we got the response. Okay, so this is unsupported media type, that's fine. But we got the response, we got the proper response. Of course, it's unsupported media type. Let me click on this pretty. Here you will have the complete piece of code that is responded. That's the message which is sent by the SOAP. So this is a complete, you see that, you can see the complete message. It's a message, it's HTML message with CSS styling rules. So then if you can see the complete raw of HTML and CSS. Here you can see the preview. Okay, and you see that this is what I'm talking about. So that responds with this, that responds with this. So number conversion service, what's this here? A number conversion service, you can see. And then the following operations are available in this service description. That's number 2 words and number $2 and more and more. So more they have. So we will look into one by one. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll show you all the SOAP APIs that I have collected. So let's begin with the numbers. It consists of a numbers SOAP API, calculator SOAP API, continents and countries and currencies, languages, book ISBN, and temperature, a lot more. So we will explore each and every SOAP API one by one, and then finally we will wrap up with these activities. So what is a SOAP API? And before we jump into that, what is a SOAP API and what is a REST API and what's the difference between SOAP API and REST API? And I would like to elaborate on that front also before we jump into any further activity. So this is the old age question. So what is the difference between a SOAP and REST APIs, and which one is right for my project? So just because our name is SOAP API, that name is SOAP API, it doesn't mean that we also don't know what we are talking about when it comes to explaining RESTful web services and API. So here, so SOAP versus REST, the term web API generally refers to both sides of computer systems communicating over a network. The API services offered by a server as well as the API offered by the client, such as the web browser. The server side portion of the web API is a programmatic interface to a defined request response message system and is typically referred to as a web service. There are several design models for web services, but the two most dominant are SOAP and REST. So SOAP provides the following advantages when compared to REST. One is language, platform, and transport independent. REST, whereas REST requires use of HTTP, and SOAP works well in distributed enterprise environments, and it's a standardized one, and it provides significant pre-built extensibility in the form of the WS standards. Whereas REST is easier to use for the most part and is more flexible. It has the following advantages when compared to SOAP. One is uses easy to understand standards like Swagger and Open API specification 3.0. It's smaller learning curve. It's very easy to handle. Whereas SOAP is pretty difficult, so fast. Whereas the response wise, REST is pretty fast and closer to the web technologies and design philosophy. So, in a nutshell, a SOAP is a server side portion of web API is a programmatic. So this is a server side portion of dealing with web API. So what it does, it's a programmatic interface to a defined request response message system and is typically referred to as a web service only. So this is one of that model, SOAP. Okay, so now let's look into the more concepts in this. So let's get into numbers endpoints. So numbers product numbers section of SOAP API. So just let's look into this. For example, the SOAP API is the main base URL. Inside that we have different sections, numbers, calculator, continents, countries, currencies, languages, book ISBN numbers, and temperatures. So in that each section we have a different endpoints. These are called endpoints. Now let me begin with number 2 words with this endpoint, and I'll show you. See, this is number 2 words endpoint and number conversion dot WSO. So I'll click on send, and here is the response that we got. This is a pretty one, a nicely made XML. Here you have a response, a raw one, and here we got the preview one, exactly what we want. So what it does is it converts the number in word format to the number in it converts a number to the number in word format from example 700 to 700. So let me show that in pretty. So here you see the 700 to the world result. Okay, so preview, let me click on a body type here. So what will we do is, you see that this is the request, this is the raw body, this is what is mentioned here. So this one, this 700 will be converted into the, let me bring it up and come to the body here. This is a response body, this is the request body. Okay, a request body, let me put it pretty, and here you see that 700 has been converted into the a word format. Okay, and that only you can see here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do changes in this body. So I'll put it as 1000, and let's see what's going to happen. And let me send a request again, and here is that, it's a 1000. So that's the power of this. So let me change it to the very complicated one, 1231, and here is that 1231. Fantastic. This time I'll put a random number, whichever that comes to my mind, so that it would be helpful. You can use this API. Okay, it's huge. 125 quadrillion, 750 trillion, 200 and 750 billion, 205 million, 702,570. That's it. So this is how you can use the SOAP APIs for this kind of normal activities or simple tasks. This is one, and we will look into another SOAP API endpoint, that is number $2. So let me click on send again and come to the pretty one, a preview. You see that $500. Let me click on body, and this time I'm gonna change it to 4,574 and click send, and here is that $5,784. You see that $5,784. $784. Similarly, we will look into another section of the SOAP API, that's calculator. So we have 5 endpoints in this calculator. One is add, then number to dollars, divide, multiply, subtract. Let's begin with the add. So let me send it and come to the preview. So 500, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into body. So I will change this to 600, and yep, we have to add one more. So we are in number conversion, no, add. So let me close this, number to dollar. Yeah, that's okay, number to dollar. And let me click on body, 500. I'll put it 600, and let me get the response. Headers is okay, body and preview, yeah, $600. You just mentioned the 600 here and you got the $600. And similarly, we'll get into the body again. So we have two ints, int A, int B. So let me give int A 10, int B 2, and see what's going to happen. So okay, 15, it took 15. So I'll change it to 10, and I'll execute it and get it a preview. You see that it's 10 divided by 2, it's 5. It's absolutely working well. And we'll do the multiply. We'll work at the multiply endpoint. So with this, one thing will also be very clear for you. So how this, what's the difference between an endpoint and a section and a base URL. So everything would be damn clear for you. Okay, so here I will go to the body again. So multiply again, I'll put it 5 times 5 times 10. So let me send it and preview. Here is that 50. 5 times 10, 5 tens is 50. And subtraction, you can do that here. So let me click on body again and check 5 minus 5, and let's see. And here is the value 0. And similarly, you can attach other endpoints to this to do the more complex tasks. So let me bring down this. So this is, you can see that this is a different endpoint, DNE online calculator.smx. So let me click on this, and you see that calculator section and this endpoint. You get that data access, and this is the different endpoint, and this is the different endpoint. Now let's get into the another section of the SOAPs API, that's a continents one. So continent one is absolutely different endpoint, it's somewhere else. So let me click here to get the continent, and let me go to the preview. And here you see Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Europe, Oceania, Americas. If you want a specifically list of continents by name, that's it. This is what is given here. And similarly, we have a countries, endpoints. Let me click on list of countries by name and click on send. And let me bring it up a little bit and then click on preview, and here is the country's names. And let me scroll down a bit and let me bring it up more, and here it is, everything you can find out: Rwanda, Sri Lanka, India, Bharat, and more and more and more. Okay, and capital city of a country, that's then another endpoint. Let me click here, and here is that preview, Washington. You have to mention that. Let me get into the body, and I'll give the country name where I want. So in spite of US, I'll say India. What's gonna happen, let's see. India. I think they need a US code. I think country code. That's okay. Country not found valid in this database. So you have to give the proper code. So let me do it again with the US. And this time Washington, UK. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. You have to give the proper. Then we have a currency for a country. Again, we require a code. We require USD dollar for this. This is the response we got, and we have to mention the specific code of that. We click on body, and yeah, you have to mention the country ISO code. So what we're gonna do is int. Yeah, we got some rupees. So let me get here to preview. Yes, int. It's an Indian rupees. And similarly, capital city of int. Let me do that for int. For int. The capital int. And here is the response, New Delhi. New Delhi. Then flag for a country. So let me get the response first and we will do the modification. Get to the preview. So you just, if you click this icon, this you'll get the, you can use a visualizer. No. So this is the USA GPG. You got it here at this location. You can open it. So let me change it to the body and come here. So let me say int. Okay. Yes, and sign it. And here is the Indian flag. Here is that Indian flag. Mera Bharat Mahan. Okay. Then we have one more, that's international phone codes. Okay, let's explore this also. International phone code. Let me click on send. So here is that it's a one. The response is one for whom? Let me check. It's for US again. So I'll go for India. I'll go for Bharat. Bharat. Okay, let me send. And we got it. It's a 9-1. Perfect. So similarly, we have one more section. This is a currency section. So list of currencies by name. So let me click on send and we'll get the proper response. We'll get to the preview and you see that almost all currency types. All currency types. And let's get into the languages. Of course, India will have 1,000 languages. A lot of languages that you have never heard, even we do not know. So that many languages we have. But let's see. Maybe they'll say how many languages. Let me get into the preview. Yep. Okay, so where is my languages? Tamil, Kannada, so okay, Chi, Kerala, Kurdish, Kenya, Tanzania. Okay, okay, I don't find too much here. Or Tagloga, Tonga, Tumka, Turkish, but I don't think they come. Yeah, here is that one language, Telugu, and other languages you'll find the Kannada here, Ka, and the same spot you should find Tamil. Yep, brilliant. That's nice. And we will look into the book ISB numbers and point. Let me click on send. And we got the response saying preview and true. And similarly, we have one more thing. Finally, we look into the temperature. We have Celsius to Fahrenheit and Fahrenheit to Celsius. That's the conversion. Let's do that. So let me come to the body and we normally say we use Fahrenheit. So that's what I'm gonna do is I'll let me look into that. Yeah, here is that 75 degrees for Fahrenheit. No, it's I'll click on Celsius to Fahrenheit first because we use Celsius here. So we say we got a temperature of 108, so 102, 103. So it's high temperature. We fill up. So let's look into the what's the Fahrenheit counterpart of a Celsius. Celsius. Let me click on preview and 217.4. Proper. Perfect. Brilliant. So now let's do the Fahrenheit to Celsius too. So here I'm going to convert that 217 to 219 to Celsius. Let's see. and here it is, a preview 103 point triplet 9. Perfect, brilliant. So that's how we use a public SOAP API or API, which are very useful for us. And in addition to that, the more activities that you can is headers. In headers, you can find out all the headers. So you can change your headers, you can set your headers also. When you select an XML body type, Postman automatically adds a content type header as application XML. So if you want, here it's application JSON, application SOAP plus XML. So if you want to attach another one, you can attach, or if you want to depend on your service provider, whichever they're providing, that is also fine. Or if you want to make it another one, you can make it text XML. So the set request headers, so we have different tabs. Let's look into the request header one by one so that you can have a clarity what is a request header. So here you can see that we have the content type, we have a Postman token, and content length, host, user agent, accept, and accept encoding, connection, and content type. A lot of types. Okay. So if you want to delete the default one, and if you want to create, you see that a content type text plain, uh, it's been marked. Okay, if you want to do it your own, you can do that. Okay, you can do changes, you can do small changes in header, and you can work back on this again. That's what all on SOAP request for now. Now it's time to deal collections. Running collections in Postman, a collection can be a group of saved requests or a workflow or a test suite. You might run a collection to send requests to your new API's endpoints, or to retrieve data from a data source, or to test an API's functionality. Postman enables you to run collections in several ways. You can run collections manually with the collection runner. This is useful when you're sending a small number of requests and you don't need to repeat them many times. You can run collections frequently in an automated way by scheduling collection runs or by setting up monitors. Scheduled collection runs are useful for automating testing, and monitors are useful for checking performance, availability, and reliability. You can automate collection runs in your CI CD with the Postman CLI or Newman. Postman CLI or a Newman tool. So you can use webhooks to trigger collection runs at certain times or when a specific event happens in your application. So first we will see using the collection runner. That's a manual way. Then we will go to automation one by one. Using the collection runner. The collection runner enables you to run a collection's requests in a specified sequence. It logs your request test results and can use scripts to pass the data between requests and alter the request workflow. You can configure the collection runner to meet your development needs. You can run collections using a specific environment and can pass data files into a run. Collection runs enable you to automate your API testing, and you can schedule runs to run in Postman Cloud with the collection runners and runner with the monitors or monitor. So you can also integrate collection runs with your CI/CD pipeline using the Postman CLI, a Postman tool that enables you to run and test collections directly from the command line. So here what we are going to look is configuring a collection run, running your collections, sharing collection runs, and automating collection runs. That's what we are going to see here. So we'll begin with configuring a collection run. So let's get into the Postman, and so this is our collection, not one, this is a workspace. In this we have uh, many collections. Yeah, so this is one collection. So select collections in your sidebar. I'll zoom it so that it would be pretty clear for you. So these are all our collections. Okay, this portion. So select collections in the sidebar and select the collection you want to run, specifically the collection that you want to run. So I want to run this collection, so I have selected this one. So on the click on this, and here from here you can start, you can run this collection from here, directly run collection, or you can simply just, yeah, click on this. Okay, so let me zoom it one more time, and so I've selected this and come here. At this point you can find an option called run collection. Run collection. So we can select this run collection from the Postman, or else there is one more way. You can directly, this is one way of doing. Other one is you can click on a runner directly from the Postman footer and drag a collection from the collections or history in the sidebar. Let me click on this runner. So now in workbench the runner window is going to appear. Yes, so what you can do is either you can drag a collection or folder from your sidebar, this is our sidebar, into this, or else you can find your previous collection runs in history or import past runs. So simply let us drag and drop it here. Okay, that's it. Our collection has been added. This is one way, or another way of doing is by selecting from here. So now select this run manually. So once either from here or a runner, whatever it may be, it's fine. So then if you want to, if you want your collections to run with an environment, select it from here. So I have selected it as an experimental env. So let me keep it that only. And you can also select environment from the sidebar if you want. You see that environments, yes, and then select the environment that you want to use. So choose, now it's time to choose a configuration options. Now we have plenty of options here, configuration options. First one is iteration. You see that here, iterations. Iterations, what does it mean? Let me zoom it and I'll show it to you. Let me scroll this side and let me scroll up also. Yeah, now you can see that this portion. First option here is iterations. The number of iterations for your collection run. So you can also run collections multiple times with different data sets to build workflows. So here at this moment I'll go with one iteration. Then we have delay. So an interval delay in milliseconds between each request. So I'll put 3 milliseconds delay between each iteration. So I'll put 3 iterations and 3 milliseconds delay. So then we have below that you have advanced settings. Here you can select a file, but below that we have advanced setting. Let me scroll down a bit more. Yeah, here we can see advanced settings. So this consists of again 4 sections. The first one is save responses. What does it mean? Save response headers and bodies to the log to review them later. For large collection runs, this setting can affect performance. Then we have keep variable values. So persist the variables used in the run so that any variable updated by the run will remain changed. after it completes. If you do not persist variables, changes aren't saved after the run completes. Know that persisting variables in the collection run will update the current value only. Then the third one, we have run collection without using stored cookies. If your requests use cookies, you can optionally deactivate them for a collection run. And final one that we have is save cookies after collection run. So save the cookies used in this session to the cookie manager. Any values changed by requests during the run will remain after it completes. So we have checked keep variable values and save cookies after the collection run. That's it. So now all done, all set. Now by default your requests run in the sequence they are listed in the collection. You see that the first one is entity one get, second one is building request ex, third one is sending request URL endpoint one. So these are in sequential way. By default our requests run in the sequence they are listed in the collection. If you need to change the order of execution, select this and drag a request to its new location in the order. So you can also remove an individual. So let me select this and let me use this path param at the beginning. First one. Yeah. Let me select this. Yeah. So then so we can actually, if you want to remove an individual request from the run by clearing the checkbox, that's it. You just clear the checkbox and it will be kept out of the request, out of executing that request. When you have completed your configuration or configuring the collection runner, so now it's time to select the run the collection name. See, you see that run this collection name, run universe earth collection. I'll click on this and we'll see what's going to happen. So total how many times? 3 times it's supposed to run. So 3 iteration. You can see that window. So universe earth collection results error run again. That's okay. Error it doesn't matter. So runner environment experimental end iterations 3 duration 4 seconds 670 milliseconds. All tests and average. Let's see let's click on view results. So far, okay, iteration 1 failed, an error occurred while running the request. That's okay, that doesn't matter, I'm just showing this. So iteration 1 is failed, then it has gone to iteration 2. So let's wait for iteration 3. Yeah, iteration 3 also started. Okay, so this is how we run a collection. So the another way of running a collection, so let me select this play one. So universal Jupyter. Yeah, let's go with this. So let me click on this and go to run collection, enter, then a run collection runner window appears. You see that, you can see the color coding also, get post del total 3. I want to go with the run manually, so I'm configuring my run collection run. I'll go with 1 iteration without 0, and then let me click on run universe Jupyter. So experimental 1 iteration, so let me click on view summary get form data. Yeah, so that's it. So that's how we run. So let me get into the other API. So let's take the GraphQL, this collection, our soaps. Click on run collection. Yeah, so these are all. So let me click on run soap API. There are a lot of requests. It consists of and it started running each and every API. You can see that run summary, and once all done we will check. So total how many APIs here, endpoints. Okay, too many API endpoints. So let me click on view all runs, and here is that all runs 701 millisecond. And let me go to the previous one. So let me click on here. Okay, so that's it. See, you can see all the duration, everything you are getting, all that information. This is how. Okay, let me get back to the authorization. Okay, everything is fine, no issue. Tests is okay. Variables, SOAP API, and let me run it again. This time I will give uh, 3 milliseconds duration and 3 iterations. Let me click on run and see what will happen. Okay, first iteration is going on now. Iteration 1. Once that is done, after 3 milliseconds of delay, it will go for iteration 2. Once that is also done, then it will go for iteration 3. You see that? Post, it's been executed, no tests, we haven't mentioned any tests, but it's successfully executed without any error. This is iteration 1. You see all are all you see all 200 okay, 200 okay, 200 okay, all got the same response code 200 okay. Okay, so iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, all has been executed successfully. Let me click here. Yes, done. Yes, done. All three are done with that. So that's how we configure our collection, and we run our collection, and we also view our collections using this method. Let's run one more example. This time we will go with universe earth collection. So let me click on this collection, and here you can see that this is universe earth collection main menu bar, and after that you have authorization tab, pre-request script, and test variables and runs. Okay, so this is what. And on right side, okay, first let me select no auth. So this collection consists of total 4 requests. So let me close this documentation first, and so let me click on this more actions icon, or else directly from this menu bar itself you can click or run collection. Okay, this is the main menu bar of this collection in Workbench. If you want to run it from here, you can just click on run. So we have order, and here you can see the iterations. Now let me click on run this collection. So endpoint 1, we face some issue. So what's the issue here? Endpoint 1, let me check authorization. That's okay, we are receiving data. Endpoint 2 auth, yeah, okay, yes. So now let's click on this again one more time and click on run. So how many times I'll go with the run universe earth collection. So sending check Postman console for an error. Let's click on Postman console to see the error. Get, okay, this is a random. Okay, then you can click on view summary, and here you can see the one iteration is been done. View all runs, and here you can see all runs that you have run so far. Do you have any scheduled runs? As of now, no scheduled runs. So that's how we run a collection, we view the collection, and we check the history that we have seen. So this is the history, collection run history, and we will also schedule. You see that scheduled runs tab. The scheduled runs tabs show allow the scheduled runs for the current collection. So the and normally it consists of, when we click on that schedule, so at this moment there is nothing. So but you will find the upcoming schedule, upcoming run schedule time, the name of the scheduled run, the environment associated with the scheduled run. All that information will be provided if you have scheduled it anything. Anyway, that we are going to do. And finally, we have one more option, the most important, that's a sharing collection. You can share the collection run results with others by exporting the results from the collection runner. So open the collection runner in the runner, collection run in the runner. You can also access the collection run by using the history in the sidebar if you don't have the right open. So select this and scroll down more. Here is that export results. So click on that. So with this you can click on export and you can save this file wherever you want. So universe earth collection, earth postman collection. So it was successfully exported. Then the last option that we have here is automating the collection run. So that we're gonna look into that automating the collection runner in our next slide. Now we will see how to schedule collection runs. Many Postman users run collections at specific times each day or week. For example, you may want to run a collection that tests your API every day. You can use the collection runner to schedule collection runs to execute automatically at specified days and times. When you schedule a collection run with the collection runner, the scheduled run is added to the collections runs tab. You can view, pause, edit, and delete scheduled collection runs from the collections runs tab. So let's look into that one by one. So here we'll see how to schedule a collection run manually, manually running a scheduled run, viewing a scheduled run, per pausing or resuming a scheduled run, editing a scheduled run, changing a run order. So all those things we will see one by one. So basically, scheduled runs can also execute in the Postman cloud. Schedules share permissions with their collections. For example, if you have permissions to edit a collection, you will be able to edit that collection schedules. And similarly, personal, private, and team workspaces support scheduling collection runs. So if you import or export a collection with schedules, don't import or export with it. That's the one more major important point to be noted. If you import or export a collection, it doesn't mean all import the schedules that you mentioned inside the import and export will also be imported or exported. So however, if you delete a collection, its schedules are deleted also. So scheduled collection runs have the same usage limits as monitors. So now let's schedule our first collection. For that, let's get into Postman. So here, what we're gonna do, let's select collections in the sidebar and select the collection that you want to schedule. I will select the SOAP APIs and click on select run collection. So let me click on run collection. So now this workbench, okay, so this many sections are there in the collection. So there are a lot of sections and a lot of requests, a lot of endpoints. Okay, so either this way or else you can directly select a runner from here, whichever is fine. So now on the collection runner, this is called collection runner window. On this window you can select schedule runs. I'll show you that here, this one. You can select schedule runs, this one. So let me click on schedule runs. Schedule runs periodically run collection at a specified time on the Postman cloud. Okay, so then you can choose any configuration options that you want. There are a lot of configuration options. You can see that schedule configuration. Let me zoom out first and let me close this console here. Yeah, so now let's go through the schedule configuration. For the schedule runs, it begins with the schedule's name. So let me give the schedule name. This is SOAP API schedule, and we can set the runs frequency. What's the frequency you want? So I'll go with the week hour timer. Every hour, no, every 2 hour, every 3 hour, every 4 hour. Let's stick with the every hour for now. Then after that, an environment associated with the collection, that's optional. This either you can use or you can leave it, it's optional. And number of iterations, how many times you want the collection to run, that's the number of iterations. I will keep it once, that's more than enough. Then after, below that, you can select only JSON and JSON and CSV files are accepted, so data files. So either one you can choose, but it's also optional. So then we have few more email notifications, and let me scroll down more. Email notifications we have. If you want, you can put your email to get the notification, or else you can leave it. So, and in addition to that, we have advanced settings section here. Let me click on that and we'll see. So what all it consists of. The advanced settings section consists of a read try if a run fails. Of course, set a request timeout, set delay between requests, follow redirects, and enable SSL validation. So follow redirects and enable SS validation is the options that we have selected from the advanced settings. So now by default your requests run in the sequence. They are listed in the collection. If you need to change the order of the execution, you can select and drag a request to its new location in order. So you can also remove an individual request from the run by clearing the checkbox next to its name. So now let's click on the schedule a run button and let's schedule this. So you can see that the schedule name is SOAP API schedule name. So it runs, let me zoom it. Yeah, it runs every 1 hour and you can see all schedules here. Okay. So now we are viewing a schedule run. So this is our schedule run, which consists of the time and how many times of iteration that it's going to happen and all that information. So once you click on this, it's manually running the schedules. First run is scheduled for today's 6. At this time it's going to run at 6 times. So when the collection runs, the results will appear here. So you can also trigger a manual run on the Postman cloud. To trigger a manual run, I have to click on run now. So now it's the schedule one is getting triggered. It's getting triggered and it's running the required API. And here is that. So time 5:28 p.m. the action began, and here is some amount of information. And finally, here is the complete response. SOAP API schedule. You see the health condition. Health is perfect. It's healthy. and all the endpoints that we have mentioned in the collection are found without any issues, and all are successful. You can see 200k. Okay, so everything is fantastic. So that's how we can manually trigger a API scheduled run. We can manually trigger a schedule run. Okay, I think you got it. And here you can see that a graphical explanation. So type all, result all, clear filters. Anyway, we have only few, so it's not at this moment. This graph doesn't make sense because we have one collection. If you have more and you keep on running, so then they will be useful. How many failed? How many successful? All, but here all. Response time 2.48, failed percentage 0%. So everything is fine. When that's it, it's manual. It's manual. So manually running a schedule. So that's what we have done it now. So now pausing or resuming a schedule a run. If you want to pause it or resume a schedule a run anyway, we have started it. So to do that, we have to select collections in the sidebar. Select the collection with the scheduled run you want to pause or resume. So then select the schedule runs tab, and inside that we have to click on this more action icon, and here you can see pause. So if I click on pause, it will be paused. The 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 API or the collection that has been scheduled, that will be paused. And if you want to rerun it, it's nothing much. You have to resume it by going back to the more actions icon and click on resume. That's it. It will again back in action and it will run every time. That's how we pause and we resume it. And we have editing a schedule run next. So again, for editing a scheduled run, we have to click on that. Let me show you that. Let me click on here and select edit option, and it will open up a new window. If you want to make any modification, I want to make it 2 iterations. I'll change it to 2, and I want to attach some environment. It's experimenting, and more than that, stop notifications after 3 consecutive failure. That's it. Let me click on save changes, and the changes has been made. Now I will run it manually, trigger the scheduled one. So now you can see that that's the first iteration. This is the second iteration. It's happening, it's preparing for running, and it's gonna take a bit of time. So then once it is done, we can do the save changes. So now let's what will we do is we will run. Once this is done, we will run a schedule, and after that, if you want to delete, you can just simply click on this delete and the whole collection will be deleted. That's not a big deal. By the time, let it run. So let me scroll down first. Here are all actions, test results, console log, preparing a run. Yep. So by the time it gets running, because we haven't manually trigger it, it is on preparing run, so it will take some time. Once it reaches that time, respective time, so it's gonna uh, restart scheduled run. Okay, yeah, it's 5:32. So let me get back to, so we have seen viewing a scheduled run, pausing, editing, and even deleting a scheduled run. So now let's jump into viewing scheduled collection runs. Let's deep dive into that. So you can run collections at specific times each day or week. For example, you may want to run a collection that tests your API every day. You can use the collection runner to schedule collection runs to execute automatically at specified dates and times. So here viewing scheduled collection runs in Postman, time drivers test results. So that's what we're going to see here. So let's begin with viewing the scheduled collection runs in Postman and how does it look like. So that's what we are going to do here. Okay. So here you can see the collection. So once it is healthy and after that everything got failed, let's see that what overall, how does it look, this window. That's the scheduled collection runs window. So for to enter into this, you have to go to the collections which is on left window, then inside that collections, your collections and runs, and you have to click on the collections and you have to click on the runs, and finally you'll get into the scheduled runs. Okay, so now this is my scheduled run which is running on. However, so let's see what scheduled collection runs shows you on your screen. I'll keep on running the scheduled runs so you can use the graph to understand how your APIs have performed. You can see that on your screen. Okay, here and there should be one more graph. So the first one, it was successful and response time was 2.48 seconds. Second, it failed, a response time nothing, failed, and third one, run failed and it's retrying, but although it will be failed. So here we're getting information about how well our API has performed. The upper section chart your scheduled collection runs average response time for each. You can see that average response time for each, and each run. The lower section here, this visualizes the number of failed tests for each run across all regions. You can see that number of failed tests, these are all failed. That's what I purposefully I used. I removed some parameters to fail the test. To view the exact values for failed percentage and response time, we have to hover over each run individually. This is 1, fine, 0%, this is 0. So we'll get its own complete information about this failed percentages and etc. So in this, a red bar indicates that either tests failed or errors occurred during the run. Green bar indicates that it's successful. So 0 failed tests and 1 error. And here you can see the log. So we can see the log here. So preparing running, run failed, and timeout, and it will start the new one. Okay. Then we have filtering by run result. Here we have 3 options: filter by type. The first one is filter by type. You filter all, and second one is filter all or successful. Only filter this time. I want to get the successful one, not all. Yes, you got the one. And failure one. Remind. Okay, no, nothing. That's not failure. That's an error. So let me get the error. Yeah, these 4 are error. Abort. And let me uncheck it. Abort. And finally, let me get back to this all and all. That's it. So that's how we use a type, filtering by type and filtering by run results. One is filtering by type, other one is run result. In filtering by run result, successful means every scheduled collection runs completed with no issues. Let me put it here. Yeah, this is successful. Then failure, your scheduled collection run completed. However, one or more tests failed. Then we have error section. In error, your scheduled collection run was unable to complete due to an error. An error can occur if there is a syntax error in the code you have written, a network error, or for various other reasons. If you get error, your console log will help you identify what caused it. And finally, we have abort. Your scheduled collection run timed out because it did not complete within the allotted 10 minutes So Postman or 15 minutes. That's what the about is. So there is one more concept in this other than these filters and all. That's a time traverse. You can review past run results to understand what happened at a particular point in time. To do so, we have to select go to the in the upper left corner of the graph. So here you can see that go to. You have to select go to, then select the time and date, then select apply to view a specific run. And here of course we do not have this previous one, we have at this moment we have some, so we can select the existing one only, so we can't move around. So today we have some, so where to click on, and you have to select time also. That's so at that time whether we have or not. Okay, that's fine. So that's how we use it. And to revert the view to your most recent runs, select the time and date you define in the upper left corner of the graph, then select reset. So again, see, you have given the time and date, and in spite of applying it here, so what will we do? Let's click it again and click on reset. That's it, it's gone. You see that now? Clear go to option. That's it, not much. So then we have test results. Select bar in the graph, yeah, and you can see that. Select bar in the graph and select test results to get more detailed information on the test runs. Test details include which test passed or failed, the response codes and the other response times. Anyway, we haven't included the response one. So in addition to that, we can look into console log. Select bar in the graph and select console log to view the details about the run, and then console.log. So that's what to get the more information. So we use console log also. So here you can see that the complete information about the collection. So at what time and how many milliseconds it has taken, and then whether it is successful or not, HTTPS, HTTP status code, and all we are able to see on the screen. That's what viewing scheduled collection runs in Postman time traverse test results. More about Postman monitors. So Postman monitors help you stay up to date on the health and performance of your APIs. Monitors can run across multiple geographic regions and integrated with third-party alerting systems and dashboards like Datadog, New Relic, Slack, and more. Postman monitors are hosted on Postman Cloud, so which means you can set them up very quickly, pretty quickly. So monitoring your APIs. So Postman monitors give you a continuous visibility into the health and performance of your APIs. Uptime monitors enable you to keep watch on a single API endpoint, while collection based monitors enable you to run API test scripts, chain together multiple requests, and validate critical API flows. Once the monitor is running, you will be alerted to any system outages or test failures, so you can identify and address issues before your API consumers are affected. So now let's look into some of the use cases of this. So the first use case for us here is uh, because they run Postman requests and scripts. Collection based monitors can be used to monitor APIs in a variety of ways. So here are some of the use cases which we can do with collection based monitors. So the first one, check API health performance. So this check API health and performance ensure the API is up and running in production and other environments. The second, validate API response structure and data. Ensure the API is functioning according to the specifications. And the third use case, test complex multiple step workflows. So ensure that this ensures that critical API flows as well as the edge cases are working as expected. And the fourth, continuously conduct user acceptance, smoke, regression tests. So proactively identify issues so you can address them before they affect API consumers. And fifth one, run tests in multiple environments and regions. Ensure your APIs are working everywhere. And monitor the security of your endpoints. Continuously test APIs for non-security vulnerability. And 7. Visualize results on the monitor dashboard. So get better visibility into API performance over time and identify trends. So topic of Postman or API. So triggering runs with webhooks. Webhook provides a way to automatically send data from one application to another. That's what we call it as a webhook. Using a webhook, you can trigger a collection run in Postman at a specific time or when an event occurs. You can also send a custom payload to the webhook, which can be accessed when the collection runs. This enables the collection to be run independently of any environment, instead relying only on the data sent to the webhook. So now how to create a webhook? We won't be creating practically because some infra is required. So I'll tell you the procedure. So when and how it's required, you can do that. So with the collection webhook, data is sent to the webhook URL using a post request when certain events are triggered. It's up to you to configure the application that sends the data, what the trigger events are. So the data sent to the webhook is accessible inside the collection in the globals object. Using scripts, you can parse the data and use it during the collection run in any way possible. So webhooks for collection can only be created using the Postman API. To create a webhook, you need to you need to do more research on this webhooks, and you have to go through the API Postman API webhook documentation. But to have some amount of understanding, so you have to write a small script. Inside that script, you have in the request body of the webhook. Inside that, you have to write globals.previous request object. You have to mention this globals.previous request, and then you have to mention the data parameter also separately inside that. And once it is done, you have to send that output to the another API. So the data that's sent to the collection webhook can be used to define a logic and trigger another API. That's what the main important. The data which is sent to the data which is sent to the collection webhook. So because this collection has been webhooked, this collection has been hooked with another web application. When some event happens inside that application, this because of this hookup between the web application and this Postman collection, so that triggers an action. So because of this action, uh, this will send some information or will do some action on another API or another API. So the data that's sent to the collection webhook can be used to define logic and trigger another API. For example, you might set up a webhook for your GitHub repository. Based on the updates happening in your repository, you can use the webhook to run custom build pipelines or perform CA tests. Yes, correct, absolutely. That's what we do in this is the actual real case use in development environment or production environment, wherever it may be. Okay. And now we are gonna see how to import the data files into our Postman. So we can use data files to pass Postman sets of values to use in a collection run. By selecting JSON or CSV data file in the collection runner, you can test your requests with multiple values as part of the single run. So running collections with data files. Let's do that. Postman, and so first we have to select. We can select the data file to use in a collection run. So now we have to select a runner from the Postman footer directly. So let me click on a runner here, which is on the Postman footer. So once this window appears, now you can see that this is the runner. Now you have three options. We have done it run manually. We have schedule runs, and after that the third option is automate runs via CLI. That's command line interface of this. Okay, that's okay. We can run a collection through that also. However, here we will select our collection and drag it into the run order work area. So let me click on collections here in spite of other things, and let me drag it here. So it's taking some time. Yeah, we got that. So uh, now the collection has been dragged. Now it's time to select our data file within the select file button. Okay, for that you come down, you keep it manual. Here you have to select the file, and so let me click on here, and after you select the data file, you can select preview to inspect the data in the file before you start the run. So let me select it. Of course, this is not the proper file, but just I want to show you. So error while parsing the data files because this is not the proper way. So preview, let's preview. It's undetermined. Let me application JSON, that would be better. Okay, it's unable to parse that, but still let me see. It's unable to parse. But still let me see, let me check the preview of this. Okay, and text CSV, that would be better. So preview, yeah, this is the information there. It consists of okay, total too many of lines, so that's why it's unable to parse it as a JSON. Okay, but that's how this is how we do that. This is how we do that the proper way. So select, then once run using that data file. Then once it is done, if the data file is proper, obviously you can select run using data file. Okay, so now it took correctly sc.json. Let me preview it, and iteration, there is nothing much here in this. Okay, that's fine, but what I want to show is this. So then we can run this using data file. So let me scroll down more. Yep. So once you click on that, the collection runner runs the collection requests for each iteration in the data file. So the output indicates the results for the tests you defined in your collection requests. So that's how we use a data file in running the collections. And after that, as usual, you can follow the steps. We can view it, and we can modify it, we can pass it, we can resume it, and we can delete it. That remains same. It doesn't change. So and we can access the data file values also similarly using environment variables, and some more we'll find out. Okay, so that's how we use now we'll see a few more tools, mainly tools of Postman. Okay, few more tools. So that is the first one out of this is out of the tools of Postman API we will see is API design. So you can design your API specifications in Postman using Open API, RAML, GraphQL, SOAP formats. So the Postman schema editor makes it easy to work with specification files of any size, and it validates the specifications with a built-in linting engine. You can also generate Postman collections for multiple stages of your API lifecycle. For example, mocks, documentation, tests, and monitors, and more and more. So all from the specification files and all in sync. So you can create the structure of your API using the API definition. The API definition can consist of one or more multiple files. If your API does not have a definition, you can import a definition or start with a boilerplate sample definition. So Postman supports Open API, so versions of 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and RAM 0.8 and 1.0, and protobuf 2 and 3, GraphQL or WSDL definitions. So Open API definitions can be JSON or AML. RAML definitions must be AML. Protobuf definitions are protofile. So GraphQL definitions can be JSON or GraphQL. So SDL, so WSDL definitions must be XML only. Next tool that we have in our pipeline is API documentation. This belongs to Postman API, so that's API documentation. So API documentation, uh, you can make documentation as a core, as we all know, make documentation a core part of your API workflow with Postman's automatic documentation features. So Postman supports Markdown enabled machine readable documentation through the Postman collection format. And you can generate docs through your OpenAPI files, as well as your docs will automatically include details on your requests with sample code in various client languages. You can share the docs with your team or with the world through workspaces or publish them in a dedicated portal. So this is where you can see that the documentation section, and here is the documentation section. Let me show you that. Yeah, you can see that documentation. Let me click on, this is a comment to make a comment, and here is that. And so we can add a folder, and you can describe, and you can read, view complete collection documentation, and okay, airfall, but as of now there was documentation hasn't been created. You can start writing it, and then you can publish it also. You can see that here you can publish this documentation also. So open a request, and here is the complete way to play around. And here you can, so you can do some setup regarding the indentation, timeout, all that information. So that's how your documentation works. I hope you have seen the documentation section too. So Postman automatically operates Postman automatically generates documentation for every collection you create. That's what had happened. So here, let me show you this one more time. Yeah, it was automatically created. I did not create this documentation, was automatically created, but you have to put your input so that you will get the best documentation. So the documentation includes all of the requests in your collection along with examples, authorization details, and example code. So to help your teammates better understand what you are building and detailed descriptions to your collection and the items in it. Use the Postman editor to view how your content will look as you order it, or use the classic markdown editor to structure and format your descriptions. So all of your descriptions are included in the documentation for your collection. Test our APIs. So for that we have a API testing tool. So to do the testing, we will use API testing tabs which are provided respective requests or collections workbench. So build and run tests directly in Postman or as part of your CI/CD pipeline, either through Newman, or you can or you can run it locally manually. So Postman can be used to write functional tests, integration tests, regression tests, and more and more. So Postman's Node.js based runtime contains support for the common patterns and libraries that you can use to build tests quickly. So writing tests confirm that your API is working as expected, that integrations between services are functioning reliably, and that any changes haven't broken existing functionality. You can write test scripts for your Postman API requests in JavaScript. You can also use test code to aid the debugging process when something goes wrong with your API project. For example, you might write a test to validate your API's error handling by sending a request with incomplete data or wrong parameters. So let's write one or two scripts for request as well as collection, and we will test it and see what's going to happen. So tests confirm that your API is working as expected, that integrations between services are functioning reliably. That's the main aspect. And then, so what we are going to do, we'll add a test to the gRPC request. Then we'll write few more test scripts, and we'll validate the responses, and we'll format the test result messages with the pm.expect object. Then we'll use some snippets and we'll apply this test to collections as well as folders. So let's begin. Let's add our first test. So let me take, yeah, let me check the collections first. Universe Earth. So click. Yeah, that's okay. It's going on. So now we will take this. So you can add tests to the individual requests, collections, and folders in a collection. So Postman includes code snippets you add and then change to suit your test logic. To add tests to a request, open the request and enter your code in the tests tab. So this is what I'm going to use it. So here you could find the tests tab, and so here you should attach your script. So we have to start with PM. PM is we use it to write our test. When we say PM dot test, and with open and close parenthesis, this method accepts two parameters, and so there we can attach the parameters that you want to run. So the first parameter is the name of your test. That should be descriptive. So the first parameter I'm gonna mention, so name of the test. So this is test name. That's what I'm gonna give. Test space and then name, and let me put the quote. And on other side, yeah, that's it. And the second parameter, so there you have to mention the function, and we have define the function here, and the activity to be done inside the function should be attached later. Okay, so let me attach that function. Yeah, we got it. And open and close parenthesis. So now I have to open my curly braces, and inside that I have to, so the second parameter is a function. If any assertions within the function fails, the test fails. So that's what. So now let's make an assertion. If our assertions throw an error, the test will fail. That's the logic we have to follow. So I'll write PM, and what can I want a response. So I'll give a response object. Okay. So then response dot to dot have dot status. Yes. And what's the status? I want to test it 404. And let me put yeah, that's it. The first test is done, and yes, I think no errors. Let me click. So I'll put the single test. Yeah, that's it. This is one test. Let's run our first test and see what's going to happen. So let me send a request. Let me call an API. Something went wrong while running your scripts, and check Postman console for the more information. So that's what the test result. There was an error in evaluating the test script. Syntax error missing. Close parenthesis after argument list. Okay. Status pm dot response. Okay, got it. So here we are missing a close parenthesis because it started here and it has to be closed with this. Yeah, so now it's done. So no errors at all. Now let's rerun it, and here it is. The test failed. You see that, the red color? Test name, this is the test name, is the name of the test we have given. Assertion error, expected response to have a status code 404 but got 200. That's where the test is failed. So now, because this is what the assertion that we have expected is this, we want to have a 404 status. If it doesn't get, if we don't get it, the test will fail. The test will fail. So that's what had happened. So we got 200, we got the 200 response. So 404 we did not get it, so that's the reason the test failed. So now I'm going to attach one more test. So let me copy this exactly till, okay, yeah, and then paste it here. This is test 2. And in spite of 404 I'll put 200 I'll put 200, and let me execute, let me send it and see what's gonna happen. And that's it. You see that the 200 test is passed, it's green color, and the other one got failed because the code, the output of this the output, the response of this request is, the response code of this request is 200. It's not 404. So let me do some changes here. So I'll put nothing, just empty after equal, and now let's execute. Now let's send it and see what's going to happen. And okay, let me remove this. Yeah, now let me run it. Yes, page equals to 2. Yeah, let me save it first. So then what I'm going to do is I will do a small modification in here. Yeah, so now let me run it. So response could not send a request itself. See that? Because it's not at all working. So because the base URL itself is wrong, so it's not working. So let me do a change in endpoint here. Yeah, let me click on now. Let me send a request now. Okay, that's what it happened. Users. So let me change the name here. This is test name 2. And here is that. So the test name and then test name 2. So both got. Okay, clear? So then, because it's a users, so we got the both. So the names you have to specifically mention the, because we have written 2 tests. So the 2 test names should be mentioned. Got it? So now let's look into more details. Now we will add tests to gRPC requests. Let's go to the scripts tab in our gRPC request. Let me take this one. Users. I made some modification. Yes. Click on new. Click on gRPC request, test and debug your gRPC request. Here we got the gRPC request, and enter the request URL. Select use a protobuf API or import a .proto file, use server reflection. Okay, no protobuf is available. Drag and drop, select .proto file from your local system or user server location. Load methods using server reflection. We'll use a third method, but so we are unable to connect with that also. So we'll continue with the existing HTTP request method only. Okay. So then a few more things we'll be checking here. Writing test scripts. So test. Let me click on tests. Yeah. So test scripts can be dynamic, can use dynamic variables, carry out test assertions on response data, and pass data between requests. In the tests tab for a request, enter your JavaScript manually or select snippets next to the code editor. I'll show you that snippets next to our code editor. Tests execute after the response is received. When you select send, Postman runs your test script after the response data returns from the API. So let's first see from where we can get the snippets. This is the place where you get it. You can see the first, it would be a less than symbol. A less than symbol. You click on that less than symbol icon, and then after that it opens snippets. You can copy this snippets from here. or you just need to click a snippets. Send a request snippet, and after that you can take the status code snippet. This is what we have written. So the name of this is status code is 200 and the function, and the same thing we have mentioned in our, and response body JSON value check. Let's use this also. And what else is there? A response time should be less than 200 milliseconds, so that's also we want to use. And more, let me check. Yeah, use tiny validator for that. Okay, so status code is 200 is absolutely fine. And JSON valid JSON format checkup. And finally we have test response time is less than 200 milliseconds. So to validate the data returned by a request, you can use the pm.response object. So that's what we are using here. So in some cases we use to validate that. You see that here, to validate we use the pm.response. You see that pm.response object in a test. So define tests using pm.test function, providing name function that returns a boolean true or false value indicating the test passed or failed. So we use the pm.test here. Basically, if you use this module or object, it takes the boolean value and it shows us whether the test is passed or failed, true or false. And similarly, we can use child.js bdd syntax and pm.expect in our assertions to test the response details. So that's what we are doing here. So pm.expect this test the response detail, and pm.response basically use the pm.object in a test. So this looks into the response status of the response, so that kind of thing. Whereas pm.expect dwells into the details of the response. So that's where we use pm.expect. So 200 millisecond pm.expect. Whereas if you want to validate the status whether it's correct or not, that's a different, that's there we use a response, how fast the response came. But whether the response so whether the response that we are getting, the time that it took, that for that we use pm.expect. So the first parameter for the dot test function is a text string that will appear in the latest in the test result output. Use this to identify your tests and communicate the purpose of a test to anyone viewing the results. So for example, let's take uh, enter the following test tab in your Postman. A request to test if the response status code is 200 or not. Okay, you write that, and once it is done, so for now I'll remove others. It's not we'll do that because first I want to show you that a response one, and after that we'll do the rest all. So we'll select send to run our request and open test results in the response action. Okay, so it's sent. Let me click on, we got some test results here. Yeah, we got that. We got that. Status code is 200. Let me make it up. Let me bring it up. Yeah, status code is 200. So if the request returned the 200 status code, the test passes. That's why you see that in green. To find out what happens with a different status code, we have to change the expected status code in our test script and run the request again. So let's do that. So let's make it. Let's copy this exactly, and let's paste it here. And I'm gonna say this one 401. So what's gonna happen? Let's check, and let me send it. Fail. The status code is this got failed, and so that's how you can also play around. So by the time I'll move ahead. So formatting test result messages with the pm.expect. So now, till now we have seen the response. So now what I'm going to do is we will work on pm.response. That's what we have worked on. Now we want to format the test result messages using pm.txt, pm.expect. So using the pm.expect syntax gives you test result messages a different format experiment with the alternatives to achieve the output you find most useful. So what I'm gonna write here is pm.test. So I want environment. Your code can test the request environment as in the following example. Like if you want to test a specific environment, you have to write pm.txt, and then inside that pm.expect, inside that you have to mention the environment name. But that I'm not going to do now here. So we will do some other tests well. Okay. So one more test I just want to attach here is basically it formats the test response. So I'll say pm.test and open the curly bracket, and inside that the test name response must be valid and have a body, and after that we'll mention the function. So let me open the curly braces here. So inside that I have to attach the assertions pm.response, then to be okay, and pm.response and to be with body, to be with body, and pm.response to be JSON, and let's execute. So your scripts can include, however, many tests uh, you need that will save along with the rest of your request detail when you select save. If you share collection, publish documentation, or use the run in Postman button, your test code will be included for anyone who views or imports your templates. Okay, so here you can see I have attached this and I got the response pass. Response must be valid and have a body, and it has a body. Response is valid, it's okay, it has a body, and then JSON. Okay, let me show the body, and this is the body, and the body is in JSON format, and it's okay. You got that? The response is okay, and then it has a body, and it's a JSON format. Everything is done, all successful. So that's the reason. Let me click on test results. So 3 tests are there, out of which 2 are passed, 2 are being passed, and 1 being failed. So first one is pass and then pass the second one. This test is also passed. Okay, this is how you can format your test results using pm.expect. So it makes a more human readable, it makes much human readable than a simple test. So now let's look into how to use a snippets here. So we can use a curated list of commonly used test code snippets to write your tests. So snippets are available here in the right pane that I have kept open. Right pane of the script editor, selecting a snippet, just clicking on a snippet adds the required code automatically to your script. So it helping you get started quickly with your testing. Once added in your script, you can edit the snippets to meet your specific testing requirements. So let me select few more snippets from here. Let me bring it down a bit. This one. Yep, it's fine. Now let me scroll down more. Yeah. Use tiny validator for JSON data. Let me click on this. Yeah. This one. a response must be valid and have a body. And similar kind of example, yeah, that's what the response must be valid and have a body. That's one. And second one is schema is valid. It's gonna check the schema of that. Okay. And data one. Let me send and see what's gonna happen. Yeah, we got 4 out of 4. 2 got failed. So the last one, schema is valid. That one has been failed. Response must be valid and have a body. So schema is not the proper schema. Okay, schema is not. It's not the proper way. Okay. So then we'll look into one more. Response body convert XML body to a JSON object. Here we do not have an XML, so I'm not going to go with. So status code. Let me click on status code also now. Where's that? The status code. Let me look into that. PM test schema where response status code name string. Yeah, here it is. So let me. Yeah. Okay. So now let me attach the. Let me close this here. Done. Now let me attach this status code. Yeah, you got the function here. Test case test, and name of this is status code name has string, and then function inside the assertion is it's gonna find out the response and it's gonna check the status whether the status is created or not. Let me send it, and so out of 4, so just yeah. So status code name has string assertion expected a response to have status reason created but got okay. Okay. So then one more status code successful post request response. Let me click on this response. Let me add one more test case. Let me click on a response successful. Okay, response time is less than 200 milliseconds. Okay, that's what we are expecting, and let's see what's gonna happen, whether it will be successful or failure. So we got the response within 101 milliseconds, so obviously it should be a success. Okay, total 5 tests we have done. Out of that, 3 tests are successful. That means the response time is also successful. Yes, response time is less than 200 milliseconds. Let me scroll up and see a few more tests. Response time, response headers, content type, header check, and a few more. Response body, content string, status code is 200. Absolutely fine. All are okay. So we have checked enough. So finally we'll close this with the response header. You just want to cross check whether you are receiving the proper response header or not. So let me remove this stats code as a name string. Yeah, this one. Okay. And stats code 401. So this also I'm gonna remove. So now let me attach one more. Yeah, content one, header content. So this checks the headers and whether headers has this content type or not. So now let me run it and see what's going to happen. So 3 tests and 3 have been passed. So status code is 200, absolutely correct. Response must be valid and have a body. It has, you can see that body. Yeah, it has the body and it has a format. And what else, what else you want? It has it's okay. The status code is also okay, and content type is also present, so absolutely fine. So let me show that headers. You can see that the headers content encoding null. This is a response header, this is not a request headers, and here is the content type application JSON char set UTF-8. So that's all about testing a request. But we can do the same for a collection. You can test collection and you can test folders also. You can add test scripts to a collection, a folder, or a single request within a collection. A test script associated with a collection will run after every request in the collection. A test script associated with a folder will run after every direct child request in the folder. So I will differentiate. I'll make a clear cut distinction between the testing collections and testing folders. The first one is testing collections. You can add test scripts to a collection folder or a single request within the collection. Clear? a single folder, a single request. Either you can add a test scripts to a collection one, or you can add a folder, or you can add a test script to a single request within a collection also. Now, what's the difference between a folder and a collection in with respect to the script, a test script? A test script also associated with a collection will run after every request in the collection. A test script associated with a folder will run after every direct child request in the folder. So then only it will run. So this enables you to reuse commonly executed tests after requests. So the execution order for each request will be collected tests, collection tests, folder tests, and then request tests. So adding scripts to collections and folders enable you to test the workflows in your API project. So this helps you to ensure that your requests cover typical scenarios, providing a reliable experience for application users. So we can update collection and folder scripts by selecting the view more actions icon. So next to the collection zone, now let me get into that. So SOAP's API, let me scroll over and click on view more actions, and inside that click edit and then choose the test tab to add or update your script. So we can also add collection scripts when you first create a collection. That's either way you can do that. So what will we do? First we'll attach the test scripts. So here you can see that, and these are the collection details. So now let me attach the snippets one by one. So get a collection variable. Okay. Set okay, let me add one more thing. Send a request. Let me scroll over down. Okay. Yeah. Now this one I don't want. Okay. So let me add send a request first. Okay. Now let me close this, the collection details. So I'll get enough space. Then I'm gonna add the second one, status code. Yes. Then a response body contains a string. Then I don't think this will contain a string. Then content type header. Okay. So these are the tests. So I want to run, when you run a collection, the collection runner displays the test results, including the response time in milliseconds and details about whether a specific request in the collection passed or failed test. So let me run it now. Let's see. So let me click on this run. So I'll go with the manual procedure. So run a SOAP API, neither schedule nor automating the runs via CLI. So all are being run, and so no problem. Everybody is getting 200. Okay, so all fine. But the thing is, let's click on passed, failed, and skipped. Let me click on all tests. So by and large, all tests are successful only. So no problem with here. So we click on view summary. Fine. Yeah, these are the tests that we have mentioned, and let me, yes, and you can run this API, and you can do the tests cumulatively to all APIs once they are done. So let me run it again. So run now, run it now. Yes, it's the test started here. So for each request, it's doing the tests. So two by one, two by one, two by one, two by one. So let me click on view results. Okay, this is fantastic view for us so that we can have a clear cut. So one iteration, total tests done are 57, not 57. So what all are happening? So status code is passed because 200k okay is absolutely fine. Then body matches a string. Is there any string inside that? Nothing. So that's why it got failed. Then content type is present or not. It will be presented. So that's why we got the successful. Similarly, by and large, we got the tests, and with one attachment of a test in the collection, we are able to do 57 tests. We are able to do tests to all requests which are part of that collection. So that's the magic, that's the power of tests in or testing collection wise or folder wise. So now let's do debugging. I think it's clear, no? You see that all the tests, everything, almost all are done, all are done. Pass fail, you can clearly see that. Let me click on view summary. Yeah, this is another best view. So one iteration, I will do one more iteration now, run again, and see what's going to happen. So what I'll do this time, okay, I'll stop. Okay, once it is done, I'll stop run and I'll rerun it. So let me stop it. Let me automate the run, schedule, run, integrate with CI/CD. So I'm not gonna do all those things now. Anyway, I want to have 5 runs at least. Okay, schedule run. So this is to run tests. So then I'll select every hour. Anyway, we'll be doing uh, I'll go for the 10 iterations. That's fine. And rest all will keep it same. Nothing to be touched. Let's wait. Service definition, view all schedules. Okay, first run is scheduled for 8 o'clock. I can't wait till then. I'll run it manually. Started. This is our first scheduled run. It's taking some time. Let's wait for that. Of course, the tests were also added to this. So once the response has come, so then the testing starts. What are the scripts that we have mentioned? All will be executed. So it's 7:35 and it's still running. You see that it's still running. This is our tooltip. Let's wait for a few seconds. Okay, this got failed person 33% and the response time is 27.29 seconds. Why? Because we have attached the results or tests, so because of that it got failed. So now the failed percentage is 33%. That means out of 3 tests, 1 test has been failed, 2 were successful. So let me click on this is unhealthy because of they have run tests and there is a failures, and here is that, uh, all whatever has run all. So these are all iterations which are all tests. These are all tests and these are all past tests and these are all failed tests. You see that these are all failed tests and skipped ones. I think there are no skipped ones. So now to debug your tests, you have to come to the console log. So if you are having trouble with your tests, then click on this console log and look into the console log. So check if there are any errors in your script. A red badge will highlight scripts with errors. You can also check the response section for specific errors. And you'll get the complete information here. So debug your tests using log statements to ensure that you are asserting on correct data. We have huge amount of logs here. Anyway, I'll scroll up and I will run it. Yeah, run it again. So it's taking more time. Run it again. Run it again. Run it again. I'll keep it at least few times. And let's wait for the results. What's going to happen? So these are very much important. You have reached the usage limit for scheduled. Okay, that's fine. So you run it, the existing. So some are successful, some are failure. So that's the reason. See, this is 33 percentage failed and this one is 33 percentage. But the response time here is 27 seconds. It took a lot of time, but this one has come up within 21 seconds. That's 22 seconds. And this one is taking more time. But that's how, yeah, it took more time, 24.26 seconds. At least it should take less time. Okay, this one is completed. This took just 23.89 seconds. And I'm waiting for others to come. Yeah, brilliant. The second one took the least time. That's 21.99 seconds, whereas the rest all took a lot of time. However, you can just come here, scroll down more, and then you can click on your filters to find out the how many successful. So there is nothing, all are failed because of the number of tests that we have used. Okay, so let me click on scroll down and click on run on the graph to see about details. So, and that's all. Here is that total 190 failed tests and 0 errors. Let me scroll down more. Let me do it more a bit. Let me, yeah. Yes. So total these many tests, all tests. These are all past ones and these are all failed ones. And here are the skipped ones. However, fortunately, it did not skip even a single test. Either pass or fail. It's that clear. So that's all about our tests. Postman or testing the Postman API. So now let's look into one more tool that's provided by the Postman API is mock server. So mock servers enable you to see exactly how your API will run even before its production. So create mock servers in Postman to simulate API endpoints which you when you don't want when you don't want to send API requests to a real API. You can also simulate network latency in your mock servers by specifying custom delays for responses. So mock servers are hosted on Postman's cloud, which means they are available wherever you need them, whether in your local testing or staging environments. Let's see how to set up the procedure to mock for a mock server. So Postman enables you to create a mock servers to assist with API development and testing. That's the main agenda of providing mock servers from the Postman cloud. A mock server simulates the behavior of a real API server by accepting requests and returning responses. So by adding a mock server to your collection and adding examples to your request, you can simulate the behavior of a real API. When you send a request to a mock server, Postman matches the request to a saved example in your collection. So Postman then responds with the data you added to the example. So to view existing mock servers in your workspace, select mock servers in the sidebar. So you need to be signed into a Postman account to create a mock server. So that's very important. We need to have it. So let's get into that and we'll see how that mock server looks like. So Okay, this is a testing, that's fine. So now here you can see that this is APIs item or APIs tab in our vertical or sidebar menu. So when you click on, you can create APIs, define a related collections and environments under a consistent schema. So you can write your own schema, you can create your own API. So that's what is our API. So to generate the API, we use this section. And second one, environments, we have seen mock servers. Now let's click on monitors. We have seen workflow, that we'll see. And then here we have a API. So let me click on mock server. So you don't have any mock server set. So mock servers let you simulate endpoints and their corresponding responses in the collection without actually setting up a backend. So now let's click on create a mock server. So quick start your API by connecting a repository, import definition and collections from a repository and keep them in a sync with API development. Let me click on the create mock server. So it's going to create a mock server in our in Postman's cloud. So you have to mention all the details. Create a mock server. Step 1, create a new collection first, or you can take from existing. So enter a request you want to mock. So take the base URL, and on top of that you have to attach the request and then a response code and a response body. So then you click on next. Let me check any collections API. Yeah, I would go with the simplest one. Yeah. Scroll up. Yeah, here it is. Just copy this and come to the mock server and click on create new mock server. So get is the one which we are going to use, and let me paste it. Yeah, and 200 response body. That's it. So then you got the next and click on next. Click on next. It will take to the next section. So even in the previous one, you can use the existing collection also. That's okay. So mock server name, mock1. Then environment. I don't mention any environment for now. It's not required. And save the mock server URL as a new environment variable. As of course you do it. No issue. No offense. Simulate a fixed network delay. So I'll go with the custom one, or I don't want any delay. That's also okay. Let me click, or okay, no delay selected. So mock server, make mock server private. So let me click, no, just let it be. So create a mock server. So this is gonna create a mock server. Inside that mock server, we can play with our APIs. It's like a playground. That's it. Your mock server 1 has been created. So now no mock server call set. So you can use that, send a request to the following mock server URL. This is the mock server. Now send a request to the following mock server URL followed by the request path, or add examples response to each request that mock the server that the mock server will return. So let's copy this, and yeah, we have copied this URL and click on new request, and so we have created a server, a mock server, or in a simplistic, in other way you can tell that you have created a postman or an API server. So let me send a request. So you got some response. Of course, this is 404. It's not found. So because we have to attach the more, so authorization inherit. So at this moment, no auth. And so anyway, that's okay. Just to show you, because we need to add no matching request. You see that, double check your method and a request path to try again. So let's get into the mock server again. So click on mock server and here send a request to the following mock server using this URL and add example responses to each request. This is what important. Request that mock server will return. Let me click on this. Quickly we'll do it. We'll wrap this up. It's time to wrap this up. So specifying examples. So trying an example, understanding the examples. Okay, adding an example. Yes, here is that. So now that's what the URL we have taken. Then we have to add ID and type. So then you have to click on post. Okay. So this will, then you have to click on send. So then that will be sent to that. You see that the response, this is called an adding your example, adding an example. So if you want to add the custom example, you have to make it much little, it will become complicated, but however you can do that. You can attach the two things. Let me get into that and go to that response. I think here it is, the recent one. Yeah, here params and mocks. Let me get to the mock one more time. Click on this and scroll down more and come to this place and go to the params and add your params and run it and see what's going to happen. Okay, so that's what you work on that mock. Basically mock is a playground. It is similar to the API. It's similar to the API server where your API infra and everything will be stored, and from there you're going to fetch your data. And it's like, again, API is also works similar to the client server architecture. You will have an API server. I have shown it to you in my previous slide also, and you have an API client. So here the mock server is the one which acts like, which pretends like, which mocks like our API server, but in actual case it is not. So then we have flows here. So flow is coming soon. At this moment it's not ready for the desktop, not for the web, web postman, not for the postman web. Anyway, so we will see this later when it is up. So for now, what is flow? Flows help you create applications by connecting series of requests on an infinite canvas. The infinite canvas, that's what it's like. It is like series circuit of lights or series circuit of pumps. It connect one API to other API in a series so that you can connect infinite number of applications together. So it's nothing but the postman is unleashing the power of API. So that's what about the mock servers. So let's wrap this up after looking at this API repository. So API repository, what's that? It easily stores, catalogs, and collaborates around all your API artifacts on one central platform. So Postman can store and manage API specifications, documentation, workflow recipes, test cases, and results, metrics, and everything else related to APIs. So with this, we'll be wrapping up with a quick summary of Postman, what we have gone through so far. So we have we have started with looking at what is Postman in in a simple way. Then after that, we have gone through the installation of Postman and we have run through the Postman user interface. Then we have looked into the Postman API tools one by one, and then we have begun with the API client. So in API client, we have taken majorly 3 exercises. Out of that, we have plenty of tasks in it. So we have started with detailing and describing about our Postman, how to customize our Postman, how to send our first request, and the Postman architecture. What is a client, what is Postman client, what is Postman server, and how it works, everything. And then creating a first collection, how to use the scratch pad, and we have created a workspace, how to create a workspace and how to customize it and how to set up the Postman, how to import and export the collections and various other stuff, and how to use a custom proxy. And then we move to second exercise, that's sending requests, and we have dwelt into the sending requests, out of which we have begun with building requests, and then we have seen into how to authorize your requests, and then receive. Then we have looked into the each and every aspect of responses of request. Then we have seen how to group those requests into various collections. Then we have seen how to use variables across the global, across the postman, or across the collection, or across the request, or across the folders. All the levels, in all the levels we have looked into the variables. Then we have seen managing environment, then visualizing responses, then the most important one, the advanced level concepts have begun. Now the querying with GraphQL, that's what we have seen in depth. Then we have used a WebSocket requests also. We have looked into the WebSocket requests, and we have used the SOAP requests. We had a lot of fun while using SOAP requests, SOAP. Then we moved to running collections exercise, that's exercise number 3. And inside that, as usual, we have done plenty of tasks, out of which using the collection runner, scheduling collection runs, viewing the schedule collections, and schedule collection runs with monitors, and trigger runs with webhooks. And finally, we have discussed about how to import data files into this collection runs. Then we have discussed about the few more tools: API design, API documentation, and detailed description, detailed understanding about, we had a detailed understanding of API testing with a lot of exercises. And then we moved to mock server, and then finally we looked into the API repository. And now here I am ready to wrap up this Postman lecture. So I hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoy it, kindly spread a word to your friends. So keep liking it, keep subscribing it, and keep enjoying it. And more than that, keep loving me. See you again in another part of module 7. Until then, bye bye. Keep learning.